going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Hello, fellow fat juicers. We are going to unite in fat juice harmony for another great show of Crypto Talk Now. If you're wondering where Sean the Crypto Smith is, he sent me a message yesterday that he's going to have to cut it down to once a week. He has golf season. He wants to do some other things, obviously there's only so much time in the week, to focus basically on his own content, rightfully so. So he won't be with us on Mondays anymore, but he will be here still on Wednesdays. So Utility Talk Now still exists, but it will be Wednesdays only. I did make that announcement yesterday, but of course, that was at the end of the show, so a lot of people weren't here by that particular time. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. You guys waited long enough. Let's go ahead and kick it into the comments. I just want to state that we have quite a bit to cover tonight. And more than likely, Jasmine will be a good portion of that. You're going to see some things you never seen before. I spent a good portion of last night trying to dig deep in regards to Jasmine. Once we reach certain goals on how many people are here and so on, we'll kick it into that. So let's welcome some people from our community. Thanks again for being here. Here we go. All right. Let me know if you could feel the fan or hear the fan hitting the mic. I'll try to adjust that. My fan's been all funky today. You even hit the off button, it still runs. Doesn't make any sense. But Michael Montclair, thank you for being here. He says, "Hey, Sala." All right. And then we have Tim Shea, who's here. Says, "Hey, Tommy." Must be some kind of inside joke or something, but that's all right. I want to welcome both you guys, Michael Montclair and Mr. Tim Shea. Glad to have you both here. And let's go further down. Tommy. Okay, I see what's going on. Welcome. Glad to have you back. And let's see here. Brian Dowie's in the house. Glad to have you here as well, sir. Mr. Salamander. Also good to see you. KK's in the house. Ahmed, of course. And let's see. Michael Montclair says he's waiting for another pump from PayPay. You know, ironically, this guy that was hooking up my ductwork today, because that finally happened, I was asking him, you know, if he was into cryptocurrency and heard about it and so on. And he says a little bit. He was just like, I bought some PayPay. And I was like, seriously? That? And he was like, yes. I was like, okay. Anyway. So I mean, I guess it's really getting, you know, quite a few people to take a look into it. I'm not into it, but you know, I know some of you guys are. Nelly there says Tim Shea gives him the dabs. Welcome, Mr. Nelly there. You know, that's towards Brian. That is a good question. All right, GF Burke is back. Max is gonna mansplain me stuff. I'm gonna try to do that. Yes, thank you very much for being here, Mr. GF Burke. Please give me a follow back on Twitter, but it's up to you. All right. Hulk does give great content. I would agree with that. All right, we're gonna go further down. And KK says, no doubt, Hulk knows how to search databases. That's a good statement. All right, so you guys are probably bouncing around in a few shows. That's fine. Let me see what's going on in regards to shows, because you know what? It is Monday, and sometimes that's how that goes, right? Yeah. Let me see what's up with that real quick. So I don't really see anything specific. Well, that's okay. I'll type in live crypto. I don't know. I guess there's quite a few different ones, right? Oh well. All right. I'm going to jump back further into some of this. All right. On top of some of your statements, we got the wonderful Rain is in the house. Good to see you, Rain. As I always have said before, or you the one that technically started this. Fat Juicers Unite. All right. Let's go further down. I got rugged. How did I get rugged? What happened? My connection got rugged? Is that what happened? Let me double check the other screen. No, I didn't get rugged. All right, let's go further down. Rain gown the mud butt. Wow. All right. Nope, I made an announcement, but it's okay, you know. All right, let's go further down. Nelly there says, come on, Max, get here ready. I'm here. I'm just going through a few comments. You tested Hotbit and tried to sell on XTC. It was on the market for 3 hours, no buyer. Interesting. Glad to have Mr. Woohoo Cars and Crypto. Thank you for being here. I know it goes to that shot. You and Larry, I think, pointed that out at one point, but that's okay. Darius Magruder, not to be confused with the notorious Magruber. He says, do you guys like the name Jasmine Navy instead of Jasmine Army? Yeah, I guess that's one way of doing it. But you're always going to have some people who be like, Navy sucks, bro. Even though they don't suck. But thank you for being here, Darius. All right, we're going to go a few more down. Hey, Larry, are you in there somewhere? No. KK, hello. He says, hello, Maximus Crypto Professor. I'm just trying to go through a few more things. 3 minutes, Max. Pinch it off. Let's get it going. Is that what you guys used to tell each other in the Navy? You got 3 minutes to pinch it off, because it could be the real thing, and you got to be ready to go. The enemy's not going to wait for you to pinch it off. All right. They should offer us free drinks while we wait on Max. Oh, boy. Okay. I'll read this, and then we'll welcome Coochie Boy. Darius says, everybody always puts the word army behind a project. What about the SEALs, Jasmine? Yeah, it's basically what I just said. All right. Coochie Boy says he's been here for 20 minutes. I could have at least 2. Yeah, sorry about that. Sometimes I like to start on time. You got to keep in mind, I have to, I help take care of an 88-year-old man. And sometimes right before the show, he'll like spill a drink and it's all over the place and I have to clean it up. And that's why I have that 15-minute window, if you will, when it comes to that. So it is what it is. All right. This statement, 28 people in chat, 14 likes. Please smash the like button. We get this out to more and more people. And then Max, you're already an hour behind in the chat. I know you guys are just busting my chops. It's okay. Cool Cat Crypto, welcome. And Big Watch Dude, welcome. Maddie B, welcome as well. All right. And Big Dave. All right. Lots of good problems. Let's go ahead and kick it into what we have for you guys tonight. So I'm going to actually start things off with some of the community news before we get into some of this, into the Jasmine segment. I want us to, I don't know, maybe have 45, 50 when it comes to that, because I know a lot of people appreciate that. So if anything, yeah, we'll start that first. And I did see GF Burke follow me back. So cool. Now we can DM each other. And if anything, I'll try to send you directly some of the things we're requesting from Mr. Shea. Yeah, let's jump into some of this. So a lot of this came from Mr. Michael Cornwell, right? Let's go further down into this. So Mike Cornwell had this, and let's start things off actually with Ripple for a bit. This is originally from Mr. Man. He says, I appreciate how open and transparent Rosie Rios is about Ripple. It's only about a minute. But you know what? Mr. Man, you guys were joking around about him yesterday because he's wearing the Spidey outfit, right? You got to keep in mind, right? This guy does really great research. And if anything, he's really starting to get the following. Off to a great start, close to 4,000 followers. Anyway, we're going to play this. Let me know what you guys think. Here's Rosie Rios. Smash that like. Here we go.
Continues to be in demand, by the way. So speaking of the demand for currency.
And it's not that loud, and I can't make it that loud. That's the highest it goes. So you're really going to have to tune in on this one. Here we go.
Continues to be in demand, by the way.
So speaking of the demand for currency, blockchain has enabled others to mint currency of sorts. What do you think about this? Is it a good, is it a bad thing? And what are the legal complications that come from printing your own money?
Yeah, so people should, just for disclosure, I'm on the board of Ripple. It obviously produces XRP. So I'm a huge supporter of this world of blockchain, this world of digital currency, and this world of providing options, especially for this next generation, millennials and post-millennials. It's all about optionality for them. It's all about ease of use. It's all about access to your phones. If you're not on the phone, if you're not on TikTok, you're 10 steps behind. And my son, my little Goldman Sachs rock star who just left to start his own crowdfunding real estate on the blockchain. funded by Tim Draper, by the way, first seed investor. So happy for him. So again, I live this every day.
Oh man, that one was just, sorry about that. The audio is really, really bad. That is not my fault. I guess that's how it was recorded. Hopefully you guys got to hear the point that was being displayed there. We're going to jump into another particular one that we have. So again, from, I believe, Mr. Michael Cornwell. Let's try to bring this one up. I'm going to double check the audio on this one. Oh yeah, this one's a lot better. All right, so let's jump into this. This is from Peter St. Onga, I guess, PhD. He says Morgan Stanley analyst, stunning collapse in the U.S. dollar. We've been covering this for a while. Let's jump back into some of this stuff for a brief moment. And if anything, I'm gonna full screen this for you guys can see it a little bit better. Smash that like. Let's listen about this because, let's face it, we do pay attention to this stuff. Here we go.
A top currency analyst warned last week that de-dollarization is happening faster than people realize. Indeed, that the dollar has already suffered a, quote, stunning collapse. Meanwhile, separate data from central banks around the world confirm that after decades of complacency, the landscape is shifting. The warning came from former Morgan Stanley analyst Stephen Jen, who finds that adjusting for price changes reveals the true speed of de-dollarization, specifically that the dollar share went from 73% in 2001 to 55% in 2021, at which point it fell off a cliff, losing market share 10 times faster. The dollar plunged 8 percentage points in share in a single year to just 47%. So we lost about double the entire share of the Chinese yuan, and at that pace, the US dollar would be eclipsed in, about 6 years. So what happened in 2022? Simple, sanctions. Last year, the US froze $300 billion in Russian central bank dollars. That's about $4 trillion in US terms, controlling for GDP. Keep in mind, these were Russia's sovereign dollars. They, and everybody else in the world, thought of them like gold. Now, this was something we hadn't even done during the Cold War, during the height of the Cold War, with hot proxy wars all over the world, because we were run by adults. Why did Biden do it? The goal was to cause bank panics and crash the Russian economy, perhaps to set off mass unemployment and civil unrest. Of course, it backfired. Instead, sending countries around the world in panicked flight from the dollar, lest the US wake up one morning after a spicy night on the town with some flashy new lobbyist and decide to collapse their country too. Perhaps ending in their president being torn into travel-sized pieces by a mob like in Libya. Of course, it was one thing to do this to Libya, but here was a real country, and the weapon of choice was very precisely their own sovereign dollars. And so, overnight, the US dollar went from the world's rock-solid store of value to a political football held hostage to whichever lobbyist or activist caught Joe Biden's eye this week. Where did all those dollars go to? That flight went to the next best thing, the yen, the euro, and to gold. Together, the yen and euro's price-adjusted reserve share soared 5 points over the year, so they gobbled up about 2/3 of what the dollar lost. Now, both Japan and Europe do have inflation, just like America. Japan is running at a big in Japan, 3.5 points. Europe is closer to 8.5. But both currencies have the very appealing feature that they do not topple your country when they don't like your foreign policy. As for gold, a separate article in today's FT reports that central bank gold buying is off the charts, literally up 152% year on year in 2022, and it is now at 1,136 tons, almost double the record high. The FT, like Jen, blames the sanctions for driving countries off the dollar and into anything else that will hold water. So what is next? If reserve assets are fleeing the dollar, while trade is methodically shifting to bilateral currencies, helped by China, the last man standing on the dollar wall is financial flows, the lubricant in global commerce. These have unique network effects, but they also have unique and growing regulatory risks, which I will have to cover in another video. So bottom line, if the US dollar does continue on this path, We will see soaring inflation, a catastrophic fall in American standard of living, and a U.S. that falls off the world stage, not by choice, but by necessity. All of it, 100% our own making. All right, we'll be watching. See you next time.
That's some pretty crazy stuff right there. You could draw your own conclusion when it comes to that. Anyway, that was about roughly 4 or 5 minutes or so. We'll jump back into the comments and welcome a few more people. Maddie B, glad to have you here. Cool Cat Crypto, I think I welcomed you before. Welcome back. Man, you got the same avatar kind of going over and over. That's okay. Big Watch Dude, also welcome. Magic Power, hello, guten Tag, Liechtenstein Exchange, Josby in the house. Welcome. All right, Mentalec is back. Hello, is it Mentalec you're looking for? Lionel Richie, thank you for being here. We're gonna get a little bit more into what we have on our outline. Cool Cat Crypto says Tay is that Microsoft AI. They have, well, you're speaking in slang, okay. To unplug a while back, okay. Salamander, excuse me. Pepe de Pew. Yes. And let's read this from Mentalec. He says his XRP identifies as a global reserve digital currency. That's funny stuff. All right, Grizzly Bear's in the house. He says good evening. Good evening to you. And glad to have you back. Nelly there's like in the Navy. And Burke. Oh, I was following the CH Twitter. Didn't know you had your own. The CH Twitter. Well, here's the thing. So there's Crypto Talk Now 21, which I think that's you're trying to follow. You know, that one's Larry's account, and mine is the one below that. So I've had people say, well, why don't you list that one first? It's not about that anyway. But anyway, glad to have you follow me back. And we're going to see what is here. Oh, that's all right. No worries. Like I think yesterday, I don't know if it was, it was Tim Shea. He was like, Max, something, you seem like you're upset or something like that. Again, you got to keep in mind, I'm trying to scramble sometimes to come on here because something happened. And, I'm trying to turn my frown upside down. And I apologize if it comes out on camera. It's just, sometimes some frustrating things happen when you take care of elderly people. But it's my dad. I love him. I wouldn't trade it for anything. All right, let's go further down. Maddie B, is this of new channel? I don't know what you mean, but give us some clarification. All right. Marvin Davis says, what's up, Max? Glad to have you here, man. Marvin Davis. And yeah, I apologize. I'm not the one who, just try to keep that in mind for anybody in the future. If you tag me, if it sounds like it's low on your end, it probably is low for everybody else. So there's no way I can turn it further up. I don't have a built-in amplifier to do that. I have looked into that. It doesn't work that way. All right, let's jump into the next part of our outline. And let's see what else we have in regards to what's tagged from our community members. So that was really interesting. And shout out to Crypto Mike for sharing that, right? Let's jump into a little bit more of what we have. This one is from Mr. Boomer Effin' Sooner. Boomer Effin' Sooner. And it is from Watcher Guru, right? So smash that like if you haven't done so already. This was at 6:06 p.m. So basically 6 minutes after the time the show was supposed to start. Says Justin, Coinbase sues the SEC seeking regulatory clarity for the crypto industry. Well, good for Coinbase, right? So, that's cool stuff in itself. I'm going to see if I could pull something up about that. So Coinbase, and let's just see if we can just get the actual full article about that, right? Because why not? Yep, we got one straight from CNBC. There's also one from Barron's. It's making a lot of headline news, right? All right, so I'll jump into this right now. I'll share this. Hopefully I don't get flagged on my ad blocker. Continue without supporting. Yes, that's right. You guys get enough money anyway. All right. Coinbase sues SEC. Remember Eminem back in the day? If the SEC won't let me be, before I could be me on MTV, it feels so guilty without Brian Dowie. Right? Anyway, Coinbase sues SEC after months of silence from federal regulator. All right. We're going to get further into this particular one. I'm going to keep it nice and big there for you guys, because why not? Coinbase took legal action against the SEC today, asking a federal judge to force the regulator to share its answer on Coinbase's July 2022 petition on whether existing securities rule making processes could be extended to the whole crypto industry. I mean, that's good. You know, it's good that they're, you know, pinning on them. You know, it's like, as the saying goes, if we're going to be kicking things down further down the road, kicking that can, well, how about, you know, the SEC answer some of these questions, right? The 2022 petition didn't receive a specific public response, of course, from the SEC, right? Because let's face it, they're not going to make that their priority. But that pursued a, a spate of enforcement actions against individuals and entities in the crypto industry. How about this? Coinbase was the subject of a Wells notice, as we know, from the SEC in March, a formal warning that an enforcement action against the exchange could be expected. And as we go further down, I believe this is what, Times Square? I think so. Yeah. Employees of Coinbase Global Inc., the biggest U.S. cryptocurrency exchange, watch as their listing is displayed on NASDAQ market site, Jumbotron, Times Square. That was back on April 14th, 2021. All right, so a little bit more of like, you know, reiteration what we're talking about. So it says that the SEC may be asking, hold on a second, Coinbase filed a suit against the SEC and then asked the regulator to be forced to be publicly share its answer. You know, let's face it. I mean, you know, it might be crickets, right, on whether to allow crypto industry to be regulated using the existing SEC frameworks. And again, it's just kind of like a little bit more what we talked about. All right, how about this? The SEC did not offer a specific public response to Coinbase's petition, but in recent months has aggressively ramped up enforcement actions and warnings against crypto exchanges, including Coinbase. And here it's, I don't know, you could call this an update if you want. This is from Paul Grewal, .eth. I know, cool cat. Shame on him for having .eth in there, right? Today, we filed a narrow action in the U.S. Circuit Court to compel the SEC to respond yes or no. I mean, come on. If the face of the SEC is Gary Gensler and he can't even answer yes or no when he's pressed by the House committee, you really think they're going to come up with a yes or no with this? I'm just saying. So it says, to a rulemaking petition we filed with them last July, asking them to provide regulatory guidance for the crypto industry. There's a lot more to this, obviously. For the SEC's public statements and enforcement activity in the crypto industry, it seems like the SEC has already made up its mind to deny our petition. Yeah. They haven't told the public yet, so the action on Coinbase filed today simply asked the court to ask the SEC to share its decision. Since January, the SEC has taken action against crypto exchanges like Bittrex, Gemini, crypto lender Genesis, and a number of other individual actors accused of manipulating crypto assets, including Justin Sun, right? Who some people said, you know, he got it on with Lindsay Lohan. Anyway, and disgraced Terraform Labs founder Do Kwon. The move is Coinbase's first formal salvo. You guys were talking about Navy stuff earlier, right? You know, if you played Battleship, right? Did you play with your salvo rules? Anyway, that was against the regulator a little over a month after it was warned by the SEC of a pending legal action through the Wells notice. I'll read this last two parts. Coinbase does not take any litigation lightly, according to this quote, especially when it relates to one of their regulators. Regulatory clarity is overdue for our industry, Grewal said in the blog post. Yet Coinbase and other crypto companies are facing potential regulatory enforcement action from the SEC. even though we have not been told how the SEC believes the law applies to our business. The SEC did not immediately return a request for comment. All right, so let me jump back into the frame for just a brief moment, and we'll get into some of this stuff. All right, so let's see here. Let's talk about this for a brief moment. So, like I was mentioning last week, the hot topic was regulatory framework. Week before that, the weekly outlook was, let's face it, was data. All right. Is this week going to actually be the topic of regulatory clarity? Right. And if anything, if this is how we're starting off our week, our Monday, well, that's interesting itself. Right. So, don't be surprised if you see other big players part of the whole mix using some of this terminology, if you will, and it has to start somewhere. So Brian Armstrong, Coinbase, there you go. Right. So thank you again to Boomer F and Sooner for sharing this. Let's kick it into a little bit more of our comments, and then we'll jump back into a little bit more of our community news before we kick it into the Jasmine outline for tonight. You're killing everyone. Battleship by Yep. All right, Maddie B. Yes, I'm happy to be here. You always look to the new channel. I think what you're trying to say is like this is one of your favorite new channels or something like that. I don't know anything about new channel, but that's all right. Glad to have you here, Maddie B. It's only been 6 days for PayPay or very early, and I did see when it came to PayPay, just out of curiosity earlier today. So, there was that particular time where if a person bought, I don't know, I think it was in the red, it burned to zero. So some people did well on it. I mean, any project that burns to zero, I mean, obviously there's significant gains. But it's not personally for me, but if you guys are making good short-term gains and so on, go for it. Mr. Elon Muff is back. He says, yo, X, however, many people are here. Glad to have you. Don't forget to hit that like. Thank you guys very, very much. All right. Let me see. You guys got some interesting comments. Mr. Muff, playing Mario Brothers on your Nintendo on your 80-inch 8K TV. Yeah. All right. Mrs. Michael April Cornwell's here. She says, Booms, I've seen that there was an active shooter or something. Oh, man, not again. All right. Let me see what we got. What happened here? We went to stop a husband from beating his wife, and the husband shot him. My God. Right outside the humanitarians or something like that building where his daughter would have been had she been there today. Oh, my God, man. Well, geez, man. Like, you guys in Oklahoma have just been dealing with too much crap. The storms and now this. Man, Boomer, on a serious note, I mean, yeah, I'm glad to see that everything is okay, but geez. Man, crazy stuff. All right, let me go further down into the comments and let's see where we're at. Yeah, glad that people were wishing them well. Merm Davis, I'll get better, Max. Keep your head up from the late, great Tupac. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, things are going to get better. Everybody has a different version of hope, I won't get too deep into what mine is, but at the end of the day, some people care, some people don't, and that's just the way it is. I think with the ladies, though, right? More people care about what you guys have to say, as far as the whole, like, hey, I'm having a hard day, or I am having a hard time. You can relate to, you have a good friend that wants to talk it out with you and so on. But for guys, let's be honest, guys, nobody gives a crap. You know what I mean? They don't. All right. Boomer FS Center says, dog pissing in the dining room. Wait, what? What the heck? All right. We're going to go further down. And who's buying Jaspa? Jaspa, not Caspa. Now we got a Jaspa. on the 27th. Huh. Interesting. All right, this is 6:47. Let's see how late I am. That's only 3 minutes away. Thank you very much. All right, we're gonna read a couple more comments. Who was it? Stump Rider. Thank you for being here, man. He says, "Hi, CTM fam. Glad to have you back." And what was that? Butt slammed could give you mud butt. Oh my god, Rain and his mud butt, right? Anyway, all right. Burke says, "Well, Caspa just made an Adam and Eve double bottom at the golden retracement and just had a golden cross on the 1 hour. That's why she's moving again." Cool stuff. I see you guys talking about Floki. I did see at one point that was up 100%. Then went down to like 80%, up to 60. You know, it's kind of like mellowing out, but excuse me. Cool stuff. And we'll go ahead and jump back into a little bit more from our outline. Welcome, Blackwood. Glad to have you here. Let's kick it into the next part of this outline that we have. As far as, the community-driven news, just real quick. So let me jump back into that. And I believe it is a little bit more from, who is it? Maybe not Boomer, somebody else. All right, let's see what we got. So, yeah, this one actually is going to be from Henry Brown. So, Henry Brown, if you're watching, shout out to you, man. We're going to share some of the community news that you dropped. This is back on the topic of Ripple's XRP. So Ripple to bank 3.7 billion people with new partnership all around the globe to make the world better. That sounds cool in itself, right? Let's find out more about this. If anything, I'm going to go ahead and retweet this. And let's jump into this particular one. So give me just a second. Yeah, here we go. All right, so this comes from Crypto News Flash. Here it is. Let's see how I'm looking on the screen. I think we're doing pretty good. All right. Yeah, let's get into this just for a brief bit. So, this was actually printed today. Ripple to bank with 3.7 billion people with a new partnership all around the globe to make the world better. Make the world better. How are you going to make the world better? Right? We all want to make the world better. Well, as we get further into it, it says Ripple, if you didn't know this, has donated more than 150 million since 2018, and even partnered with dozens of NGOs and over 40 global universities to ensure financial inclusivity. I can't even pronounce it today. XRP price has gained about 37% year to date to trade around 46 cents on Monday. Of course, we saw it. I believe the highest where we're at, guys. Briefly touched 54, maybe 55, right? Kind of came down, to be expected, right? Ripple Labs, of course, as we know, is a blockchain payment company with deep liquidity aiming at improving users' financial services through digital assets. The American blockchain payment company has been in existence for almost a decade. Or if you're, Crypto Hulk, you're going to point it out that it's been out since 1991. Take it as you will. As a result, Ripple takes pride in dozens of strategic partnerships. They definitely do. Let's jump further down into this. All right. So, nevertheless, the company continues to face hostility in the United States. Yeah, true. Due to a lack of crypto regulatory clarity. I'm telling you flat out, guys. Is this what's going to dominate this week? I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying. Kind of funny how things are worded when you draw the connections on things. Just saying, last week was a regulatory framework. So far, on the mainstream side, it's regulatory clarity. All right. It says the company is fighting to have XRP not classified as security. Furthermore, XRP is traded as a commodity in other global jurisdictions that have enacted clear crypto regulations. All right. How about this part? Ripple builds for inclusive. I can't pronounce that word today. Why is that? And sustainability. Although in an American tech company, Ripple has made tremendous entry into the global markets. We know some of the stuff. Ripple itself donated more than 150 million since 2018. Again, a reiteration, right? So it says the tech company intends to provide sustainable banking solutions that protect the world from pollution. as co-founders and active members of the Crypto Climate Accord. I knew they're going to mention World Economic Forum. You kind of saw that coming. And Sustainability Initiative, Ripple is committed to a low carbon future for the crypto industry and the global economy. Technically speaking, you can throw in like Hedera into that mix, right? All right, so it gives you a little bit more background about all this, right? Talks about this specific person who is from the University Blockchain Research Initiative. It says Ripple's at the forefront of the research, yada, yada, right? This particular professor, his name is Gustavo, no, not Gustavo Fring, Gustavo Sales. He's a professor at the Mexican University. He noted, quote, he wants to ensure students have the adequate mix of skills for for a world where data and transactions meet. Man, my nose is just itchy today. Sorry. To take place on distributed ledgers, and Ripple's UBRI will help to prepare their students for the financial services digital future. And we don't need to get into the whole thing about price action and Fibonacci. You get to take a look into that on your own. But if anything, I think that was about it. So main key takeaway, guys, let's just be honest, right? They're trying to highlight some of the good things that Ripple's done. They've done quite a bit, obviously, since 2018. You have a professors kind of like vouching for them and so on. But again, another perfect example on our outline for this is community-driven news, right? And well, this is the community sharing mainstream news. But the key takeaway is regulatory clarity. And that's the second one. We're going to jump into another one. We'll take a look in a bit. Let's jump back in the comments just for a brief bit, see how we're doing. And I saw a few more that came in. I'm just trying to keep a good balance, hopefully today, because once I get into that Jasmine segment, it's going to all go to hell in a handbasket. All right, smash the like if you haven't done so already. Maybe we could take up to 50 or more, and we'll get into some of this stuff. All right, let's see here. Burke states, heck yeah. Then 2 centralized exchanges at the end of this week listing. All right. I think you guys are referring to, I don't know, maybe you're referring to PayPay or something like that. I saw it was on Polynex and a few other ones. All right, let's go back down the comments. Blackwood states, the Financial Services Committee drafted a stablecoin bill, also stating that stablecoins are not securities. I mean, you're seeing like everything literally line up. Like, let's get all our ducks in a row. That's more than a coincidence at this point. Michael Montclair says, convince the masses to start eating bugs while the rich in the future become segregated from the have-nots. Roach ice cream. And yeah, it's just the haves and the have-nots. I'm good on eating bugs. I'm not trying to, be John Rambo back in, was it 1982 or something like that, and I'm trying to find my buddy who is up in, Washington State or something, and find out that, he's not alive. And I just want to get something to eat, and I'm not going to be able to get anything to eat. I'm going to get forced out into the woods and eat some bugs to live. No, that might be a survival method, but, you'll eat bugs and you'll be happy. No, I'm good, Mr. Klaus Schwab. All right. Boomer Officer says, my Utah, get me too. Yeah, dude, getting blown up on the sub. Yep. Utah, get me too. All right. Matty B says he made a few bucks today on Floki, but it will dump. That's a good point. All right. Let's see what else you guys got for us tonight. Stargazer, welcome. Glad to have you here, man. Boom. And let's read this from Big Watch Dude. Anybody watching Playoff Jimmy about to take down the Bucks? I would love to watch that right now, but that is clearly out in the other room, and we used to have like at least 2 or 3 TVs in this house, and now they're down to 1, and it's in the other room. And it's that, as Cool Cat Crypto has pointed out, the 52-inch, and it's not conveniently right here next to me. Freaking look at it, and I don't care. I'd rather focus on the material at hand. All right, so let's jump back to what we have a little bit more on our community outline, and then we'll jump back into what we have as far as Jasmine and that good stuff. All right. All right, Burke, I did see your message. I'll go ahead and send you that info probably after the show. But yeah, shout out to Henry Brown. I don't know if he's watching tonight, but that was cool stuff for him to, um, give us some of that info. Let's see if we got anything else in regards to this. Actually, this is for me. I actually tagged Mr. Michael Cornwell. So we're talking about, some of the hot topics, obviously, about the dollar. The de-dollarization of the dollar. I mean, I don't think it's going to go to zero. I mean, it's not Terra Luna, but like some people stated, it could drop down to 80 cents. I think even Trump mentioned that, something about 80 cents. Don't quote me on that, but anyway. So I take Mike Cornwall on this one, right? I do take some of you guys on some particular things, right? Maybe I don't take everybody. All right. So earlier today, 10 hours ago, right? Watcher Guru had another report. Just in, 19 new countries submit membership requests to join BRICS. Remember when it was a big deal when you saw Mexico basically apply to join BRICS? Now we have 19. My goodness, right? So I take Mike on that one. He's like, yeah, crazy stuff, right? I'll go ahead and retweet this just in case you guys want to take a look into it more. So yeah, the crazy stuff. So at least they have an article to go with this. We'll take a look into this just for a brief bit. Let's talk about this whole thing with BRICS for a moment, right? So we all been paying attention to this, and rightfully so, right? Nations submit membership to request ahead of the annual summit. Oh, nothing like having all these guys in unison, right? Yeah. All right. So it says the growing prominence of the BRICS countries is only set to continue expanding as 19 nations have submitted membership requests ahead of their annual summit. And before we get more into this, I just want to state this. So with what we currently have now, I mean, we're roughly, I don't know, with the BRICS nations, something like slightly under the power rankings of what the United States has for GDP power ranking, right? I understand that some people also point out, like, well, what about G7? Max, you have to include some of those countries. And then, you definitely have to include them because that would throw this whole thing out of balance. I get where you guys are coming from, not specifically, these guys are in the chat, but I'm just saying, like, I've seen it in recorded comments. My thing is, you got to keep in mind that you have to dismiss that for one specific reason, and that is basically because at the end of the day, the reason why I put so much focus on this stuff is because, like oil being paid in, US dollars. That's the main point. So while I understand about the whole thing about the G7, again, that's another topic for another day, but let's look at the problem at hand. The problem at hand would be all you have to have is just, like literally 2 or 3 more countries, depending on what they produce in GDP. And then all of a sudden BRICS they end up being number 1 in GDP if you pull them all together. Now, some people say, well, is that a fair way of looking at it? Absolutely is a fair way of looking at it. If you're having one of those key players, such as China, with the yuan, and you're having other countries paying in with the yuan, the digital yuan, to pay for oil and other things that we used to dominate. We, as in the United States, dominated in. I know some of you guys are from other countries and so on. That's a real problem. So let's jump back into this. So anyway, we have this whole thing here, and it says the growing prominence of the BRICS countries is only set to continue expanding as the 19 nations has submitted membership requests ahead, basically speaking. Let me pull this up. I'm gonna full screen this one. Let's do some emphasis on this. All right. So ahead of their annual summit. Moreover, the event is set to take place in South Africa this summer as a host of nations. You got to keep in mind, South Africa represents the S in BRICS, just for case some people are new to this. As a host of nations are seeking the entry. Earlier this year, the BRICS collective made it known that they are open or were open to new members. Additionally, as the bloc of countries has surpassed the G7 nations, remember we're talking about that just briefly, in GDP, right? It seems expansion could continue to implement a shift in the global power balance. That's where it's at, right? That whole balance and what it consists of that. Specifically, amidst their continued efforts to replace the US dollar in international trade. You go further down into this. BRICS itself sees a plethora of requests to join, right? So if you have 19, right, that's obviously a heck of a lot more than just having, Mexico from what was it, about a month or so ago. But the countries seeking to join the growing collective already comprised, of course, of the nations that we know of BRICS. We have some other ones, right? So it says Bloomberg reported the emerging application list following previous statements on their willingness to expand. Additionally, Anil Sukhal or Suk Lal, excuse me, the South African ambassador to the group, discussed the summit, specifically what topics are set to be on the agenda for the discussion at the June event. Here's a quote. What will be discussed is the expansion of BRICS and the modalities. I can't pronounce anything today for some reason, and how this will happen, he said, according to Bloomberg. Additionally, stating that 13 countries have formally asked, so I guess 13 of what, 19? Join, and another 6. Okay, that makes sense. Have asked informally, conclusively. Suklal, however you pronounce that, said new applicants are submitted every day. Now, in regards to last year, China initiated a discussion regarding the potential expansion. Conversely, there was concern about, or I should say among the BRICS nations, about their quote-unquote influence being diluted. The report states specifically there is a concern over Beijing's close allies being included, mostly due to China's gross domestic product already being twice the size of the 4 other BRICS countries combined. And that is a good statement. That is true. We know that when it comes to GDP, China ranks number 2. Number 3 is Japan. United States, of course, number 1. Alternatively, the 5 member states will have foreign ministers in attendance at the summit. Moreover, it appears that there is a discussion of expansion, and that's going to be the primary point. Ultimately, it seems as though, or feels as though, that the demand for entry could make BRICS growth inevitable. Interestingly, what that means is regarding its war against the US dollar will be interesting. So my key takeaway from this is this. I'm going to jump back into the frame. Does this buy the United States more time as the world plays political or, geopolitical chess? Because that's basically what's going on here. Very well could be. How much time that's going to be, I don't know. But if we're waiting for the United States to come up with a plan to, I guess you could say, be the, come from behind masters of comeback victories, if you will, well, you sure as a heck fooling a lot of people, right? Because, if we do have a genuine collapse of the dollar, whether it's 80 cents or more, if people are complaining, like I'm complaining. I took a picture and sent to Mike on my phone a couple nights ago. Was driving down the road. It was actually like late at night. I was trying to get some like late night chicken or something like that from Cane's. And I took a picture of Arco. Not that I ever really stop in Arco because I feel like it's watered down gas. I'm just throwing that out there. But even at Arco, it's like almost $5 a gallon, right? So some places, like my buddy up in Portland, Oregon, he sent me a picture, and it was this particular gas station. It was like $6 a gallon. I couldn't believe it. And my thing is, it's just going to get worse, right? Until we get some real answers on where we're going from here. So until we get any answers, as you guys know, there's going to be some pain. And, how much pain is, how long is that going to consist of? Obviously, I don't know. But it's interesting to pay attention to some of these things, especially when it comes to these BRICS countries, right? All right, let's get further down into the comments, and we'll kick it into, I believe, our Jasmine coverage, because we're about 1 hour into the show, and we might as well. But I'm glad to share some of the community news and tags and so on crypto Twitter. If you're looking to do that yourself, you're more than welcome to. I welcome it. You can basically do that on Twitter. You can just follow me, as you can see right here, at DPG Maximus. You're more than welcome to follow Larry at Crypto Talk Now 21, but you got to keep in mind with what he has going on, he might not exactly get to it anytime quickly. All right. Let's read a few more comments and we'll get back into what we have. All right. So, wow. All right. Vaseline. Yes. Okay. Let's go further down in the comments. Blackwood says Financial Service Committee drafted. I think I read that one. My bad. Let me go further down. I think I read that one as well. Sorry about that. I just didn't have the highlight. All right. Stargazer says, hi, all. Better late than never. How y'all doing? Smash the like as you walked in. Thank you for that, Mr. Stargazer. Do appreciate that. As we go further down, I already read that. That's right, to talk about that briefly. But yeah, man, good to see you too. Thank you very much. All right. And for all the people just connected, please smash the like. Hopefully we get this into the 50s. That'd be pretty cool stuff. All right, let's see. Hey, how did I turn green with a blue star? What has happened to me? So basically speaking, I think you've been a member for at least a month, and so it changes, right? Just to signify, I guess you could say going from like rookie status of membership to like being here for a month. That's all it basically is. Some other guys got like, I don't know, golden, like who is it? Todd Common Sense. I think he's got like a golden one or a platinum one because he's been, with us for like a year. Anyway, let's go further down into some of these comments. Here's one. Stinks traveling the world with the Yuan or the Yuan. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been told that when it comes to the Chinese, people think it's called the Yuan. It's actually pronounced Won, but teach his own. You want to call it Yuan, I could care less. I mean, call it whatever the heck you want, right? At the end of the day, are they going to be pronouncing the dollar the right way? Probably, right? How hard is it to say dollar? I mean, are they going to be like dollar? All right, that a slang? I don't know. They're probably like literally behind, closed doors, and they're all laughing really loud about, the collapse. Who knows? All right, here's an update. Wow, my son's Maple Leafs tied up the hockey game. Well, congrats to your son's Maple Leafs, man. Boom. All right. And we're gonna highlight this. Cool stuff. All right, let's get back into what we have. I think I got some kind of message. Hold on a second. Oh boy. I might have to answer that later. All right, so let's see where we're at. And let me kick it into what we have on the outline. So let's jump into some Jasmine. And I got quite a bit in regards to Jasmine. So let's start things off with some of this. Give me just a second. All right. So some of these things, maybe you guys saw some of this, but here's the company profile. All right. I want to point this out, right? So, Hara, right? His actual name is actually, Hiroshi Harada, right? He's gotten some criticism in the past, especially like last year, right? And that is, you don't hear him talk. You don't really see him enough. We have seen him talk. We have seen him present himself. So I just want to state, like, you're seeing him more and more active in the community and so on. We'll get into some of that particular, news clipping, if you will, from who is this guy? I think you guys seen this guy before. Ben Crypto, right? Some of you guys follow him. I think he's a pretty good content creator. So for Hiroshi Harada, who is the CFO of Jasmine, it states at KPMG, right? AZSA and Co. engaged in a statutory audits focused on listed companies in a wide range of industries, including broadcasting, construction, IT, and manufacturing. These are, of course, some of Hara's, I guess you should say, like, part of his resume. It says he utilized that knowledge and has been involved in many different audits. You got to keep in mind, I interpreted this from Japanese to English. And he also supports operations for companies preparing for listing, has experience in listing his client at the Tokyo Stock Exchange, the JASDAQ, not the JASME. Kind of funny how that's mentioned. He's a certified public accountant, and you can look up some of the stuff. Member of the Japanese Institute of Certified Public Accountants, right? I want to show you guys some of this, right? So it has this whole outline about Jasmine's technology and product service planning that supports the democratization of just that, data. But when I went to this thing a while back from this guy who is Ben Crypto, I thought, I was like, I'm going to share just a tad bit of what Mr. Ben Crypto had to share in regards to perspective on the whole topic of Mr. Hara and, his transparency and getting more out there. So he highlights a key part here. Let's go ahead and listen to this. I think I'm going to play only about a minute of this, and then we'll come back for more on this outline. Listen to this. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello, Hara. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Hala.
Yes. And
There we go. That was once again the highly anticipated voice reveal from Hara, CFO / lead communicator of Jasmine. That was about 2 weeks ago, right there. And that kind of got the ball rolling. He has been much more talkative lately. I'm happy to report, as you all know the story by now, but a couple weeks ago, Binance US delisted Jasmine, kind of surprisingly. It didn't really have too much of a negative effect on price, which is good, but it did have the positive effect, sort of nudging Hara to get out of his chair and do more AMAs, be more talkative, promote the project more. And this has been great. Absolutely great. He did another collaboration with CARE. This is the partnership with the medical company CARE, medical data device. So now he's done 2 AMAs with them. He also did this live voice AMA yesterday. He's got to do this because even with a regular AMA, there's still people like, that's not the real Hara. That's an impersonator, blah, blah, blah. I mean, God, he just doesn't speak good English. He's got an accent. Just because somebody doesn't speak English and they're not that comfortable doing a live camera interview doesn't mean it's not him. It's definitely him. It's definitely him. But anyways, I'm very very happy with Hara's increased activity lately. Even on Twitter, he used to only post about once or twice a week maximum. Now he's posting every day, multiple times a day, getting good traction on his tweets. Some tweets in Japanese, some tweets in English. So I just really like what I'm seeing. And the price action has positively been reflected in this the last week or so. Here's the 7-day chart for Jasmine. Price, they are up 14% on the weeks. That's vastly outperforming the rest of the market. Bitcoin is only up 3%. So Jasmine is definitely pumping pretty hard. And yesterday in particular, Tuesday, Jasmine was up a good 10% for most of the day. So most.
All right. So I just wanted to highlight that key part that he was talking about in regards to Hara, right? It's worth pointing out that, at least he's getting himself kind of like more out there, right? That's good stuff. We're going to jump into a little bit more what we have in regards to this. So what I want to show you guys is some of these particular guys that are listed here. All right. You may not have seen some of this profile, right? But here it is. And let's jump down into this. All right. So here's this guy. His name is, Naoshi Morita. He is the head of security, senior strategist, right? You got to keep in mind this guy's got a background in the promotion of Japanese science and technology agency. He participated in standardization as an IEC, like I said, TC65 WG4 expert in the activities of Japanese Standards Association. They have their own ISO standards. I know we're always talking about ISO 222, but this guy worked in the application of ISO/IEC 62853 as the chairman of the standardization committee of the DOGE Association. Just on the surface, I mean, you could keep in mind, like, they use Japanese characters. It's a whole different thing. Let's go down to this guy, Takashi Hagawara. He's director and head of software development. Some people stated like, Jasmine doesn't have any real ties to Sony. And these new guys, this is just a bunch of malarkey and so on. Are you kidding me? Look at this. This guy is engaged in software product design for consumer products at Sony Corporation. He was also in charge of the PC/VAIO development and design for many years. Back in the year 2000, he became CEO of Sony Digital Network Applications. After working as a deputy general manager of VAIO and Mobile Business Headquarters, he assumed the position of president and representative director of Vision Arts Co. Limited in 2015. He also develops various system construction projects based on cloud technology to each company in the group since 2020. He is Jasmine software development manager. So he's got a really crucial role, right? This guy right here, I'm not going to focus so much on him. No disrespect to him or anything like that. I do want to jump down to this guy, right? His name is Hyde Hiko. Excuse me, I'm not pronouncing it right. Kahinumama. Can't even pronounce that either. Kak Inuma, excuse me. He's an executive officer. He's in charge of product service planning. And then on top of that, there's a little bit more in regards to him. Let me jump into the frame. My bad. And in regards to this particular guy, look, again, a little bit more of Sony, right? So engaged in the launch of the ISP business. After moving to Sony Corporation, he was involved in establishment and building launch of Sony Bank Corporation, and was in charge of marketing and service development at SonyStyle.com Japan Corporation. It's just everything you see here. Sony, tons of things about Sony. But it says after that, he established being a product development manager of Aon Alliance Life Insurance Company. He launched its business and became a director. And from there, he participated in Jasmine from February 2022. All right, so what I want to jump into is some things that I was able to find that I thought was, very, very interesting to say the least. Okay, so this is actually a while back, but it's definitely worth sharing. All right, so I want to show you guys this. So we have talked about when it comes to Jasmine, the Sagan Tosu fan token and what that consists of. You got to keep in mind when it comes to Jasmine, their main utility layer is data democratization, right? And then on top of that, when we talk about IoT, Internet of Things, you got to keep in mind that's big because Internet of Things it doesn't just consist of like software. How about the hardware stuff, right? So when it comes to that, you got to keep in mind like Internet of Things, kind of like Chili's, being able to mint NFTs that are, for some certain, sports franchises or soccer franchises. The rest of the world obviously calls it football. Here in the United States, we call it soccer. But Sagan Tosu fan token is a lot similar to basically how Chili's is. That's another utility layer. So a while back, we had, for instance, just little like banners and little cards, if you will, brochures that we showed in videos about the Sagan Tosu fan token and so on. And when I took a deeper dive, I was just like, you know what? There's so much things focused on the present. And sometimes you just got to really dig deep on like past research to get something juicy in regards to actual pictures and so on. I got just that. So I want to show you guys this. I thought this was really cool. So as it says, Jasmine's billboards and giant LED ads displayed at Sagan Tosu Stadium. And of course, when I went further down into this, look at it for yourself, guys. I'm going to go ahead and full screen this. At first you might think, well, where does it say it? Look at, technically the scoreboard area. It says Jasmine specifically. Some people, are saying, well, I saw some of the photos. They're like, oh, that's all Photoshopped. That's just a bunch of nonsense. That's Photoshopped, right? Well, it's not Photoshopped. Let me show you some real good stuff. So go further down to this. Here it is at the actual soccer game, right? Yeah, all over the freaking place, right? Look at that Jasmine. All plastered all over the place. That's cool stuff, It's one thing to see that drone show that we saw a while back, right? Lighting up the sky, which don't get me wrong, like I would have paid attention if I was, where was that? In Osaka, I believe. And maybe it was somewhere other place, but I think it was Osaka. Don't quote me on that. But anyway, who doesn't see, some of these advertisements front row center, right? All right, so as you go further down, a little bit more from a different angle, right? And maybe in reality, Sagan Tosu, maybe maybe they're not the top ranked team right now. You never know. But the point is exposure, right? People are going to see this, especially citizens in Japan, right? That's one of the key takeaways. All right, so that was cool stuff. And again, this is part of like the whole, jumping into this particular outline. I'm going to show you one more before we kick it back into the comments. And there's this profile. So there's this company. It's called basically Transcosmos. And you may be wondering, why are you pointing out some of the stuff? You're going to see. It has significance. It's part of the, taking deep dives into some of the stuff, because the way I look at it is you want to have a broader perspective of this particular project to give you an idea of where they're going to go in the future. So this company, Transcosmos, they've been around since 1966. Transcosmos has been committed to, like it says, enhancing the competitiveness of client companies by integrating excellent talents. Excellent talents? What is that all about? Well, as we get further into this, let me come back in the frame for this one. It has this outline, and it states that with the latest technical capabilities and providing higher value services, they basically want to keep things competitive throughout Japan, Asia, and so on. That's one of their goals. So at present, the company pursues and provides excellent operations in 173 bases, 31 countries, mainly in Asia, to support the business processes of client companies, including cost optimization, sales expansion, so on and so forth. In addition, with the global expansion of the EC market, the company provided one-stop service of global EC, including providing customers with high-quality products and services in 48 countries/regions around the world. Transcosmos aims to become a global digital transformation partner to respond to changes in business environment and support the transformation of customer companies using the digital technology. All right. So we obviously know about WITS and Jasmy. I want to share that particular part. The reason I want to show you that particular part, I'm going to jump over to this here in a second. And that is this right here. And I just got to get to that particular part. But it's this thing called it's called X-Tech Special. I'm going to jump to that page here in a second. And one of the cool things about this is they have this whole outline about why they stand out in regards to Jasmy. It's interpreted from English or Japanese to English. I don't know. I thought it was cool stuff. I'm just going to take a moment to pull that back up because unfortunately it did refresh, and it kind of messes up the whole thing of what do you would call it, the interpretation, if you will. So as I'm pulling this up, you're going to see some key things in regards to some of these big players in regards to this. Give me just a sec. And sometimes I hate when I have things ready and it's just boom, screen refreshes. But it's part of unfortunately, like what happens sometimes when you deal with this. So I'm just going to jump actually into this in just a brief moment. Here it is. All right. So when I went over here, there's this site. All right. You got to keep in mind, like I mentioned, it's all in Japanese, but I try to interpret it for the most part into English. And as we get into this, this is X-Tech Special. It's powered by Jasmy, like it says. Look at this. They highlight some specific things about Jasmy Secure PC. All right. Let me just jump back for a brief moment. So have you ever seen anything in regards to the Jasmy Secure PC? Now, when I was going more into Jasmy itself, right? I don't know, some point last night, I was like, I want to see more about the Secure PC. I went on YouTube. I didn't see many people reviewing the whole thing about the Secure PC. So I said, all right, this will be an opportunity to share with you guys in regards to the Secure PC. Here it is, right? This is from jasmy.co.jp about the Secure PC, right? And so, like it says, shift to diverse work styles, right? Protecting you with blockchain. Has this model, right? It says VAIO PCs can be purchased with a one-time payment. What is Jasmy Secure PC? Unfortunately, this right here, I can't make this on the right go away. You got to keep in mind, probably due to maybe the problems with the interpretation. I don't know, but yeah, it says you can purchase this with a one-time payment. You can purchase monthly. All right, so it says what is specifically this whole thing of the Secure PC. And if anything, I'm trying to fix the screen so it doesn't get all smushed. But it says Jasmine Secure PC realizes safe and comfortable work environment. Again, some of this gets chopped out. Work with its own blockchain technology, so on and so forth. There's 3 features of the secure PC. So again, let's just jump into that for a second. So they have this thing called a drive recorder. You can record PC operations such as the apps and websites you have operated and the file browsing history. When they talk about the Internet of Things, I mean, literally, guys, like here's some real stuff here, right? So it says record PC operations such as the apps and websites you have operated and the file browsing history. It is possible to check the progress and work of the performance of employees. There's some details, all right? And we'll jump into this right here. And here it goes into English. So in regards to that, it says record PC operations such as apps, websites, but it gives you a performance information summary of all this, right? User operation status, PC usage information. I mean, all sorts of stuff, right? Windows updates. But, once you see the box art, you'll see that this is just strictly available for, Japan, right? But my main reason why I'm showing this to you guys, and some of you guys may be interested in this, some maybe you're like not interested in this. The key thing is this: you're seeing the actual product. They have a product, right? So, it has all sorts of like info, obviously here. Operating system, Windows 11 Enterprise, like this right here, the system information, the way I look at it, it's kind of like, how we would access Windows and how we would go to, for instance, device information, or, back in the day, if you had like a driver that wasn't updated, you go to like device manager and things like that. It's very similar, right? But you see it's in Japanese. They have business management functions, all sorts of stuff, right? Browsing history. And the key thing is, right, Jasmine Secure PC feature list. They got all this stuff listed here. And I'm not going to get into every single, part of this. But, I was thinking to myself, have we ever seen the actual Jasmine Secure PC and some of the features? No. A lot of us haven't. It gives you, information in regards to the operating system, just, the default display. I mean, everything that you expect for the most part, like if you were, thinking about buying something like this, right? At least I would. Right. So I wanted to show you guys that for a brief bit. This next spot, in regards to this Ghost Drive. Let me just get off of that for a second. So it's a safely managed data and drive that can be mounted under certain conditions, such as connecting to a pre-registered network or administrator authentication. Again, I just don't want to get into all this because, again, it's the technical stuff. But this other part, remote handling. But the point is all here. Right? Like it says how Jasmine Secure PC works. Let's just talk about this for a brief moment. Log data such as PC operation records collected by Jasmine servers, hash written by a consortium type blockchain and stored securely. I mean, I just want people to see this stuff because, it's one thing to, to see something about like, and I hate to mention Saitama, right? But it's like, in reality, that's like, might as well even mention like, this is not something of a buy the rumor, sell the concept, or sell the news, or sell the hopium of the what if. They actually do have a product, right? So there's so much more than just data democratization. They're the Internet of Things. They got the hardware. They got it all. I've been very, very impressed with this. All right, so we're gonna play this, and what I'm gonna do is on this particular one is, I'm gonna have another screen up, and I lucked out on this. So there's a guy, I forgot who his name is, but his video was in English interpretation to of this video you're about to see, but like the quality of the video was horrible. But he did a good job on the interpretation. So before we jump into this, just to kind of not be too far behind the comments, I'm gonna jump back in the comments. I'm gonna show you guys this. This is an actual demo of the Jasmine Secure PC. And so if you've never seen any of this stuff before, thank you for joining us here tonight, especially if Jasmine is your thing. We're going to get into all of it, and I'm going to give you an actual Japanese to English interpretation of the actual product, Jasmine Secure PC. All right, so I'm going to jump back into the comments. Thank you again for being here, and let's see where we're at. All right, so there's quite a bit of comments since last was here. And let's see. Wow, a lot apparently. Good problems to a sense. All right. At least I think so. Let me see where we're at. In fact, I'll just refresh the other screen. Oh, I'm not too far down, too far off. All right. See, Miguel's here. Thank you for being here, Mr. Miguel. All right. Let me see. So talked about the whole thing about your son with the Maple Leafs. That's cool stuff. I want to welcome River. Thank you for being here. And did talk about that. Your only issue, I think I did. You said that your only issue with Jasmine video of that guy you showed was that he was using Sony VAIO, technically. I know what you meant. Laptop, which hasn't been made since 2014. I think the main reason why they show that is to show the emphasis that that's the work that he did. Again, guys, you got to keep in mind when it comes to this. So for us as in like Americans and so on, it's like, you know, that'd be like me showcasing, hey guys, check out my I don't know, I'll throw something crazy out there, right? Like, you know, something made back 20 years ago. And, hey guys, check out my GeForce 2 Titanium. Like, really? You know? Yeah, man, I got 8x AGP. Like, remember when, I don't know, some of you guys that put PCs together, right? Remember when AGP was a big thing and then we went to PCI Express? But my thing is, for Japan, it's like, you know, the whole thing with the honor system and being proud of your work. So maybe that's what the emphasis is, you know. But I get where you're coming from, and I get where most people are coming from. That's outdated. Why even show that? Teach his own. All right. You suck at Japanese. I only know like a few things, basically. Yeah, I expected you to say something like that. That's okay. Now here's the thing. We did cover the whole thing in regards to the delisting. I don't know if you're around for that, but we did definitely cover that. And the Jasmine team did, address that in regards to Jasmine US. But Jasmine US, I mean, doesn't even do that much in volume, and it didn't really tank the price of Jasmine that much at all. A lot of people were like, "Oh my God, you know, Binance US delisting. This is monumental." Would have been monumental. It would have been if it would have been regular Binance, not Binance.us on the delisting. Why? Because Binance in itself holds roughly about 23% of all Jasmine. That would have been huge. All right. Let's go further down into the comments. Thank you, Mr. Larry. Let's see where we're at. Blackwood, is Sony trying to jump back into the PC market with a blockchain Jasmine PC? I think there's really something there in regards to that, right? These guys got too much ties to Sony. You got to keep in mind when it comes to Akashi, that's a subsidiary of Jasmine. No, sir, I don't think they were. I would have to disagree with you on that one. I think they're doing something pretty big with that. There's enough evidence to show that. All right, so let's go further down. Hello. And unless you're talking about something else, Triple C, I don't know. Boomer F and Sooner says, Max, the part in Japanese you couldn't translate says operate remote work safely and conform. Yeah. No, I'm going to do this video here in a second, and you're going to get the whole gist of it. Just I'm not going to play the one that was in English because like the actual video, because it's all blurry. But yeah. All right. You admit you used Google Translate and pointed the phone at the TV. Never used that before. Pretty cool. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. All right. All right. Let him welcome Mr. Edward Vinson. Says, sorry I'm late. That's okay. I mean, what the heck? You're gonna hand me one of those stupid passes? You know, one of those kids in class, they'll come up to me and they hand me that piece of paper, and I tell them like, what am I gonna do with this? And they're like, well, I don't know. I just throw it right in the recycling. It's just like, you know, like these kids, they think like, you know, I tell them like, what am I gonna do? Like bring this home and put it on my bulletin board at home, or I'm gonna pin it to my fridge and so on. And they just kind of look at me like dumbfounded with like a deer in the headlight, but it's just me busting their chops anyway. All right. Let's I don't even know what the heck that says, but that's cool. Maybe you're French Canadian. All right. let's jump into this real quick. So if you're just tuning in, we're getting to this part about Jasmine. We're gonna play this particular video. Give me just a second to see where I'm at on this because there's a lot of information. So yeah, let me see real quick. All right, so we got into some of that. All right, yeah, Jasmine Secure PC. Let's try to pull this up. And what I'll do is I have on the other page on the English translation. So you're going to hear me talk over what is being displayed. I'm just trying to give you the English translation. All right, so hopefully I can play both of these at the same time. Let's go ahead and jump into this. And here we go. So here we go. Hopefully this is going to work. Hold on. I might have to do it like a little bit not full screened. But yeah, let's give this a try. All right, here we go. Safe, easy, affordable, and easy to work with the Jasmine Secure PC block is only available for the Jasmine telework. It's rapidly becoming widespread. However, there are issues with the current telework. Jasmine Secure PC involves the problems faced by many companies. Visualization of business status that is indispensable for work with 3 features. Security measures. Visualization of business status is important. This is my employee really working? Or is he really working? Is my work evaluated correctly? Is it the dry recorder function that realizes the visualization of work status? Is the dry record function that realizes visualization of the work status? Asset user operating status of the PC during teleworking. Visualization of access status. Users themselves and authorized administrators can easily grasp those statuses. In this way, operation logs and operation histories remain firmly so that the right person can access the right data on a daily basis. In other words, if there is inappropriate use of information, you can identify the cause. Next is the security measure. This guy says, I am worried about information leakage and unauthorized use of data. Ghost drive function. Jasmine Secure PC provides an encrypted virtual data area, which is called a ghost drive. This ghost drive is used only under certain conditions, such as when the PC owner is allowed to by the specific network condition. It is possible to prevent unauthorized access of the PC and data removal by devices connected to the USB. Third is something that happens to the PC entrusted to the employees. So what should you do? Remote handling function. With Jasmine Secure PC, screen lock of the PC is used by employees, and that turns on and off the connection of USB storage. This allows the use of ghost drive, stopping the operation such as administrator from doing a hunting mode in which you can also check the operating environment and access history of the PC. To maintain comfort and safety of the day-and-day mode environment, you can also check the update status of Windows operating system by remote management of individual PCs so administrators can entrust their work with peace of mind. This guy understands the features, but it can be introduced to their company. With Jasmine Secure PC, it's available at an affordable price. You can install the PC used by the user, and you can also repair and have professionals for extra charge of that amount per month. And it's giving you a people breakdown of that. So just follow the installer's instructions. It is easy to install and easy to update. It does not require specialized human resources. It can be used by various companies regardless of the size of the company or even a class. Jasmine Secure PC is developed based on Jasmine's 6 o'clock of blockchain technology. It is new. They provide peace of mind and comfort to all companies seeking a comfortable way of working, wanting to shift solutions to various work styles to more companies and teams with a secure PC. Safe, easy, and affordable. Work is done. Jasmine Secure PC. Blockchain is installed only in Jasmine. All right. So, if anything, maybe that wasn't a 100% perfect, interpretation, but I was glad to share it. I don't know if maybe it didn't get shared the right way. Dang it. Anyway, I'm not going to play that again, but anyway, it gives you like the gist of, I guess you could say, how that works to a sense. I'm going to jump into this next part that we have a little bit more in regards to this. All right, so let's jump back to this page. And, the main reason why I'm showing this to you guys is because, it's one thing to talk about this secure PC thing, and it's another thing to actually see it, right? So here's a little breakdown of the license system. They have, for instance, some of the things you see here. And on top of that, talks about some of the small teams, the medium teams, a little bit from the video. Again, it said that it was plain, but when I jumped back, it didn't look like it was. So I apologize for that. So why choose Jasmine Secure PC? Like they mentioned, ease of use. No need to be charged of. Again, this is not perfect translation, so it gets smudged. But they have specific instructions, introduction article. Here's all sorts of guys talking about and so on, right? But if anything, before we jump into that, I'm going to play you guys this particular one. It's an official commercial that you probably have never seen before when it comes to Jasmine, that was played for various citizens in Japan on their television sets and so on. Let's jump into this. Give me just a second to pull that up. And I'm going to put myself off on this one so it comes across right. So I'll be right back.
ブロックチェーンであなたを守るジャスミンセキュア PC。
So it's cool to see it, like, a brief commercial. But the thing is this, right? So I don't know if it's because of the language barrier between Japan and here and so on. So for me, it's like you have to kind of really hunt some of this stuff down. And when I was doing, some of my deep dive research, I just kept stumbling across more and more things. And I was just like, I don't think anybody's actually shared that commercial. So I was glad to be able to share that with you guys. That was cool stuff. On top of that, we're going to get into a little bit more what we have. And I want to show you this representative interview. Okay. Now, this is from that site I was telling you about earlier. Right. And if anything, Jasmine definitely is going to dominate today's show. Typically speaking, it's Utility Talk Now. So in a way, it's kind of like Utility Talk Now, but with just me instead of just, Sean as well. We're going to jump into this. So, this comes from, again, this site called X-Tech Special. It is a site, like they mentioned, powered by Jasmine. Now, this guy He is part of the Jasmy team, right? Here's a particular interview that, let's face it, like sometimes they only share this with the Japanese citizens and so on. So I really had to really go out and find this stuff for you guys. All right. So, it says Jasmy founded in 2016 by former Sony employees. And just let me double check to see the settings, make sure that's nice and big for you guys. So actually, I think I can make it a lot bigger by just coming out of the screen. Give me a second. So that's a lot better. Let's go ahead and take a look into this. Jasmy, founded in 2016 by former Sony employees, has started offering a new solution. And on top of that, it states, quote, Jasmy Secure PC that contributes to a safe and comfortable telework environment in 2022. This Jasmy Secure PC is more than just a convenience tool. It also serves as an entrance that leads to a vast concept. We asked Mr. Kazumasa Sato, the president and CEO of the company, about the background of his birth and future prospects. This is cool stuff because you know what? Let's face it, with crypto Twitter, for the most part, the guy who's kind of like the spokesperson or the top PR guy is Hara, right? So let's hear it from Mr. Sato, right? 6 years have passed since the company was founded in 2016. What were those 6 years like? Mr. Sato, even if things were right in the eyes of later generations, in the midst of that, they may be judged as too early or not matching the times. I want you guys to really pay attention to some of the stuff that's mentioned here, because with all the FUD when it comes to, Jasmy or any other project, when you hear people say that we are so early, just because Jasmy, on paper might have been around for a few years, you got to keep in mind there's a building stage. Think of how many projects build during a bear market, a crypto winter. So, like XDC, for instance, right? Jasmy also was building, right? So look at this. When the company was founded, it was the era when cloud-based services were born, one after another, mainly in Silicon Valley. He says, we founded Jasmy with the idea that Japanese companies will have another chance. Most of the founding members, including myself, came from Sony, and I predicted that in the computer world, there would be a repeated wave of concentration followed by decentralization. Gives us a little bit of history about like what happened in the past in the 80s. So he says, in the 1980s, computing was focused on mainframes. After that, downsizing progressed. And by the time Sony released the VAIO, which was deeply involved in developing the performance of that VAIO, and the former mainframe was almost the same. Got to keep in mind, guys, this was originally Japanese, so it's not going to be perfect on the English. What was possible on mainframes 20 years ago can now be done on PCs, and we have entered an era of decentralization in which various information processing can be done on the terminal side as well. However, with the advent of broadband, there has been a resurgence of concentration in the cloud. Jasmy was founded by the members who instinctively thought, quote, the era of decentralization, the era of Internet of Things will come again, and the terminals with power, what we now call edge computing, will be required. He goes on a little bit more. He says, it was the age of the cloud, but I wondered if there was a way to create a solution that could operate data in a distributed manner without separating devices from data. If the cloud is your data bank, it's even safer and more convenient to have a wallet where you can safely take some of it with you. Around this time, it was said that the century of data had arrived. In 2015, Jack Ma of Alibaba said, quote, data is the oil and water of the future. How many times have you guys have been saying that data is the new oil, right? All right, a little more. Many people were already using Google services at the time, but had felt as though that the data was driving the economy. I remember that there were a few people who saw the rise of GAFA as a problem because there was a strong trend that, quote, it's okay because you can use convenient services for free. After that, problems of data being used without my knowledge began to occur frequently. And there was a growing awareness among users that it was dangerous for their data to be used without permission. with the enforcement of the, and listen to this, guys, this gives you like a breakdown of what the heck is going on, right? So this is called with the enforcement of the General Data Protection Regulation, if you're aware of this, GDPR, in the European Union back in 2018, the movement to protect personal information is progressing worldwide. Now, you got to keep in mind, Jasmy focus in Japan is one thing, but maybe they are looking at it from a broader perspective. You have seen Hara mention specifically that when it comes to Jasmy, they're looking to get 100 million users worldwide. Worldwide is what he said. He didn't say anything specifically of just Japan only, hence why they went to Hong Kong and some other places. Let's go a little bit further into this. At the same time as these movements, blockchain and other decentralized technologies that make it technically difficult to falsify data have developed rapidly. We thought that these technologies could be used to protect data generated by devices and individuals without centralizing it. As we know, the spread of the coronavirus occurred in the midst of this, and many people were forced to work remotely. As a result, it became clear that in the conventional combination of cloud and thin clients, as in a remote environment, work cannot progress unless a high-quality network environment is used. If we simply replace the network environment and edge terminals, then the security problem of the data stored will arise. In January 2022, again, this is kind of a little bit of an older article, but again, I don't think many people seen this. They went ahead and started offering Jasmy Secure PC, which combines edge computing and blockchain as a solution to solve these issues. I'm going to go further down. Excuse me. So this person asks us, and this is a good question. What is the difference from the other services? Mr. Sato response, if you focus only on what you can do, there are services that are very similar to, quote, Jasmy Secure PC. The thin and light VAIO 505 series used to be the leader in the category called Silver Paso. But they were thin and light notebook PCs from other companies as well. However, in order to gain the support of many people, it's necessary to have elements other than listing the features of, adding that circle. He says one of the features of, quote, Jasmy Secure PC is its ease of use. If you carry your PC like a wallet and lose the contents, it would be a problem. However, if you can use a function called, quote, Ghost Drive, again, one of the functionalities of Jasmy Secure PC, it says the business drive will not be visible when you're carrying it around, and only when you want to check the data stored on that drive can you visualize it using the key. Administrators who hold the keys to visibility can be remote. It's also possible for a sales staff with a PC to make a phone call and ask for an administrator to unlock the door. This last part, regarding the popularization of the Jasmy Secure PC in February 2022, it says they will form a basic business, they already did, alliance with NextGo of Hong Kong. And the reason why I'm bringing this up to you guys, I'm going to come back in the frame for a second. Guys, come on. Have we not been paying attention to what's going on with Jasmy? So look what was mentioned here. And look what was literally happening, about a week ago? They did go to Hong Kong, right? They did pitch this whole thing. They had a whole, conference with, Amazon Web Services of Hong Kong. You saw pictures of Hara, right? And there was that other guy that, is part of the team. But they, were in front of quite a few different people. And if anything, making alliances, explaining to that region about what Jasmy is all about and so on. So it's one thing to see them state, yeah, we got this thing with NextGo, right? In Hong Kong, but there's another thing to actually have them go and get this out there, right? So they delivered on it. So it says NextGo operates PC businesses in more than 25 countries around the world, mainly in the Asia Pacific region. We agreed we plan to accelerate overseas expansion in the future. That future basically is now. That happened. Why does Max mention some of these things? Because if anything, you got to have an idea of what the heck happened, right? So many people, say, oh, you're showing old news. Is it really old news? I show that as part of an outline to give you a broader perspective of that this company is delivering on some of their promises. That is crucial. So we're going to get more into this particular outline tonight. If you're a big fan of Jasmine, smash that like. And if anything, glad to take some of these deep dives with you guys when it comes to Jasmine, some of the projects and so on. There's a lot more to get into. But anyway, let's get back in the comments for a brief bit, and really appreciate everybody that's here tonight. I think pretty good stuff so far. All right, let's see where we're at in the comments. And I think a big wave came in. Menelec says Jasmine is a project you never tire of hearing info on. Well, cool, man. I appreciate you, Mentelec, for staying in that. Hopefully you got to see that particular segment. Must speak in many languages. All right, let's go further down. Magic Power says Jasmine recently announced cooperation with Microsoft and Intel of development and devices and databases for their blockchain PC. That's a good point too. The other night I actually had some info in regards to that, and hold on a second, wasn't able to pull that up. But if anything, I'll try to pull that up again. And if I don't do it tonight, then maybe tomorrow we'll pull that information up. But that I did see something mentioned about Intel. Didn't see the whole thing about Microsoft, to be honest. So that's awesome, Magic Power. And Magic Power, if you want to drop that in the comments or anything like that, we'll go ahead and get into that as well. Brittany's here. Welcome, Brittany. Glad to have you here. Always appreciate you. Here's a virtual dab thumbs up from the green screen metaverse, or whatever you want to call it. All right. Let me see here. Let's go further down. So enterprise, server side / push. Blackwood, something I didn't know about is how blockchain would affect the future of PCs. I mean, that's something to be said. I mean, I'm looking at Jasmine as we speak. I don't know if you guys were here, but remember when I pulled up that whole thing with IBM and, kind of giving you like a brief little history lesson about, IBM and what they did with PCs at the time back in the 1980s. And it even says, a few quotes from, from Wikipedia. Don't get me wrong. I mean, as an educator, we're not supposed to, you should never cite Wikipedia, but you can use it as a source for knowledge. But it mentions specifically on the IBM Wikipedia that during that time of new innovation, right, and branching out with new ideas and executing on, new technologies, a lot of people were very speculative. And like a lot of the wording was very, very similar. It reminded me of like this era of where Jasmine is at, right? So you have the Internet of Things, you have, this Jasmine secure PC, you have the concept of personal data lockers and all of this stuff. And I'm just looking at it from the perspective, like, when it comes to Jasmine, it's like they kind of remind me to a sense of those early stages of IBM. They also remind me, technically speaking, of kind of like Dell's technologies, right? Like Dell, as we know, really took off in the early 2000s and so on. I was never a big fan of Dell. Like back in the days, like, dude, you're getting a Dell. It was like, we used to joke with some of our gamer friends, like, you got a Dell PC, man, like no wonder you got crappy frame rate and so on. But you got to keep in mind, even in the modern day, Dell has come a long way. You could put a custom built PC together. That's, a pretty decent system to game it up on. I still think that you're going to save a lot more money just, piecing it together yourself, but to each his own. But the key thing is, like, all these things, it's just like, for all the fudders out there that want to say that Jasmine doesn't have anything solid, oh man, that could be further more from the truth. If some of these guys took more of their own deeper dive into Jasmine, I think they come to their own conclusion that like this is an actual solid project with a solid team with very impressive backgrounds, right? Those Sony connections, even going out there to like some of the baseball games, soccer games, rubbing elbows with some other projects and educating those businesses on what they provide. So back to the whole Dell thing real quick, it's like, okay, could Jasmine basically be like, hear me out, like the Dell computers of Web3, right? Or for blockchain based PCs? Because everything I'm reading and getting more into on the deep dives kind of make me feel that way. And last I checked, Dell did do pretty darn well for themselves. So at the end of the day, I mean, think about how much garbage projects, and I'm not saying that like it's just you guys pointing the finger, right? I mean, I'm guilty of it too, right? It's part of the crypto journey, but like how many projects, maybe even currently speaking, I'm not going to mention the name. You guys are, let's face it, some of us are throwing money at some garbage, some of the DGen plays. It's like, should we really be doing that, or we should be focused on the bigger picture? I'm just saying. I mean, there might be some opportunity in some of that stuff, but my thing is for, again, people stating, what the heck's going on with this rug? Ugh, sorry. Adjust this little carpet thing. But yeah, for all these people stating that, oh man, it's just so speculative with Jasmine. You see time and time again, they got something. So again, like I was pointing out, yeah, this interview is from February of 2022, but literally mentions the whole thing with Hong Kong. Look where we're at now in 2023. Boom, that was accomplished and so on. And now we're in this next step, this next phase of, like we saw on the roadmap, quarter 2 2023, which we're in, the AI engine. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some news about that at any particular time within the next month or two or so on. So I, of course, I'm just a messenger. Can't really say, hey, that's what's going to happen. But to me, that makes sense. They've been delivering so far. All right. God. Wow. Where's Ryan at? Anyway. Yeah, good to see you again, Brittany. Magic Power says Jasmine will be at the Blockchain Expo on the 10th through the 12th May. Jasmine will also introduce the new Secure PC, a phase 1 product for blockchain PCs. Yeah, you got to keep in mind. I mean, for anybody that kind of follows this stuff, you got to, take it as you will when it comes to that. It's like, PCs. It's like they're going to have, a lot much more newer innovation, better processors, maybe more RAM that offered a while back. There's gonna be quite a few different updates, and I don't know. I'll have to show you guys a little bit more of that box art in regards to the Jasmine Secure PC. But it's cool stuff. I'm glad you're paying attention to that, Mr. Magic Power. All right, let's go further down. And let's see where we're at. Legrand Commission. Legrand Commission. Oui. I messaged you on Twitter. Le Masario. Let's see what's going on with the Legrand Commission. All right. Let me pull it up. Let's see what we got. We did pull that up earlier. That was at the beginning of the show, my friend. So you can rewind to that about Coinbase. Yep, we did talk about that. But thank you nonetheless for stopping in. But we did cover that at the very beginning of the show. Shout out to Legrand Commission. Glad to see an old friend back in the comments. All right. Jeez. Yeah, Legrand knows better than that. All right. Menelec says Jasmine operating for 6 years provides confidence. Its busy model with staying power. Yeah. And if anything, like a lot of these projects, right? XDC, you name it, they've been around multiple years. Like, you're glad to see some of them that did well building in the crypto winter, bear market, and where they're at now. That's the common factor, right? All right, let's read a couple more. Mr. Burke says Ghost Drive is already taken in the tech world. All right. Well, if anything, it's just a feature. I mean, it's not like they're basically saying, hey, man, this is, great new innovative technology and so on. You also got to keep in mind some of the stuff that I'm showing you guys is from maybe like a year ago and so on. I just want to kind of showcase some of the product because you know what? Like I said, I went on YouTube trying to look up some information in regards to like a review. I didn't see a lot of it. I don't know if it's just because people don't realize they got to really, really dig deep to find some of this stuff. Maybe because, it's in Japanese, if a person wants the information bad enough, I mean, you just got to go out there and get it. But it wasn't exactly like readily available when I did Google searches. To be honest, want to know what way I had to go about it? I had to go through DuckDuckGo, and it gave me links that Google was not giving me. So it is what it is when it comes to that. Shout out to DuckDuckGo, unofficial sponsor of CTN. No, I'm kidding. All right. Mentalx says, Max, perhaps a Japanese Jasmine holder will eventually join the CTN family and help interpret Jasmine info written in Japanese. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. We did have one guy, I forgot his name. I have to kind of go through my crypto Twitter followers or whatever, but there was this guy, he took some pictures and he appreciated it, tagged him. I'll have to see if he sent me a DM a long time ago or something, but I'll have to like add him to my favorites or whatever it's called. But thanks for pointing that out. Selma Fudd, welcome. Hey man, glad to have you here. Here's a dab from the virtual metaverse or whatever you want to call it. Let's go further down to the comments. Karate Kid Part 2. I remember that. Sato, not like Miyagi much. You brought great dishonor to the Sunas. How dare you talk about Mr. Sato? Wait. All right. Legrand, whoever listened to Mike a few months ago has doubled their money in Jasmine. True enough. How about this? Whoever listened to Mike on most things had probably doubled their money on a lot of things. Yeah. XDC, a lot of this stuff. XRP at 32 cents. Quant at $40. God, I mean, what else, man? I mean, DC. I mean, you guys like to meet some of the meme tokens, right? So DC, right? Doge Chain, BTC Pay. I don't know. There's obviously quite a few other ones. I'm probably missing out on or not even mentioning. All right. Oh yeah, LCX. Come on, guys. LCX for crying out loud, right? He was literally talking about being a blockchain bank. Remember how many times he mentioned that? You know, that was like at what, 2.5 cents, 3 cents, not even that, right? So yeah. All right, Miguel says, bam, I will make Jasmine my main investment goal now. Well, it's not financial advice. We just present the material, and if anything, you kind of run with it with whatever way you want. Selma Fudd is in love. Really? Is that true, Mr. Selma? Well, if you are in love, shout out to you, man. And whoever it is, I hope they truly love you for you, my friend. Because you know what? Everybody needs to experience that. I have not ever truly experienced somebody really being in love with me. I just want to state that. They claim that they did, but whatever. Maybe the lady's watching right now. She's going to blow up my phone, but whatever. All right. Magic Power. Jasmine has a unique solution for data, democracy, and IoT in the crypto market. And as yet, its application is very extensive, and Jasmine is active in many areas. That's a good statement. All right. I'm going to read a couple more. Let's go further down. Magic Power, as Max said, they are active in both the software and hardware sectors and are always looking out for new business partners. Yeah, they are. And, you know, what was the whole point of them going to, you know, Hong Kong if there was nothing there? That's just the way I look at it. And then the whole criticism that Hara gets, like, you know, people are saying, oh, he doesn't come out and, you know, show his, you know, face. And yeah, keep in mind, this guy's kind of warming up to this. You know, you got to keep in mind, I can even vouch this for myself, right? So as you guys know, I have my DPG Maximus YouTube gamer channel, right? On that, I was not comfortable with coming on camera and show my face and all that stuff. I just wanted to, you know, kind of like do the voiceover thing and, you know, give people strategies and so on. And it did well. Don't get me wrong. You know, 7,600 subs. I probably could have been up to 15, maybe 20,000 by now, right? But I just lost the passion and always had to feel like I had to hit it out of the park just to get people to watch my videos. People that know what I'm talking about can relate. The point is this: everybody, to a sense, has some kind of comfort level when it comes to showing your face. For you guys, I mean, you guys see me here all the time, so it's no big deal, you know, but there's all sorts of different forms of stage fright, right? You know, for some people, it's like you have in-person stage fright. Like, you know, for me personally, I've never had stage fright when it came to like doing a speech in front of like a class, even as a kid, right? You know, and I never had that problem, obviously, in theater, you know, and other types of things, right? Never had the issue. But I guess you could say I had my own, I guess you could say, comfort zone when it came to just coming on, you know, a camera and so on. And then when I was talking to Larry roughly a little over a year ago, I don't know, I guess you could say, like, we met virtually speaking, like on StreamYard for like a private meeting. And I was like, what's the big deal? Like, that's not that big of a deal. And he was just mentioning, yeah, you know, you're going to have some people, you know, they're going to try to nitpick you and find something. And they have, you know, people pointing out my puffy cheeks or, you know, when I wasn't wearing a hat, you know, like, you know, oh my God, your forehead, bro. Oh my God. You know, it's just, there's always something. Or I've had people in recorded videos, you know, point out like, oh, well, man, that's a gamer background. Why don't you have some Shiba Inu or some Quant or something there? It's just, you know, they're always going to point out something. Or, oh, you got a little bit of gray in your beard. And it's like, come on, you know. But the point is this, right? So with Hara, right? I think he's slowly coming out of that comfort zone. He's getting himself out there more. And that is good. That is really, really good. So I give him props on that. But I mean, you also got to keep in mind, you know, English is not his first language, you know, and he's probably maybe learning it a little bit more. So I know I saw in the comments earlier, I think when he first showed the whole thing, he's like, oh, you know, I am Hara, you know, like that. And some of you guys laughing so on. But you know, that in itself, that's pretty big for him to go from, you know, where he's just typing in chat to like, okay, you can hear this guy in voice and it's totally him, you know, like, what's the guy's name? Crypto Ben was pointing out. We have a lot of guys named, you know, Crypto John, Crypto Ben, you know, Maximus Crypto. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, all right, let's go further down into the comments. Here's Mr. Muff. He says, what news is old when everyone's mind forgets important news right after it happens? Yes. We got to jump back to find out why it's so significant. You know, that's the way I look at it. All right, let's go. You try to transfer Jasmine from exchange to another. Yeah, ERC 20. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I don't like it any more than the next guy. Your new goal is 500,000 coins before the coin locked. That's nice, man. I mean, I have not reached that goal yet. I think you guys still know what I have on that, but it ain't about that. All right. Muff states his research is a collaboration of all news, new and old, brings it all into perspective. And that's where it's at. It's about perspective. You know, all right. So another thing I was going to mention, you know, I mean, I understand where people are at with the whole gas fee situation. Don't get me wrong. I don't like gas fees, right? Who does? Also understand that Jasmine is looking to make their own blockchain, right? And we'll have to pay attention to how that goes in the future and so on. All right. Cody Core is in the house. Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Muff is my hero. Wow. But yeah, glad to have you here, Mr. Crypto Jedi, and also you, Cody Core. You guys rock. Read a couple more comments. He, as in Metal Mike states, he hopes most people who don't own Jasmine consider acquiring at least 100,000. I think that's a great goal, personally, if possible, or 50K if not. Yeah, just looking at it from perspective, you know, if it just goes to $1, I mean, who wouldn't kill for an extra, you know, 100,000 or like, you know, 50K, or I should say, sorry, $50,000 if it goes to $1, right? All right, someone just thumbs up. Today is your birthday. All right. Well, shout to happy belated birthday to JC the Man, Josh Cornwell, and then also happy birthday to you. And welcome. Glad you have a custom avatar. We'll try to remember who you are. Let's give a warm welcome and a happy birthday wish to someone just. Thanks for being here. All right. I think just one more comment. One more. This is a good comment. Salamander, you got 10 million XDC. Good God. Yeah, that would be way too much. All right. Let's use that as bookmark. Let's get back into our outline. Again, thank you to everybody who's here tonight on this wonderful Monday evening. Let's jump into the next part of our coverage. And by the way, I see that my new ductwork is working because it's feeling nice and kind of cool in here. So that's cool stuff. But for some reason, these guys, when they're doing all the work, they messed up my fan. I turn on my remote and like I turn it off. It doesn't turn off. I have to unplug it manually. So this guy's messed up my fan. Anyway, we're going to jump into a little bit more of what we have. So I want to show you guys some of the case studies. We talk about introducing Jasmine Secure PC. How about some of the case studies, right? So let's go ahead and pull this up. And if anything, I'm just waiting for this to load from, Japanese to English. Okay. All right, let's jump into this. This is what I meant to pull up earlier. So remember how I was talking about this guy? I should say this guy. I was talking about specifically this company, I should say, right? So let's jump into this. So Transcosmos was what I was talking about briefly earlier, if you were here at the beginning of the show. Transcosmos is accelerating telecommunication for its contact centers in line with the demands of the times, such as flexible work styles due to COVID. At the time, or that time, I should say, the issue was that the operator's operation management and security, basically. Therefore, they collaborated with Jasmy, who has advanced blockchain technology. The contact center application, Jasmy Secure PC for Contact Center, which utilizes blockchain technology, has achieved both remote safety and performance. Again, guys, keep in mind the English is not perfect from the interpretation, but we'll definitely run with it. Now, in regards to Transcosmos, they provided IT outsourcing businesses in 30 countries. Remember how I mentioned earlier, if you're around for it, they've been around technically, I think, since 1966, right? So they have a really rich, long history of doing things. So what do they basically do? They outsource, right? So they outsource to 30 countries, regions around the world, mainly Asia. They enable client companies to expand sales, optimize costs, and respond to global needs. And here's one of the key reasons why I want to outline this for connecting the dots when it comes to the whole thing with Jasmy. So earlier, I was making the whole analogy that I feel as though that when it comes to Jasmy, I kind of look at like, maybe it's kind of like the Web3 version of Dell Technologies, right? Dell computers, but like for Asia, right? With the Internet of Things, the secure PC, the Jasmy secure PC and so on, blockchain PC, right? There's something there. But also keep in mind when it comes to Dell, you do need to have a particular company that is going to do what? Be able to, like these guys, help you expand sales, optimize costs, and respond to global needs. Apparently, this company, who is Transcosmos, helps get this done. Again, why point some of this out? You want to see this. You don't want it to be where it's just a staff of Hara and a couple other guys, and they're winging it, right? That doesn't sound like buyer confidence. At least I wouldn't be, I'd be like, well, what the heck, right? So it says one of the key elements is the contact center business, which boasts the largest scale in Asia. So they got one of the biggest ones of those, right? I used to work many years ago in a call center. Okay. And if anything, it was a good experience, right? After a couple years, I was just like, this is really not for me, but to each his own. Some people, there might be some people here watching where you do that, right? So it says contact centers and other contact points with customers are undergoing major changes due to the rapid spread of the internet and even smartphones and the coronavirus crisis that has continued since 2020. This guy, Mr. Yuichi Iwasa, is the general manager of digital marketing, EC Contact Center, Digital Customer Communication, Digital Promotion Division, Transcosmos. He said, quote, in recent years, the digitalization of contact centers has increased, such as using chat and even AI. Again, guys, I'm telling you flat out, this roadmap, if they keep in line like they have been with the whole thing with, going to Hong Kong and so on, simply makes sense. So introducing Mr. Yuichi Iwasa, general manager, digital marketing and so on from Transcosmos, right? So it says, in addition to providing total customer contact points, such as owned by media and digital promotions, and supporting the promotion of DX over their customers, he has this extensive list of like things he's done. But it states in 2019, the company decided to collaborate, his company Transcosmos, with Jasmy. Why? In regards to their contact center business, right? So Mr. Iwasa explains, I was introduced to the company with excellent blockchain technology by an executive. We believe that it will lead to improved convenience for consumers, so we started collaborating. And another thing I want to mention, notice the key narrative here, if you will. They get introduced through who? maybe because they have some Sony connections, maybe because they have the Panasonic connection, maybe because they have just that connections up the wazoo. There's one thing to, you keep networking and networking and networking. A lot of these guys want to network with the future of where we're going, right? So if, we saw the news about when it came to, Japan introducing a Web3 white paper and how that's basically going to do what, guys? That's going to incentivize businesses, both big and small, to basically want to build on, like Web3 related type projects and so on. Because for one, there's also tax incentives, right? I believe it's like maybe as much as 20%, maybe more, but it's a win-win, right? It's a win for the economy, it's a win for innovation, you name it. So I think they're going to keep, networking is the main key thing here. So as we get further into this, there's some other guys here. It says Jasmy's technology was highly evaluated by Transcosmos for the following 2 points. And this is good stuff to know about this, right? So number one, the flow of data can be changed by democratization of data using blockchain technology advocated by Jasmy. They also have robust security and realize in order to respond to increasingly strict security regulations. Jasmy gets that. It says, as for one, customer data currently held by the contact center is managed by the customer themselves using blockchain technology, can be viewed when the customer gives permission. In addition to eliminating the need to keep customer data on the center side, authentication and data protection using blockchain technology realizes strong security. Sasuke Mori, who's the general manager of Digital Promotion Department, Digital Customer Communication Division at Transcosmos, said, quote, I feel that Jasmy's direction of challenging new initiatives such as data democratization is heading in the same direction as our company, right? So, I mean, why would these guys want to get involved with Jasmy if it wasn't something solid, right? Absolutely. It says, therefore, the two companies have started development and verification testing of applications for contact centers that utilize blockchain technology with the aim of realizing next-gen contact centers. So I wanted to present this to you guys because I want you guys to understand that Jasmy is taking this to a whole new level. It's one thing to, have, all this talk about Internet of Things and so on and so forth, and also what they're trying to accomplish with Web3. But how about this, guys? The advancement of contact centers, the advancement, of what that entails. Is that going to involve these contact centers specifically, like, for instance, getting a contract to have like a whole fleet of, Jasmy secure PCs? Could very well be the case. And if so, you got to keep in mind, this is more than just contact centers. They even talked about those who work at home, right? Because they recognize the whole thing happened with COVID. And if anything, they have the whole thing of the Jasmy secure PC to specifically cater towards Japanese citizens or other people in that particular region who are going to be working at home with some work at home software, if you will, provided by Jasmy Secure PC. You even mentioned specifically the whole thing remote. All right. So in regards to Transcosmos, if you're wondering a little bit about them, they've been working on telecommunication for operators for about 10 years. However, there was a problem with remote operation management. Remember, we were just talking about this whole thing about remote, right? So it said, regarding the previous situation, Mr. Yoshiki Ide, the general manager of the Home Promotion Department, Digital Customer Communication Division, said, quote, for example, he knew who was answering the phone on the phone system and who was working on the business system. However, it was difficult to centralize management because he could only understand each part. In addition, when he was working alone, he couldn't ask for advice, so it was isolated, or he was isolated. It says, on the other hand, there was a situation where it was difficult to make progress even if he called on a client or client companies to adopt telecommunication. This is because it is difficult to manage security and member motivation at home. So how is that going to get done? Well, is it through, Jasmy Secure PC, the remote client or service that they have? Quite possibly, right? says, however, the tide has turned with the spread of the new, COVID infection. The demand for working from home has skyrocketed. So again, some of you guys, I don't know, maybe you consider this boring, maybe you consider this exciting. I don't know, but here's the key thing. It's going to give you a broader perspective of what the heck Jasmine is also working on, not just from the side of like what we normally see on crypto Twitter and so on. You're literally having things outlined with these interviews based on, key players that are in the workforce who are giving you reasons why they feel as though, we want to work with Jasmine because, our country, Japan, really is worried about the whole thing with COVID, for instance, and the work at home demand for having particular types of technologies that's going to make it more secure, more efficient, blah, 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 right? All right. So it says the demand for working at home has skyrocketed. As a result, the development of systems that enable telework has accelerated. What Transcosmos considered as a issue with telecommuting was the inability to adequately manage operator operations and PC usage. So, for instance, are you able to scale, right? So let's jump into this. At this time, he thought that these issues could be resolved by using the characteristics of blockchain that enable tracking, right? Development started with the definition, of functional requirements with related departments within Transcosmos over a period of 1 to 2 months. Based on that, Jasmine created a demo version, listen to this, and the members involved in the development actually used it and gave feedback on the requests, which is cool. I mean, you want to see them do that, right? I mean, I would do that basically, right? So it says repeating the cycle 5 or 6 times. Around the spring of 2021, 20 seats were put into an actual contact center and a trial was conducted in the actual environment. They made adjustments while listening to all the opinions of supervisors and operators. And according to Mr. Mori, quote, particular emphasis was placed on operation management and ensuring security. For that reason, they focused on making the screens easy to view. In addition, they asked them to grasp the situation in as close to real time as possible, and they responded with Jasmine's high technological capabilities regarding the immediacy unique to blockchain. So I don't know. I thought that was cool to share that with you guys. Obviously, there's a lot more here, like easy management of administrators. We're not going to get into all this stuff, but the key thing here is I want to show you this link. I'm going to drop it in the comments. And it's going to give you a broader perspective if you want to go down this rabbit hole of this whole thing of what they're doing in this region, whether it's Japan, whether it's Southeast Asia, you name it, when it comes to Jasmine. I feel as though that there's something obviously very, very solid here. That is cool. You want to see some of this stuff. So I'm going to stop the screen for a brief bit. I'm going to kick it back in the comments. We still have quite a bit to get into in regards to this Jasmine outline. But I found a ton of information that I really, really had to dig deep, and I had to actually go through DuckDuckGo to get the information. Kind of funny how that works. Why would that be? I'm not trying to make a conspiracy out of stuff, but I'm thinking about it from this perspective. If Google is about centralization, think about it, right? With your data, and we're just freely giving it away, then why wouldn't they give me links about a company named Jasmine? Think about it, right? If Jasmine is all about, data decentralization, at the end of the day, I could put my own, connect the dots on that in itself. DuckDuckGo is a, one that is totally different from your traditional Google. Shout out to anybody that's ever used DuckDuckGo. So yeah, I had to go the DuckDuckGo route to get some of this information, right, in regards to Jasmine. I was blown away with all the material that I found, and I said to myself, I'm not going to do a recorded video last night in regards to it. I want to give it to you guys on the live first, and then if anything, I'll try to put a proper video out in the recorded section for everybody else that watches us on that. So pretty cool stuff. Let's get back into the comments. And I think I saw a super chat that came in. Let me see real quick. I'm going to read this real quick. 100,000 Jasmine is attainable goal. Not financial advice. Thank you for that. And Legrand Commission with a $2 super sticker. Thank you, Mr. Legrand Commission. Oui, oui. Merci beaucoup. I know some people are watching like, Max, it says Legrand Commission, not Legrand, but it's an inside joke, and I've been doing this for the longest time. So, thank you, Legrand. Appreciate you. Let's double check the other screen, making sure I didn't miss anything else because I hate when I do that. I think we're good. All right. All right. Let's go further down. I had a bunch of comments, so sorry if I skipped any. Let's see. Mr. Burke says he's asked 42 million B-Rise. Let's do 30 cents. Cool. All right. Let's go further down. Coin lockdown is coming at the last quarter. We covered that whole thing about that. People were wondering, where was that coming from? Is that just a rumor? We did confirm that and where it started. I gotta put out a video in regards to that. Yeah. Mowax on, Mowax off. More Karate Kid spying on his girl and getting pasta all over him. Oi. All right. You gotta keep yours off on a private decentralized wallet. All right, let's go further down. Here's a good one for Jasmine. Magic Power. Jasmine actually working on a double D coin. It's a stable coin denominated in JPYC. You can send money peer-to-peer between wallets around the world, just like a bank transfer. Huge thing. That's cool. Magic Power. You're paying close attention to the whole Jasmine thing. I'll give you props on that, man. All right. Let's see here. Check out a few more comments. No self-respecting Southerner use instant grits. More checking out the menu and going with the breakfast. Oh wait, you're not saying that voice. I'm ready for Floki to fly. The next bull run will be historic. Yeah, that would be historic. Maybe I should finally FOMO into Floki. Maybe it'll be the last meme token I'll buy. I don't know. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just happy with all the ones I'm already into. All right, Coochie Boy says, "My sugar in them grits." Oh, hold on. My sugar in them grits was the ish back in the day. My grits with shrimp is the ish nowadays. I like sugar sometimes, and I like salt and pepper. But knocking out the guy who owed my girl money. Wifey asked if I wanted pepper in my grits today. I said never. Next bull run, all of us will be running around in P5, PV514s, NVs, and 50 BMGs. Jasmine is going to me. All right, enough of that voice. Boomer F and Sooner states, Max, if you want to see what that says, go to Google Translate, hit the camera point. No, I understand that. My thing is, oh, I see what you're saying. My bad. Camera point. Oh, okay. I guess I'll give that a try. My bad. I was thinking that you meant like just, something I already knew, like copying and pasting it, putting a Google Translate and so on. But thanks for the heads up. If you want to see, it says go to Google Translate, hit the camera, and point towards 2 Japanese words. I didn't know I could do that. You're talking about using my phone to do that, so I'll have to remember that. Cool stuff, man. Thank you. Miguel says, Jasmine is going to make a lot of people rich in 4 years, maybe less. You never know. I'm thinking I'm getting made and getting whacked instead. All right. Let's go further down. Miguel says he has 0 quant, but we'll get your Jasmine goal first. All right. Well, you got to do what you got to do. Here's from Mentalect. He states, is Jasmine trying to be a everything ecosystem for Japan like WeChat is instrumental to the Chinese? That's a good question. I don't have the answer for that. But, we will talk a little bit about this whole thing with the ecosystem in a bit. Confucius says, tick on P. Oh, my God. I can't believe this said that. Miguel, if Jasmine takes off before quant, you can get some then. Either way, you'll be good. Yeah. And GF Book says, laugh out loud. Okay, what we're going to do next is get into the next segment of Jasmine. Oh, Habashi-san, thank you so much for joining us for a special edition of Crypto Talk Now. You will bow to your sensei, or I will take you out by doing sweep of leg. So with that said, smash that like button if you haven't done so already, or I will send a particular person to GF Book's house, and he will take you down to a Chinese buffet where it's all about quantity over quality, and you will enjoy yucky food sitting out in baskets since noon that clearly needed to be thrown away since yesterday. Wait. All right, let's get back into what we got. All right, so with that said, we're going to get into this next particular part. And I believe it is this, not the security measures. Hold on a second. Here we go. Secure PC that meets the challenges of introducing telework. So we talked a little bit about that. Let me get to this next part. Telework without hassle in the current environment. Give me a second. I'm going to pull that up for just a brief moment. I got to do the interpretation. All right. So, yeah, this is good stuff, man. This is pretty, I don't know, more in depth. So let's share this. This is, again, interpreted from Japanese to English. It's not perfect, but it's not bad either. All right, this comes from itmedia.co/JP. It says, real solution for small and medium-sized enterprises, telework, how to realize without cost in compliance with guidelines. There's major telework methods that have high hurdles, such as cost, right? But as we get further into this, of course, you know, see there's a lot into Japanese. And I'm not going to take a picture, you know, do that whole thing that, you know, Boomer was recommending. I mean, you know, it's fine, but for the purposes of what we're doing, we don't really need to do that right now. So what I want to point out right here is where it says that there's these hurdles, right? So give me a second to jump back for a second. Yeah, here we go. My bad. So this part here says the Telework Security Guidelines, 5th edition, released by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, you got to keep in mind Japan, right? In May of 2021, provided a hint while searching for a realistic solution to realize secure telework without incurring costs. Now, earlier we were talking about that one particular company that, you know, specializes in incurring cost and, you know, taking, I guess you could say, Jasmine like worldwide, right? Or, you know, at least for that particular reason, Southeast Asia, you know, other parts of Asia and so on. It says the guidelines explain the points to be considered in telework from the basics, and also evaluates the merits of and demerits of various telework methods. It is a reference material when selecting telework method that matches the circumstances of each company. Of course, this is interpreted in Japanese, but it's from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. It says, among the 7 methods covered by the Telework Security Guidelines, standalone does not block the network at all, but is positioned as an environment that does not connect to the network within the office. The reason why I mention this, okay, this is going to give you a broader, I guess you could say, aspect of how Jasmine is going to tackle the whole thing of, you know, like VPNs, remote desktop, all that stuff. So it says the main methods of telework that are often mentioned are VPN method that connects the office with a VPN, the remote desktop method that connects to the office PC via remote desktop, right? However, all these requirements require system, I should say, construction such as network environment, maintenance, remote desktop, relay servers, so on and so forth, right? And the cost is a bottleneck. So here's the thing. Remember how we talk about with, you know, don't matter what project it is, can your project scale? You're not scaling if you have bottlenecks, right? We do know that, right? So it says these methods are greatly affected by the performance and capacity of the equipment to be introduced. If processing is slowed down due to the lack of performance, basically speaking, business may be hindered. Hence why we say, does your blockchain project, can they scale, right? Addition, since it has been assumed that the work is always connected to the network, it is greatly affected by the network environment of each employee. Standalone method with low introduction hurdles. The standalone method mentioned above is effective for a small and medium-sized enterprise that finds it difficult to invest in large systems to promote telework. Standalone usually refers to a PC that is not connected to any network, but in the telework securities guideline is defined as a method of teleworking without connecting to the company network. In other words, when you come to work, copy the data to a company provided PC and take it home, or take that data back in some way and work on your personal PC, right? They're mentioning some of these things. Why not, right? Because you know what? These are real life scenarios that it doesn't matter if it's necessarily, the Japanese people and so on. Here in the United States, all across the world, this is an issue. It says with this telework, they can be started immediately using existing assets without new investment. They give you kind of like a brief breakdown of how that works and so on. You don't have to be be able to understand Japanese to follow some of these diagrams, right? All right. So it says, however, in today's business environment, it is difficult to imagine a business that's not connected to the internet at all. SaaS for business use, such as email services and groupware, is also possible. And listen to this. Here's the Jasmine connection. It says, quote, I would like to recommend a method that allows the use of cloud services such as an email and chat while restricting access to office systems like the standalone type. It can also be called an internet-connected standalone system, according to this guy, Takashi Hagewara. He is the director of software development. He's a software development manager of Jasmine. We showcased this guy earlier. Why did I do that? Because it's part of the outline. Here's a little bit more in regards to this. So he states, in this way, the telework method, which takes advantage of the standalone method and cloud services, poses a higher risk of security control than the standalone method. The risk of taking data, and I just want to state this, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering, why am I showing you all this technical stuff? I'm just an investor. I don't care about this. You should care about this, because if you understand the main utility layer for Jasmine of data democratization, at least for me, I would appreciate this because it gives you a breakdown of the backgrounds of all these guys and all the technical stuff and so on. I like seeing some of these things because it instills what I refer to as buyer confidence in the particular project. And this project obviously is Jasmine. So the risk of taking data out of the office, countermeasures against information leaks due to loss or theft of terminals must be separately considered. Now, in regards to Jasmine, with Jasmine Secure PC, this solves the problem. Oh, I thought Max was just going to show us something that had something to do, that was speculative in regards to Jasmine. No, I found some good, juicy stuff last night. I spent quite a bit of time last night getting into all this. So Jasmine Secure PC solves this problem. This is a solution that implements information leakage countermeasures and employee operation management by installing, listen to this, a dedicated agent on a PC. Yeah, a dedicated agent on a PC. So if you're wondering, well, what separates Jasmine's secure, PC compared to, if I just went out and bought an HP computer, don't do that, by the way, or like a Dell or something like that. Boom, there's your answer right there. And that's one of many answers, right? All right. So it says, by combining Jasmine Secure PC with a standalone method, it is possible to raise the score of security, control, etc. in the telework security guidelines. We believe that it's possible to achieve a B rating for reproductive. I can't say it. Reproducibility. I'm sorry, guys. It's been a hard day today. Reproducibility of office operations, equivalent to that of the cloud service method, and a B rating for ease of security control, he says. A little bit more. Isn't it more realistic to use a cloud method that limits the use of cloud services, such as permitting the use of only communication tools such as an email and even chat? With Jasmy Secure PC, they have a chat tool. You can also check the usage status of, for instance, you can check the status of communication during telework, and depending on your situation, you can also follow up separately. Now, keep in mind, not all this is perfect English. Now, let's get to this. Telework realized by standalone method plus the Jasmy Secure PC. Jasmy Secure PC supports strengthening of security control during telework with the following 3 functions. Did you know about this? Well, I'm just saying, probably not. Now, I understand what, I don't know if it was GF Burke or somebody else pointed out, right? In regards to Ghost Drive, right? It's not like the most innovative thing. There's other ones out there, and we get that. This is just a feature, but states the Jasmy Secure PC supports strengthening of security control during telework with the following 3 functions. First, of course, the Ghost Drive. It prepares a dedicated data area on the terminal when the agent is installed. If you meet certain conditions, such as connecting a pre-registered network, you will not be able to access the relevant area. Prevent, for instance. It's also possible to execute a control command from the administrative side and apply log. Here's the thing, guys. It's like, why mention any of this? It gives you a broader understanding that you have guys that, have background many years with all this stuff, and you appreciate their expertise on doing a breakdown. At least I do. I don't like the idea of, oh yeah, Jasmy has a, secure data PC. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Well, what is that? What does it do? What's its functionalities? What's its real world use cases? Is this anything innovative? Well, apparently so. Well, I want to know more about that. It's like, I'm just saying, look how many freaking cryptocurrency projects we got into, and some guy promised such and such, and we never took more of a look into it because guess what? Maybe there wasn't really anything there. It was just a little bit of hopium, right? I'm just saying. All right. So yeah, the Ghost Drive can limit the time accessed by executing control commands. If you're using a PC and your family touches the PC outside the designated work hours, you don't have to worry about seeing the data in the Ghost Drive, right? All right, how about remote handling function, collectively managing the information of the target PC? You can check the application status of OS patches, right? Let's face it, who hasn't used patches when it came to, operating systems or video games or whatever, right? So it says, you could tell whether you are using it in an appropriate state and even during telework. The drive recorder function, which acquires PC operation history and manages and protects it with blockchain, can manage what kind of operations work employees are doing. Since unauthorized operations are recorded, it's also possible to investigate the cause of information leaks, and it's also highly effective in deterring unauthorized action. So when we hear about, like this is a blockchain PC, or like it says, secure, Jasmy Secure PC, it on the surface, it definitely seems like it is, right? It goes more into this whole thing about the monthly fees. I don't want to get into all this stuff, right? But I thought that was a big moment to, explain to you guys. There's this, I'm gonna mention real quick. It says the standalone method is supposed to not use business servers via the internet at all, but would be difficult not to use them at all, including email. He states, I think it would be more realistic to use cloud method that limits the use of cloud services with, for instance, such as permitting the use of only communication tools such as email and chat with Jasmy Secure PC. You can also check the usage status of the chat tool. You can check the status of communication during telework. And depending on the situation, you can also follow up. So they have things in place for like administrators, you name it, where things basically don't get leaked. Is it possible that things can still get blatantly leaked? Yeah, you better believe it. I imagine people get fired if they found out doing so. But they got countermeasures in place to prevent some of these things happening, right? And which leads us to this. The risk of information leaks is greater than you can imagine, so take careful measures. And they do just that. They talk about the whole outline here. We're not going to get into all that. This last part, because you guys were talking about in the chat in regards to Ghost Drives, just briefly, Jasmy Secure PC can control access to sensitive data using Ghost Drives and administrative commands. It can also monitor suspicious operations such as removal. In addition, by visualizing the work status of both employees and managers, and additionally to visibility, they will thoroughly raise awareness of information management as an organization. In addition, since it promotes communication based on visualized information, it would also be effective as countermeasure against the risk of information leakage. As telework and cloud use progresses, security measures are becoming more and more important. Even for organizations that find it difficult to introduce large-scale IT products, it's important to take steps where possible. To me, I appreciate they even took the time to even explain this. Again, how many darn projects, like for instance, have a white paper, right? In my opinion, your white paper should have at least 20 pages, right? But how many projects have a white paper, for instance, that don't even have, I don't know, not just 20 pages, but like, let's face it, like, it feels like a light paper. Like the white paper is a light paper, right? So you see all this information. To me, again, people who join a project, especially when it comes to Jasmine, they want to see this. At least I do. I want to see that, forget what the fudders are freaking claiming that this is a rug pull and all this nonsense. Are they building in a bear market? Yes, they did that. Again, a reiteration. Did they go to Hong Kong like they promised back in 2022, right? They did that. What's the next big step? The AI engine. We got more in regards to Jasmine. I'm going to kick it back in the comments. I'm going to read a few more, but thank you for being here in regards to our Jasmine outline. There's quite a bit, right? But the main key thing is understanding what they're trying to solve, not just from, hey, do you want a cool PC? You live in Japan. There's a lot more to it than just that. Where are these, Jasmine secure PCs? Like, who's mainly going to utilize these, right? The workforce, right? That in itself could be a big, big contract. So I'm glad that we were able to basically give you some information in regards to that one particular company that outsources a lot of this and specializes in, getting some of these particular contracts and so on. Why is that so big? Well, why it's so big is if we understand utility being used, right? Then we come to the understanding that, wow, all right, they have more than one product. They have services. All right. I'm going to see where I'm at last with some of these comments because I need to get back into them. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Thank you to everybody who's here tonight. Really do appreciate you guys. Let's see where we're at. Oh, man, where are you guys on this? All right, there we are. All right. Danielson beating up Lamar from Revenge of the Nerds. I love Revenge of the Nerds. All those movies were great. Especially the first one. All right, let's go further down. And let's see where we're at. I already read some of these. Okay, my bad. Let's go further down. Man, there's a lot of good comments. All right. Yeah, I'm way further down than that. Man, I went too far up. Yeah, because I just saw, for instance, like Menelek's comment about the Chinese thing. All right. You guys were talking about the whole thing with grits. Let's see here. Mr. Max, you need to translate Japanese to English. All right. So here we go. Salamander says top 3 crypto coins, guys. XDC, XRP, Quant. Jasmine's now your number 4. Interesting. I was tempted to make Jasmine my number 5 over HBAR. I'm still kind of on the cusp of doing that. I'm just looking at it from the short term. I mean, obviously, HBAR is, it's going to be great long term. A lot of these are, right? But I'm just also looking at it from the perspective of, like I said before, if you're seeing all the stuff in the news, which we have been seeing, this company was Coinbase or this other one leaving the United States before they can get that, because, they want to get that regulatory clarity. We need clarity. All right. Is there a country that already has clarity? Looks like there is. What country is that? Japan. I'm just saying. Just saying. You know, that's why, you know, maybe like, for instance, Salamander, that leapfrog Jasmine to his number 4. You know what I mean? All right. Michael Montclair, I seriously think he's going to be retiring soon and becoming a full-time actor and jazz singer. That's awesome. That'll be super cool, man. I wish you nothing but the best. You have a great voice. You're a natural talent. And go ahead and give Mr. Michael Montclair a follow. Let's take a brief moment to pause for station identification, as I would say. I hate it when Max does this. I don't know. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But, you know, let's bring this up. So here it is. Go to ctnnetwork.net. I never go in there. All right. And then go over to creators. You will see Mr. Montclair over there. There he is. All right. You click on his channel. Let's see how he's doing. Oh, come on, you guys. Can we not help Mr. Michael Montclair with at least 2 subs, for crying out loud? For you get to the, you know, the milestone of 100. There's got to be at least 2 people here. All right. You know, you maybe think, I ain't going to subscribe. I don't know who this guy is. He's just this guy in the chat. You know, I don't know who he is. I don't even know if he sounds good. All right. I got you. All right. So I'm going to click on this right here, and we're going to go down. And let's see. Let's do a live performance from Mr. Montclair. I don't know. I always love the Smile song. I'm sorry. It's like one of my favorite that you play. Where is that one? Did I read past that? Did I read past that? Let me see. You don't have a search function? Is there some videos that are missing here, Mr. Montclair? Let me click on popular then. Hold on. That's weird. Huh. All right. Well, we'll just play something. How about Quando? Yeah, let's play some Quando. The other day I was talking about Quando. All right. Let's play this. How come the audio is not?
When?
Oh, there we go.
That's the question. When? Tell me, when will you be mine? Tell me, quando we can share a love divine. Please don't make me wait again. When will you say yes to me? Tell me, quando you mean happiness to me. Oh, my love, please tell me when. Every moment's a day. Every day seems a lifetime. Let me show you the way to a joy beyond compare. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me, quando say it's me that you adore. And my darling, tell me when. Every moment's a day. Every day seems a lifetime. Let me show you the way to a joy beyond compare. I can't wait a moment more. Tell me quando sets me to adore. And then, darling, tell me when. Oh, my darling, tell me when. Darling, tell me when. Quando. When.
All right. So I just refreshed it. Come on. Two people. That's all we need. 2 people. But you know what? His voice speaks for itself, or himself. Great voice. And you know what? I just want to state, like, I think you're gonna do really well, man. I really mean that. I feel as though that you're gonna do more than well. That's your passion. And just keep doing what you're doing, man. I mean, you love to sing. You got a wonderful fiance that basically, I would imagine, realizes that and so on. So, cool stuff, Michael. Keep doing your thing, man. Subscribe to Michael Montclair on YouTube, and he also has a Twitter, which you have a big following on that. I think you're like 11,000 or more. You can look him up on Michael Montclair on Twitter. All right. Let's get into a couple more comments. Mech Mike, welcome. He says, more Jasmine proof Google. I did that while we're playing that segment. So let me see what we got in regards to that real quick. That was back in July 2022. That's cool stuff. Yeah, I had some info in regards to Jasmine and the metaverse. But yeah, we can get into some of that a little bit later. I just want to kind of keep up with the outline because otherwise I got to jump back and forth and so on. But thank you for that info, and we'll definitely share it later. Guys, give Mech Mike a warm welcome. I haven't seen you here before, at least I don't think so. We have a very welcoming community here. Any other questions or comments or anything you want to share, feel free to do it. And check out our site, ctnnetwork.net. On top of that, you can actually follow us. I'm going to have that banner up there. You can follow me at DPG Maximus right up here. All right, let's go further down. Salamander, according to Brian, says XRP, XLM, HBAR. Cool stuff, man. Nah, I just want to retire and do nothing. I thought you said you wanted to do your dream job, but that sounds fun. There's nothing wrong with that either. Your wife says you act like a clown all the time. That's funny. All right. GF says, so a more secure SSH. See, GF Burke knows about this stuff. That's cool. All right. Michael Montclair says, perfect, Salamander. Start acting. You got the swing of it. All right. Coochie Boy states, Max, my daughter works for HP. Stop it. They have made a lot better piece out of this. They made a lot better PCs in recent years compared to like the ones from 20 years ago. Yeah, like you could get a pretty decent customized gaming PC from HP. It's not as bad as it used to be. I just remember about 20 years ago, my friend, I mean, he was trying to play like some of the games that we had, and he had to play everything on the lowest settings, and he's just like warping across the screen, and I just felt so bad for him. And he was still dominating everybody, which was kind of cool. All right. Brian always says he likes Quant, Jasmine, and a pink taco Inu. Ooh. All right. You can't find that? Well, you guys can find it on Taco Tuesday. All right. Boomer F and Sooner, aka, you ready for it? You ready for it? Boomer F and Sooner! Did you hear now? Hey, waking me up. Anyway. He states, one quant. Number two is Jasmine. Wow, so you really like the Jasmine coverage, I guess, that we have. Number 3 is H-bar. Number 4 is XLM. 5 is Tonic. Okay, cool. Thanks for sharing that. So Pink Taco is actually a pink shell, or what? What is that? Something shell with a pink layer, not white. Jeez. My son stacks quant and BTC. I do all the degen stuff. Well, shout out to your son. Does he also live in Idaho? All right. Mech Mike says Jasmine News. Also Google Hanazawa NFT audio release. All right, I'll look that up too. Hana, what do you say? Hana. I'll just type in Hana and then Zawa. Hanazawa. Oh, Hanazawa. All right. Hanazawa. And was it NFT release? NFT audio. Okay. NFT audio release. Please. Nothing came up with that on the quotes, so I'll put it without quotes. Alcana. Maybe that's a typo. I think that's a typo. From being crypto, let's see if this is the thing. Jasmine. Yeah, that's the thing. All right. You got that too. Thank you for that, man. Cool stuff. All right. Brittany says she worked for a Japanese manufactured automotive company. You did. Huh. Interesting. Brittany, thank you for sharing that. Now you just sparked everybody on Twitter to respond with you, which is cool stuff. See, look at that engagement, Brittany. Everyone's engaging in your chat. Mazda, just taking educated guesses. Don't have it to answer. Oh, you're quitting the job soon. All right, Nelly there says just got him some PTI, 100 million of that. Interesting. Spring, Texas, not far from Richmond, Texas, when he lived there back in 2012. Interesting. All right. Mazda is the sexiest red color you've seen on a vehicle. Red color. Was never a fan of fire engine red on a vehicle. Neither have I been. All right, I'm going to go further down. I want to welcome Mr. Luis Alvarez. Hey, man. You know what? It's cool to see you here. You've been, obviously, you're almost a regular. After a week straight, we'll call you regular. Why Jasmine? Or Jasmine? It's something we cover quite a bit. The reason why we cover Jasmine, like, in regards to your question, unless you're talking about Mr. Why are we sharing Michael Montclair and his cool music? I mean, because he's part of our community. But why Jasmine? It's got one of the best risk to reward ratios out there. So we cover XRP quite a bit. We feel as though that, like, at these particular prices, where it could go in the future and so on. Stick around. Watch us. Obviously you're tuning in quite a bit. We talk a lot about these ISO 222, related tokens and coins that have, something tied into some of this stuff. Why does that matter so much? Because it's like, we feel as though it's the generational wealth for the future. It's like we missed out on Bitcoin back in 2010, 2013. Could this stuff, when it comes to ISO 222 and cross-border payments, be like the most, crazy amounts of market cap you've ever seen? Could very well be. What are we talking about? Well, for me personally, I feel as though, like, with XRP, we could get to like 10,000 a coin at some particular time. Some people say that's nuts. I feel like it could happen. XLM. But with Jasmine, it's at basically 0.005, something like that. And, there's goals that the Jasmine development team, or Jasmine Foundation, where you want to refer to it as, trying to reach some of these KPI goals by 2026, 2027 for $17 a Jasmine. Currently speaking, like I said, we're at 0.005. So it's a very attractive risk to reward ratio. And we're consistently covering this project because we keep seeing, hey, you know what? These guys have something solid here. Jasmine's, secure PC, what they're doing with what they call data democratization, giving the power back to the people of Japan and other regions so they can be controlled with their data. If you don't know what I mean by that, I'm sure at some point you used Facebook, you used maybe MySpace in the past, you used, heck, how about this? Just Google, right? You freely are giving away your data to these companies, right? That's the cost of using their services, right? In Japan, it's a totally different thing. So they value data, literally the opposite of us. So with that said, how much is that going to be worth, right? And from what we've seen, could very well be worth quite a bit. So we're paying attention to all this stuff, and we take deep dives and so on. All right, but welcome, Luis. Calvin, welcome. He says, hey, Max, give our best to Larry. We miss him. I definitely will. I'll have to let him know that you said that. Thank you, Calvin, with the T6 glider. All right. Why you always a P hat? Always this? Because I like the hat, and it's also representing the Portland Diamond Project. I'm from Portland, Oregon, and trying to bring awareness to Portland, Oregon for Major League Baseball. It's a real thing. You can look it up. It's called the Portland Diamond Project. You can look it up on Google and so on. That, and I don't want to expose my my ugly forehead because I'm very, very much bald, and I'm tired of it. So with some of my crypto earnings, instead of getting, like women get a boob job, right? Getting some double D's, right? Yeah, old Max will definitely get some hair implants at some point. Sounds crazy. I don't care. People do all sorts of crazy things. People buy Lambos. That'll be one of the things I'll probably use it for. Not all of it, but yeah. So I like the way the hat looks on me. It fits my head all right. And on top of that, yeah, P as in Portland Diamond Project. But that's fine, Luis. Thanks for the questions, man. And again, we're glad to have you here. I think we've seen you at least, I don't know, man, like maybe 3, 4, 5 times or more. All right. Yeah, I'm glad you guys give him some heads up on that. All right. Let's see. Let's go further down. You got a tag. All right, I'll check that out in a bit. And I saw there's a super chat. Show off your 3D metal coin NFT. It's sex. Oh, so Mr. Tim Shea must have shared you my ETH address for MetaMask. All right. Let me pull that up. Thank you again for the $2.23 super chat. And thank you for the 3D metal coin NFT. Let's pull that up. So let's share that. And yeah, let's see what this looks like for just a brief moment. All right. Ooh. Yeah, that's not too shabby. All right, let me share this. This is from GF Burke, guys. Look at this. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. CTN 11K for it's talking about our milestone of hitting that. Yeah, I think we're at 11.5 right now, but that's fine. On April 2023. Thank you so much for that. You even got the CTN network thing on the back. You got the thing on the front, looking all nice and metally and shiny. Awesome, man. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you very much. This is from Burke Guns. Yeah, super cool, man. All right. Thank you very much, GF Burke. We're going to leave that up there for a brief bit. And sorry about that. All right, let's go further down. Let's see what we got. Sorry, Mr. Muff. We'll get to your comment in here in a second. Sorry about that. All right. Updell says, hello, Max. Get me some Jasmine. Yeah, man. No problem. Mech Mike, you're very welcome. And how about this? Blackwood says, Max, I don't say this much, but I have a few dreams, like yourself, games, art, story, and involvement in gameplay mechanics. Cool stuff, man. And also write, illustrate graphic novels. I feel exposed now. Ah, cool, man. Maybe has some similar interests. I mean, I also write. I'm doing about 3 books. They're obviously not done. Those are ones I just going to take my sweet time with and so on. And, you know, the way I look at when it comes to writing, it's something you don't want to rush. So that's very cool. And I also like the idea that you are into, like, you know, for instance, some of your dreams is like, you know, gameplay mechanics and so on. So that's awesome, man. Cool, man. Very, very cool. All right. I'll read a couple more. Blackwood says, for everyone here, he hopes that whatever bays you hold also allows you to live the life you choose to live. Also good for food, mind blowing. Yeah, not a little brown chicken brown that leaves you thankful to be alive. That's a good point. Even Selmo Fudd will, you know, drink to that. And Cash Me Outside. How about that? Welcome. All right, let's go ahead and highlight that. Let's get back into Mr. Muff's tweet that he has. All right, so this is from Elon Muff 48 minutes ago. All right, and he might have some more, so we'll see what's going on with that. All right, so this is from Mr. Elon Muff, and Muff states, wow, just insane. And it says, this paper is going viral. Why? Authors were able to find a way to enable the recurrent memory transformer to retain information across up to 2 million tokens. In simpler words, it can process and remember vast amounts of data, significantly more than before. Just so you have an idea, GPT-4 handles 32,000 tokens, 50 pages of documents, while the entire Harry Potter series is 1.5 million tokens. Imagine the potential implications of this. AI could write entire novels, not just blog posts. It could aid in complex scientific research by analyzing vast quantities of data, enhance customer service by retaining years of interaction history. It could store and recall the entirety of your life experiences. Yeah, I remember watching an interview with Elon Musk, Mr. Elon Muff, and he was mentioning that, you would be able to harness, certain memories, right? I guess you could say instantly, right? So, like, if we take pictures of, where we freeze frames of a blast of our past, of like significant moments, right, of us and our family members and so on, how would you like to be able to harness specific memories? I know some of the stuff sounds like science fiction, but maybe it could be actual reality, right? So I don't know. It is what it is, but look what it says here. Scaling transformer to 1 million tokens and beyond with RMT, Artificial Intelligence Research Institute, London Institute for Mathematical Sciences, gives you this figure. Let's blow up this figure. Figure 1, recurrent memory transformer retains information across up to 2 times 10x tokens by augmenting a pre-trained BERT model with earning recurrent memory. I'm kidding. Anyway, we enabled it to store task-specific information across 7 segments of 512 tokens each. During inference, the model effectively utilized memory of up to 4,096 segments with a total length of 2,048,000 tokens, significantly exceeding the largest input size reported for transform models. 64K tokens for Colt 5, so on and so forth. You see here, the augmentation maintains the base model's memory size at 3.6 gigabytes in our experiments. So things are getting really, really advanced, right? If you're into these type of things. I will go ahead and like it and also retweet that. Let's see if there's anything else from Mr. Muff. Of course, this is BS, right? Gotta love people like this. Oh, yeah, man. I got an airdrop, and this is official, and I only have 8 followers. Okay. All right. This is also from Mr. Elon Muff. This is big stuff. So I already know that this is going to be big. I'm going to retweet this. This is from Mr. Crypto Hulk. Ooh, what does Hulk have here? Fintech partnership formed between MasterCard and DIFC. All right, we're going to play this. Smash that like. Thanks for being here. Here we go.
Hey, it's YouTube Crypto Hulk. Here's your deep dive for today. The DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center. Notice how MasterCard is there. Fintech partnership between MasterCard and DIFC. Oh, here's a Ripple tie-in. Fintech Ripple chooses what? DIFC for regional headquarters. How convenient is that? Here's another one. Al Hilal, London Bank. Okay, they're partnering. Got them all lined up here with Bullion Bank. So Al Hilal in London is hooked up with Bullion Bank. This is all out of the Middle East, everybody. You can see Ripple doing big things right here. Bullion Bank signs agreement with Ripple. Oh, man. Oh, there's more than where that came from. Saudi Arabia is dealing with JCB Card. Yeah, so they're doing big things. This article is about 7 days old or so. JCB Card, Saudi National Bank. They're dealing actually with the bank. There's a Ripple page. My God, what's Ripple doing here? Ripple in Saudi Arabia and the Arabian Monetary Authority. Saudi Arabia, that's SAMA. That's the same thing we got going on here. Saudi Arabian National Bank. You got Ripple tie-in with that. SBI is also involved with JCB Bank. We just went over SBI Holdings. They're a Ripple partner, by the way. Here's the proof right there. Ripple page. A couple years ago, Ripple launches on-demand liquidity with SBI Remit. There is your deep dive for today, everybody. Crypto Hulk on YouTube. Ripple doing big things. 4 major contracts just got done. See ya.
All right, so what you can see here, we got this fintech partnership with Bullion Bank, and we're getting India, Bank of India is actually going to enter into this whole thing with Bullion Bank. As you can also see right here, Ripple chooses DIFC for regional headquarters. As you can see on top of his head, they got really into this. And on top of that, Dubai with Al Halal, London Bank partnership, UAE customers can open up UK bank accounts. Look at the bottom of my screen. Bullion Bank once again. I'm gonna boil that mash shit stick in a stew. And then on top of that, we're gonna zoom out, and you're gonna see that this is accurate. April 2023. Bullion Bank signs initial agreement. Bullion Ripple. We're trying to keep up with any developments. And then on top of that, you can see a skyscraper. Saudi National Bank enables JCB card. 155.5 million cards issued around the and then on top of that, we're going to do a deep dive, right? And then look at this, guys. Unbelievable. I'm here. Basically, I'm completely naked. You can clearly see in the reflection. If you look real closely, I'm like absolutely naked. But we got off our pilot program. And then on top of that, guys, you got to tune in later, right? 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Pacific at the same time as freaking crypto. And then JCP, it's going to be a great one. All right. Yeah, we had to do that. God. All right. Let's kick it back to a little bit more what we have from Mr. Elon Musk. And I had to do it. I'm sorry. All right. Hold on just a second. All right. Let me go further down. All right. Let's see here. Now it's contagious. Now I'm like clearing my throat, like let me clear my throat. Mr. Crypto. No, I'm kidding. He's a good guy. I shouldn't make fun. Now he's probably gonna make fun of me. Oh yeah, you want me to go after you, Mr. Chubby Checker? Mr. Chubby Checker. Yeah, you probably could. All right, so let's jump back into a little bit more of what Elon Musk has to share. That was pretty big from Crypto Hulk. I'll give Crypto Hulk, props on that one. Let's jump back. So we have another one from Mr. Elon Musk. Let's see. We do. It is about the XRP ledger. So let's share this. And let's bring it up. God, yeah, I'm talking like this the whole dang time. Geez, here's the thing. I actually was trying to someone kind of do his voice, and then I'm all messed up. I'm like a cross between Mr. Hey Mr. Misty, Mr. Peter Buster Parfait, Mr. Selmo Fudd. You better root for the freaking Cleveland Cavaliers. You better come over to my channel and watch my on-demand liquidity. I'm gonna take off my whole freaking shirt, and I'm gonna bust out the thing and show that, the reflection, you're going to see all my hair, and I'm going to freaking, comb it this way, and I'm going to comb it that way. And then, I'm never going to use Nair. Who uses Nair? You got to have on-demand Nair liquidity. I'm not making any sense anymore. All right, back to on serious stuff, right? What am I doing? This is from the one and only Crypto Mike. Here it is. All right, so XRP. All right, let's get into this. All right, XRP. I can't do him either. All right, XRP ledger payments now supported by this leading e-commerce platform. Details at DPG Maximus. All right, this is mainstream news. This comes straight from USA Today. Let's jump into this for a bit. So USA Today put this out. I blew it up for you guys. This is today. This is from Tommy Wabold Olajide. Basically a guy who secretly watches CTN that we probably don't even know about. The significant advancement expands XRPL payment access to vast number of online stores. XRP. All right, let's jump down. XRP and other XRPL tokens can now be used as payment at over 1 million online stores as Zoom makes a huge leap in e-commerce. XRPL Labs, excuse me, sorry, that's a Crypto Hulk moment right there, made the exciting announcement that Zoom is now integrated with Equid by Lightspeed, a leading e-commerce platform. All right. 1 million plus stores can offer seamless, secure XRPL payments, boosting cross-border and cross-currency transactions. So I guess there goes the whole thing of, oh, it's only... Excuse me, I'm getting this Crypto Hulk. So I even got indigestion. What the heck? So, geez, God. I mean, what the heck is this? Contagious? I'm not acting it right now. Jeez. Oh, God, that was horrible. Well, that tastes good, but you know what I'm saying. So this whole concept of oh yeah, Ripple XRP, it's only bank to bank. Well, boom. 1 million plus stores, right? So Equid plus, Zoom, cheaper cross-border, cross-currency payments, cool stuff, right? So it said, we could take a deep dive into that if you want, but we're not gonna do that today. This collaboration enables more than 1 million Equid stores to add Zoom as a payment option, right? It's complete with pathfinding capabilities, and on top of that, this significant advancement expands XRPL. Jeez. Access to a vast number of online stores while boosting cross-border and cross-currency transactions. Owing to the collaboration, customers can pay with any asset they own on the XRP ledger, including XRP. This creates an environment for both fiat and the cryptocurrency payments while providing certainty for the owner who receives 100% backed USD, Euro, or even British pounds GateHub stablecoin. Right. A little bit more in regards to this. So XRPL developer Vitsevind tweeted excitedly about the development. This is a milestone for XRP Labs for Zoom Wallet and utility on the XRP ledger, he said. He also stated in the blog post, XRPL Labs is also actively engaging with other e-commerce platforms to include Zoom as a payment service provider, bringing in vast utility to XRPL. That's cool. Zoom, a non-custodial wallet for XRPL, saw a major update in March with the release of Zoom 2.40. Zoom 2.40 saw a new update for retail, NFTs, and securities, as well as inclusion of pathfinding payments, which allows users to pay with any token available on the XRP ledger while ensuring the beneficiary receives the exact currency they requested. So that is interesting because you know what? It's kind of funny. You know, the last couple months we have, came to the conclusion, how about this for size? Like for instance, Stellar, you saw, for instance, an example of they were doing some of that bank to bank money. All right. And so everyone's like, well, it's the peer to peer. And now you see this whole thing with Ripple. It's like, okay, that would be, let's face it, some of that retail stuff. So, it is what it is. Interesting stuff from Mr. Elon Musk. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. We still got about roughly 31 people here or so. 3 hours and 20 minutes into the show. We'll see what we have left for you guys. Let's jump back into what we have. You're welcome, Mr. Catch Me Outside. How about that? All right. All right. John Francis says, Michael Montclair, my 18-year-old nephew loves the 20s and 30s stuff like Al Bowley. I don't know how to pronounce it. Have you heard of him? And do you sing songs from that era? Interesting. Hello, John Francis. Welcome. All right. Catch Me Outside. I'm so slow. Just got the meaning of your name. How about that? Yeah. All right. What's her name? Bad Baby. Yeah. All right. Let's go further down. Burke says, and by the way, thank you again for the NFT. That was awesome. It says, hopes Jasmine does its own chain. The ERC20 gas is way too much to really be used as is. Agreed. All right. Bills got to be paid, according to Soma Fudd. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, I would agree with that. Oh, this must be where I was doing the Hulk thing. Oh, God. I had to do a replay, just for, because if I show my face, I'm doxing myself. But anyway, you're dead. You guys like that? You're hurting? Oh, jeez. I'll have to maybe go back and read some or listen to that myself and be my own critic. Drink some fat juice. Yeah, that's probably what he would do. Yeah, basically, yeah, hey, you won't go after me? I'll freaking show you something, Mr. Fat Juicer. Yeah, freaking Mr. Misty, Mr. Peanut Butter Parfait, you freaking fat juice. Always talk about this guy named Rain and his mud butt. Who is this Rain? And what the heck is this mud butt? Avocado milk, banana milkshake. If you can't boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew, you got no on-demand liquidity. Number 3, coming right at you. 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to be live tomorrow. Ooh-wee! We're going to get into all this stuff. I can't really talk like him. That doesn't sound like him. Anyway. All right. I am transitioning. Hulk has his Max Voodoo doll out. Oh, God. Yeah. No, was it no bad juju? We don't want no bad juju. Welcome to Bad Juju Cult Dow. On today's AMA, we're going to be covering what actually really goes on in Kingston, Jamaica. Back to you, Bill. All right. There's Edward Vincent. Thank you for that. All right. So let me see what else we got here. We have quite a bit, but I don't know if I want to get into everything because there's a lot. All right. There's a lot. All right. So let's talk about some of this other stuff that I found. All right. So we'll talk about the whole thing with Hong Kong. You guys are joking around about Mr. Miyagi and all sorts of stuff. We showed you guys the Sato interview. All All right, let's jump into the next thing. All right, so on the next particular one, I want to show you guys this. I found, remember that leak that we had for WITS? Well, I found something in regards to that. Let me see. Yeah, so I have the actual video, and it's crystal clear. And believe it or not, I had to find it on a private link. So it's not even available to the public unless you have the actual link, which is kind of weird in itself. Let's go ahead and play this. But we saw that WITS leak that shows Jasmine's personal data log. Of course, we'll freeze it on that frame when we get to it. But I'm going to show you the full video on this. Pretty cool stuff. Let's jump back to this. All right. So let me show this. All right, I'm going to pull myself off, and then I'm going to pull the video in. Here we go.
考える。やってみる。議論する。やってみる。ちょっと休む。やってみる。また考える。やってみる。うまくいく。喜ぶ。そしてまた考える。そんなことを繰り返しながら、私たちビッツはテクノロジーの力で少しずつ世界を更新していきます。株式会社ビッツは自動車を中心とするさまざまな分野のソフトウェア開発やセーフティー&セキュリティのコンサルティングを行う企業です。名古屋本社、名古屋テクノロジーセンターのほか、
And that's what I was talking about originally. See where it says Jasmine personal data logger? Just thought I pointed that out. This is the original video, clear as day, crystal clear for you. Boom, right there. All right, I'm gonna play the rest of this.
札幌、大阪、沖縄に拠点を持ち、2021年には原宿に未来社会創生共同ラボを開設しました。私たちは半歩先の技術で人々の生活を豊かにを企業理念として、幅広い分野の研究開発を国や地方自治体、大学、国内外の企業と連携して行い、お客様が必要とする技術を開発し、最適なソリューションを提供しています。例えば、ティジビット。ティジビットはブロックチェーンを利用した入退場管理システムです。やってみる。企業理念として幅広い分野の研究開発を国や地方自治体、大学、国内外の企業と連携して行い、お客様が必要とする技術を開発し、最適なソリューションを提供しています。例えば、ティジビット。ティジビットはブロックチェーンを利用した入退場管理システムです。ブロックチェーンで個人情報を保護しながら、欲しい情報だけを運営者に提供することができます。仮想空間シミュレーション、ウォーキスは、マースの安全性を検証するため、人、車、信号などの動作を仮想空間上でシミュレーションできます。セーフティー&セキュリティの分野では、コネクテッドカーや AI システムを安全・安心に世の中へ送り出すための技術・ノウハウを提供しています。私たちが行っているのは、出来上がった製品の量産工程ではありません。未来に向けた先行開発工程です。私たち自身の判断で研究開発分野を選び、テクノロジーを実用化することが私たちのミッションです。遠い未来ではなく、ちょっと先の未来で優しく誰にでも使える技術、そんな技術を開発し続けることが、いつか世界を大きく変える力になる。私たちはそう確信しています。半歩先の技術で人々の生活を豊かに。ビッツ。
So yes, basically speaking, she is basically, saying how cool Gran Turismo is on the PS5 in VR. That was the interpretation. All right. I'm going to show you a little bit more on what we have for this. Give me just a second. So we covered quite a bit in regards to the Jasmy Secure PC. And on top of that, I'm going to jump into some of this other stuff. All right. Give me just a second. And yeah, there's quite a bit. So I'm going to pull up some of the other articles. We talked a lot about this special, what's it called? X-Tech special. All right. The site that's all in Japanese. Give me just a second. Just trying to pull out some of the things on this. Trying to go through this real quick. All right. I think we got this. Yeah, this is good stuff. I'm going to jump into this real quick. All right. So let's share this. And again, this is from that X-Tech special site powered by Jasmy. So I go further down to this. It talks about telework. It says was recommended from the the perspective of preventing the spread of COVID. And telework expanded rapidly. What is worrisome is the security risk of telework. Cyber attacks are getting worse day by day. Reports of disruptions. On top of that, operations of factories and hospitals. Are companies actually responding to the security risks of telework? So they asked Jasmy, who released, quote, Jasmy Secure PC, a security solution that utilizes blockchain technology in January 2022. We asked some of these guys, in this interview, some of these questions. So the topic says, rapidly increasing security damage. According to Tokyo Shoko Research, all right, back in 2021, 120 listed companies and their subsidiaries have disclosed incidents of personal information leakage or loss. And the number of incidents has reached 137. The number of companies increased by 36.3% year on year, and the number of accidents increased by 33% year on year, both reaching record highs. Listen to what it says here. In addition, according to the Norton Cybercrime Investigation Report 2021, about 18 million people in Japan were victims of cybercrime in the past year, as is estimated that the damage amounted to 22 billion yen. So you guys already know, for the most part, without even taking more of a deeper dive into it, if they're labeling themselves the, Jasmy Secure PC, they have to tackle the whole problem of people being victims of cybercrime. So it's not just like you're trying to make things secure for your company. How about people who may be using it for other particular reasons and so on, not necessarily just for working for the company. All right. So, it's a loss of about 22 billion yen. Mr. Yoshihiro Tanaka, Jasmy sales representative, said, quote, there's a strong recognition that telework will have to be established as a system even after the coronavirus crisis is over and security awareness is increasing. The risk of theft is increasing, right? And that is basically this guy over, not this particular guy, different one. But anyway, when we go further into it, it says, in such dangerous environment, companies are forced to just add telework. Takashi Hagawara, who's the director of software development manager Jasmy, this guy on the right, points out that security issues and telework need to be considered in terms of hardware and software. In terms of hardware, there are issues such as the fact that unlike a well-maintained company, you have to use uncontrolled environments such as your home, and it is difficult to prepare for uniform environment unlike a company. On the soft side, it will be necessary to help reduce or eliminate anxiety about troubles and loneliness. Interesting, right? So he has a quote. He says, hardware issues are gradually getting better with subsidies coming from companies and measures being taken in accordance with guidelines issued by public institutions. There's a big difference in the level of support provided by companies, and it can be said that this is one of the reasons why telework is not progressing. All right. So I don't want to get into all of this, but I'm going to read this part real quick in regards to Mr. Tanaka. He says there are many companies that could only purchase PCs with not very high performance because they need to prepare laptops all at once. There's a problem that smooth communication cannot be achieved due to poor performance during remote meetings. So they understand that, like I was mentioned earlier, you have to have good performance. If I have a good a good connection, or my PC's performing well, okay, that's fine. But what about everybody else? Again, when we talk about scalability and blockchain projects, that's again a reiteration of that. It's like you have to be able to scale. So it says even if you put up with internal meetings to some extent, business negotiations with customers are now in the online era. Security must be guaranteed. He understands, but if it doesn't lead to business negotiations, the stress of sales representatives is increasing. In regards to Jasmine Secure PC, they state that they're a solution that solves these problems and balances security and performance, uses blockchain technology to increase an encrypted ghost drive inside your PC that cannot be seen without proper authentication. Since work is done with the local PC, work can be done without depending on network performance. Even if the PC is lost, the ghost drive will not be visible if it starts up outside the registered network. So the risk of information leakage can be greatly reduced. How cool is that? Well, when we get to this next particular part, before I kick it back in the comments, they have this whole thing written up about information security, in-house diagnosis, and checks for basic measures. Of course, all this, for the most part, is written in Japanese. But one thing I do want to show you here is, let me go further down. Hold on. It says this checklist has a relatively large number of in-house rules and alerts, and there are not many parts that can be handled by the system, but some of them are possible by using Jasmine Secure PC. Here's an example. Since it's possible to manage Windows updates for each PC, it is possible to manage operating system updates in one, quote, operating system and software updates. In addition, 4, quote, restrict access to important information in addition to access controlled by the ghost drive. There's also a function that can manage information browsing history, making it possible to respond to the event of a security incident. I mean, again, this is all technical stuff, but you like the idea that they address it. You have an idea of like the actual Jasmine Secure PC and some of the features. How about this? Measures against theft and loss when taking out important information. All right. The administrator can send a command to temporarily control the visibility of the ghost drive and the on/off of the USB memory. Mr. Hagawara says there are many jobs, such as accountants and tax accountants, that come into contact with important information at customer sites. Even if it can prevent access to important information, and it can handle such cases. So it's possible to achieve both security and even convenience. All right. And of course, there's more of this outline down here. Jasmine Secure PC, all this stuff. I'm going to get down to this part about the Agent Pro. But if anybody appreciates this and wants to stick around, you're welcome to do so. I'm going to get more into this. I'm going to kick it back in the comments for a brief bit. I know there's a lot to tackle here, but I was glad to bring up a lot of this information. All right. So let's see where we're at. Yes, I did kind of have that out, didn't I? All right. Let's go further down. I want to welcome Mr. Crypto Winner, who probably came thawed out from, being completely dead, tired, asleep. It must have had you on some kind of, I don't know, amazing pain pill medication or something. It says, yo, 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 yo. Just doing the rounds while the nurse brings my meds and then back to sleep. I was just thinking that. That's funny. Good to have you here, Mr. Crypto Winner, aka Badir. He says, but the crypto gods came to me in a dream and said, bottom will be June. Oh no. All right. I hope you feel better, man. I agree with everybody else. Crypto Winner says, mad love and respect to everyone in the house, CTN network for life, baby. Good night. Well, have a great night, man, and sweet dreams to Mr. Crypto Winner. I agree, Soma. Thoughts and prayers are with him for sure. Yeah, rest easy, my friend. All right. So we're going to jump into a little bit more of this. I want to full screen it again just to put some emphasis on this. So smash that like for all the people just joined. All right. So let's talk about this whole thing I was talking about earlier. All right. It says Jasmine Secure PC greatly lowers the hurdles of introduction. What is that? It says once you identify a current situation with two lists above, it's time to pick your tool. At the time, it would be natural to think that you could, like to try it all at once if it matches your business, whether it's easy to use, fully introduce it, so on and so forth, right? How about this? There's significant cost issues for various different companies, medium size, you name it, right? According to Mr. Tanaka, thin clients, I know it sounds funny, thin clients. God knows I'm not a thin client. Thin clients are being introduced mainly by large and medium-sized companies, but there is a high cost hurdle for small and medium-sized companies to introduce them. You can do it, he points out. On the other hand, Jasmine Secure PC consists of an agent installed on the PC to be managed, and a manager of administrators can be used simply by installing them and performing simple settings. Significantly reduce the burden of introduction. Agent Pro is a 440 yen a month unit, and free agent DR is available now. Now you got to keep in mind all these particular prices. Again, if they land, whether it's just from I guess the retail side or even some of these contracts from the business sector, some of these call centers, what I mean? I imagine some of these call centers probably get a discount by buying in bulk. But if we're talking about the utility being used here, this is some big stuff, right? So the manager can introduce a low price of 2640 yen a month. I don't know what that is American, right? What's more, until July 30th, 2022, they're running a campaign that can be used at least a year at half the trial price. Obviously, that's extended until what? July 31st of this year. It's called Agent Doctor, and it's free. Finally, Dr. Tanaka says security threats don't matter to companies big or small. They all suffer in the same way, but if you don't do anything, you won't learn anything. Jasmine Secure PC is a cheap and easy to try, so why not give it a try? Well, how about this? Agent Pro, 440 yen, right? Managers introduced a low price of 2640 yen a month until 2022. Now I am curious, so I'm going to come back in the frame for just a brief bit. I'm going to find out how much this is. So let's pull that up. And I realize we don't have a lot of people here, but it's all right. I still want to get through this. So 2640 yen to USD. All right, so that comes out to be about roughly $19.66 a month. That's not unreasonable. So at least they're trying to be reasonable, right? All right. Let's go further down and a little bit more in regards to this. Says, finally, Mr. Tanaka says security threats that don't matter to companies, big or small, they all suffer in the same way. But if you don't do anything, you don't learn anything. Jasmine security. Yeah, okay. I mentioned that. All right. So let me jump into this next particular part before I kick it back into the comments. All right. And let's see where we're at. I think we talked about some of this. Let me see. Give me just a second. This is cool. I'm going to get into this in a bit. I'm going to check out the comments for just a brief bit. All right. Elon Muff. 2 short video tags if you have time. Both important. Zach/Hulk. Someone Fuzz says you'll listen to Hulk. Not a fan of Zach. I hear you on that. $20 USD. Okay. All right. So I can definitely pull it up for Mr. Muff. Let's do that. So according to Muff, we have some tags where he summoned me, to a sense. More from Crypto Hulk about Stellar. Oh my. All right, let's jump into this. Major Wells setting up their crypto exchanges, members only. YouTube live stream 9 hours from now, 8 hours from now, technically. All right. He tags all this stuff: XRP, XLM, XDC, Algo, Quant, IOTA, HBAR. All right, let's go ahead and play this. It's minute 11. Thank you to Crypto Mike. Here we go.
Here we go for the live stream. We got Stellar, XDC, which is going to handle a lot of trade, securities, that kind of thing. XRP. Here's the article right here. We've got, let me look at this sucker. Delta Capital acquires Settle. Settle's massive Ripple, XDC. And that they're talking about, they're going to unveil digital ledger technology. Okay, they're launching a distributed ledger services venture and the acquisition of capital markets. Look, this is massive. Montes, we're going into that. Arcax, we're going into that, okay? I can't say too much here. I'm not trying to give away the show. But my God, Portal, oh man, the above, the stuff I got up here to show you guys, this is going to be a very, very cool show. Turkish. I'm going to show you the tie-in with Turkey and Ripple from 2014. Look, this show is going to be so good. You have got to watch it. Crypto Hulk on YouTube.
All right, let's check out some of the other tags you have. That's pretty big, right? We'll have to, maybe tune into that. I know a lot of people, a lot of you guys watch them live. Let me see what else we got. So that's one of them from Mr. Muff. This other one is from Zach Rector. Resurrecta Yosekta from Shaolin de Mecca. All right. Someone Fo knows what I'm talking about, right? Wu-Tang Clan. All right, so let's go into this. Let's share this from the one and only Zach Rector. Let's go ahead and hit play on this. Here we go.
All right, folks, you guys saw the title, SEC in serious trouble. Take a look at it, folks. This is breaking news. Coinbase has decided to sue the SEC over cryptocurrency or the lack of clarity for the cryptocurrency space. Let's take a look here, folks. Starting out here, we're looking at this one from Rand Neuner, another comment on the old Bitcoin addresses that are becoming active. He says this could be really scary. He says, I hope it's not a wallet generator that's been cracked. That could be catastrophic. Now, he's talking about the ledgers, the cold storage devices that we use for storing our crypto, right? Not your keys, not your crypto. If someone was able to hack the wallet generator, they might be doing something here. Now, I'm not here to spread FUD, and I'm not trying to make anybody scared here, but this is something of concern and definitely something interesting here. These old addresses that are over a decade old coming back active, and it's something to watch, and we'll continue to update you guys further on that situation. Now, the next one here in the United States, and this is what we're talking about here, the SEC is losing on everything. The House Financial Service Committee have released a new draft legislation to regulate stablecoin issuers. The bill requires that stablecoin issuers be approved and regulated. It also states that stablecoins are not securities and should not be regulated by the SEC. Now, how about that, folks? Major L potentially being handed down to the SEC. And, we've been saying, the SEC has a case against a lot of crypto projects, 90% plus that did ICOs. They were unregistered securities offerings. And there was fraud committed to, obviously, scams, Ponzi schemes, and all sorts of crap that was happening in the cryptocurrency space and still is today. Until we get legislation passed, until we get regulations, until we get some clarity, we're fighting it out in the courts as well. But now we have the House Financial Services Committee releasing a new like we were talking about here with the update after last week, they basically tore up the old bill that they were working on, and they've now issued this new one. And this requires that stablecoin issuers be approved and regulated. But then it says it takes the clarity and the jurisdiction away from the SEC and says that stablecoins are not securities and they should not be regulated by the SEC. Now, this is just warming us up for the breaking news here, folks. Take a look at this one. Coinbase sues the SEC seeking regulatory clarity for the crypto industry. So we now have Coinbase has joined the ranks of Ripple fighting on behalf of the whole space, John Deaton, Fred Rispoli, who's also filed a motion for injunction. I think it's something separate from what Coinbase has done here, but nonetheless, we're going to compare the two. Fred Rispoli, another person, another lawyer, a brilliant legal mind who's made a counterattack against the SEC. But like we said, the case here has been led by Ripple, putting up $100 million in their battle against the SEC. We got John Deaton and his, almost 100,000 XRP holders standing behind John Deaton. Fred Rispoli, who's filed some interesting motions, and he actually filed the motion against Coinbase. So now it's funny. Fred Rispoli and Coinbase now are going to be both on the same side against the SEC, even though Fred Rispoli just filed the class action lawsuit against Coinbase for our Songbird and our Flare tokens, which I guess shout out to Coinbase for finally giving us our Flare. Like two years later, right? We finally get our Flare. But nonetheless, Coinbase joined the ranks with those lawyers, and then along with Warren Davidson, as we just covered in the last episode, how Warren Davidson introducing legislation to essentially fire Gary Gensler and get rid of his position. So the SEC starting to take some, or potentially about to take some major L's. Gary Gensler, the SEC, getting stripped of their jurisdiction and the duties of regulating stablecoins potentially. And then we already know that best case scenario against Ripple, they're going to be able to settle up for some early sales potentially, right? Best case scenario for the SEC, really. There's no way to make XRP a security, right? It can be packaged up in some investment contracts that may or may not have happened with Ripple in the early years, right? And so they might get a settlement. They might get a little something there, but you're seeing the SEC getting stripped of jurisdiction from stablecoins with this new bill. You're seeing the action here by Coinbase seeking regulatory clarity. Fred Rispoli, another one fighting the good fight, along with John Deaton and Ripple. And so, folks, just remember, right, on behalf of all Americans, this is embarrassing. This is a shame. We are not proud of how our country is being ran and regulated at this point, but we're going to continue fighting and supporting the list of names here, the list of the companies who are actually going to put up a fight, not cower and settle to the SEC, but actually put up a fight. And so we love to see it. And we're going to be praying. And we're going to be hoping here, regulatory clarity coming, SEC Ripple lawsuit conclusion. And you guys know what happens after that. God bless all of you guys. We'll see you in the next one. The SEC in some serious trouble. God bless.
Wow, that's some big news right there, right? So shout out to Zach Rector. Thank you, Crypto Mike, for sharing that snippet. I agree with him. We all know what's going to happen after that. It just makes sense. We need to have some kind of crypto alliance or something like that. All right, let's check out a few more comments. And that is Patrick Collier. Thank you, man, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. That was really nice of you. Summer Fudd says Zach is his homeboy, but his content is over exaggerated and not accurate. He sticking his head up his butt. Oh boy. All right, let's go further down. I see a super chat, but I want to read this too. Crypto Alliance is forming. Yeah, like I just mentioned that. Suck it, SEC. Yep, they can. Summer Fudd, thank you so much, man, for your 99-cent super sticker. Always appreciate you, brother. And yeah, it's interesting stuff what's going on. I know that we're approaching this 4-hour mark. Let me just double check what kind of other things we have. See if there's any more from Mr. Muff. Hold on a second. Man, why is my left mouse thing stuck on this? That's strange. There we go. All right, so see what else is tagged. I think that's about it. Yeah. So take that off. Anyway, let me see what else we have. All right. Check the screen real quick. We're doing all right. All right. So I know where we're at on this. So I don't know. Maybe you guys get kind of burned out with some of the Jasmine stuff, but it does kind of help with my outline because I'm going to piece it all together. So it's quite the deep dive for Jasmine tonight, and rightfully so. I'm going to jump back into this just for a brief bit. All right. There's this particular part, and I do want to get into this. So it says, realizing a safe and comfortable telework. Jasmine, of course, established in 2016 by a group of people from Sony. as we know. It says we provide a platform for Internet of Things that allows anyone to use things easily, safely, and peace of mind, and provide various solutions that utilize the platform. I just want to take a brief moment to get into this. So without even looking at it, look at some of these diagrams. Let's blow this up. You don't have to understand Japanese to basically follow this. All right. So a lot of you guys got Windows PCs, right? You're not like Crypto Hulk, maybe, who uses a Mac. So as you can see right here, here's your native drive, your C drive, right? This has, 34.6 gigabytes free space out of 117. I mean, me personally, I'm using like 4 terabytes to each zone, right? And I'm using like, I'm using at least SSDs. I even have an M2. Anyway, yeah, I'm breaking a little bit. All right. So on the other side, you see that you have this secure drive, if you will, and it's only 10 gigs. Watch what happens, basically speaking, when the administrator disconnects the ghost drive. And I'm sure it's going to show this. Boom. It's no longer available, right? So again, you don't have to be a person that understands Japanese to basically follow a diagram, right? All right, so I thought I'd show that to you guys. Let me jump back. So it states, one of them on January 31st, 2022, it says, we released an application, Jasmine Secure PSC, that achieves both remote safety and performance using blockchain technology and encrypted ghost drive that cannot be seen without proper authentications generated inside the PC. Since work is done on the local PC, you can work comfortably and securely, right? Which is cool stuff. And it goes on to mention that by doing so, all right, since your work is done on the local PC, you can work comfortably and securely, sorry about that, without depending on network performance. In addition, while recording the performance of each employee regarding PC operation, does not acquire detailed work contents. So basically speaking, it does not intrude excessively on privacy. Since the operation status of authenticated PCs is automatically collected, the administrator can grasp the status of each PC even remotely. So like if you ever use, for instance, like TeamViewer, right? But again, it's, a lot more secure. I mean, TeamViewer, let's face it, I mean, you can have some security problems with that. So it's possible to grasp the work performance of employees while paying attention to privacy without the hassle of management. And it is possible to create an environment where employees can concentrate on their work without peace of mind, without being restricted to where they are. And that is a good point. I'll pull up this next part. This total implementation from a business visualization to security and IT asset management. We're always talking about, for instance, implementation, like what we mentioned with Ripple's XRP, people complain about the price. Is full implementation there when it comes to ISO 222? No, it is not. Hence why we don't see insane prices yet. You have to have full utility being used. So let's take a look at this for a brief moment. All right. So first, let's take a look at the features of Jasmine Secure PC. 3 points. They are business status visualization, security, and IT management. Equipment with driving recorded function. Let me get into some of this, not all. I want to jump down to this. It says you can see performance such as keyboard usage, mouse clicks, CPU utilization, and file access history. Why is that? Well, if anything, it's access to certain data, right? It says agents are available for free Agent Doctor and Agent Pro for 440 yen per unit per month. With Agent Pro, you can see a detailed information such as the websites you visit and the number of inputs for each app. Now, in regards to security, it says an encrypted ghost drive, like we mentioned before, is generated inside the PC that cannot be seen without authentication. You can see it when accessing from a pre-registered network, such as a company. But when accessing it from different networks, such as the outside, you can see there's no direct command sent by the administrator or authentication QR code issued by the administrator planned. And it says, I can't do it. And of course, I can't access it. Here's an example. So, some of these things, right, are what you see right here. And on top of that, it says the application status of Windows Update is also displayed at the same time as the operating status of the environment of each PC. Security can be maintained at a certain level by prompting users have not applied it to do so. It says as a security and encrypted ghost drive, I talked about that, sorry. As a countermeasure against information leakage, it is also possible to control network access by turning off the USB storage, whitelisting, and blacklisting. Since the screen can be forcibly locked by the administrator, it is possible to eliminate PCs with suspicious behavior. So, you think something's crazy going on, instead of trying to find out who the mole is, you can just absolutely, with a click of a switch, if you will, shut that down before it gets, compromised completely. That is crucial. In addition to the application status of Windows Update for individual PCs is visualized, it is possible to alert unapplied users. As for IT asset management, in addition to the application status of Windows Updates, the status of the battery is most likely to deteriorate and the frequency of charging are visualized. It's also useful as a guideline for replacement. All right. There's a whole other thing in here. Not only the system administrator, but also the company and employees are satisfied. And of course, you can take more of your own deep dive into this. You can even use QR codes, right? That's cool stuff. I'll read this part real quick, not all of it. It says, as a company, there's no initial cost. It can be used at low cost, is easy to introduce, and you can visualize the work performance of employees. So you can monitor like how well they're doing. Are they off task? Are they going on like social media sites, goofing off, and so on and so forth, right? Even if you're away, hence why, monitoring what sites they go to, the work clicks, all that. It says, on the other hand, employees are able to grasp the performance without collecting excessive information. So it's like, like the whole concept of, data democratization is like, we want to respect the privacy, but we don't want to be too intrusive, right? Not to the point where it's like Big Brother's always looming over you, right? So it says, on the other hand, employees are able to grasp the performance without collecting, again, like I was saying, excessive information, so they can look back on themselves and look at their work performance correctly, basically. And that's evaluated by the superiors. Excuse me. Since they work locally, performance is network independent. Security measures are also taken with blockchain and proprietary device management technology, so you can concentrate on your work safely, comfortably, and even remotely. So this whole thing is designed for people that work in, let me come back into the frame, people that basically work in these call centers, right? And it's also specifically designed for people who, are working remotely. The reason why I show you guys these things is because I want people to have a broader perspective of Jasmine. I don't want to just cover like little news updates. I want you to see some of the nitty gritty of what this product basically is. And so that's why I'm taking the extra time to do that. Anyway, I'm going to jump into a little bit more of what we have on this deep dive outline. And then later on, I'm also going to chop it up into a recorded video that's a lot more condensed. All right. Blackwood says, I was joking about the same time harsh about Zach. He has some good content, just not my number one go-to for crypto news. Okay. Silver bells. All right, Nelly there. Thank you so much, man, for the 55 peso donation. He says, love all the effort you put in daily, Max. Thanks, man. And I love you for being here. You guys rock. And I really do appreciate the super chat as well. We're gonna get into some of the next part of what we have. So, I get it. Sometimes I'll mention some things that kind of hype people up, and I also understand. I share some things that are just like educational side. Some people take it like, oh, that's good info. Some people are like, yeah, this is the boring stuff. But honestly, I went on YouTube. I even went to Rumble. Right? Shout out to Edward Vincent of Rumble. Follow him on Rumble, Top Shelf Crypto. But I looked up Jasmine Secure PC review, and there's like just a little bit, right? But there's nothing that's like really in depth. And I said to myself, you know what? I think this would be very beneficial to do a proper video that really gets into the nitty gritty about this. So I don't know. We'll see how well it does. But I mean, Jasmine does pretty well for us. We're going to jump back into this. And here it is, right? So, basically speaking, hold on a second. Where are we at with this? This is not the one I want to get into. My bad. So it's not that one. I want to get to this next page. Yeah. So we're going to jump into this right here. I'm going to share it again in a way for you can see it better. And I do agree with Brittany. Top Shelf Crypto has the best charts because Edward Vincent, he puts on like custom graphics and stuff like that. So let's do a plug for him real quick. We're going to plug his channel and take a moment to pause for station identification. Check out ctnnetwork.net. Go to the creator section. If you go scroll down to the bottom, literally right below Michael Moncler, you will see Edward Vincent's Top Shelf Crypto, established in 2022. And when you do so, you click on channel. It takes you not to his YouTube. It takes you to his Rumble because he mentioned that he wants, this to be the emphasis. Doing pretty decent. 252 followers. He's got us beat, right? Like, we don't have a lot. But yeah, I mean, he does, for instance, live signals charts. He's got XRP quant. That was posted about 2 days ago. So he's really into doing some of this stuff, which is cool. Every now and then, like, he'll do like a, maybe some like cool info from Chat GPT. But it's a very unique channel. Like it says, live streaming daily, crypto news, NFTs, and more. Give him a follow on Rumble. And we're at Top Shelf Crypto. Why am I not following? Oh, because I got to sign in. We are following you on that. So anyway, keep that up there for a brief bit. I'm going to read a few more comments while we showcase Mr. Vincent's channel. Let's see here. Shout out, Brittany is the best. She has a wrench on the charts. I bet Jasmine would pop up on Rumble. Just saying. That's a good point. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much, Brittany and Mr. Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto. Let me get further into this. Let's see what I'm doing on the time. Oh man, it's like 10:21 my time. I started at 6:15. So about a little over 4 hours. That's okay. Let me jump back into what we have. I want to show you guys this, and this was going to start the next segment. So was glad to show you guys the whole thing about the deep dive for Jasmy Secure PC to give you a broader perspective of that. We're going to now jump into a little bit more about Jasmy itself in regards to decentralized data. So this site is something that not everybody's used. It's jasmy.global. Okay. So it says decentralized data democracy. Like, what is that? What does it mean? And so on. Let's jump into that for a brief bit. And I think I did see in the comments like another familiar face. I'm not mistaken. I'm so sorry. I skipped you, man. Mr. Beyond the Barbell, if you're still here, shout out to you. And sorry that I skipped you, man. I only saw that you were waving. But shout out to you. If you're still here, we'll definitely showcase your channel. But sorry about that. Glad to have you stop on by. All right. Let's go further down. Okay. So yeah, Jasmy, decentralized data democracy. What the heck is this all about, right? Well, when we go further down into this, this is a different site than you're normally used to, right? It's amazing some of the things you can find on DuckDuckGo. Says DuckDuckGoose. DuckDuckGo. When it comes to Jasmy, and again, like, it's just a theory, but I think it has something to do with, if Google's all about, the centralization of just taking up all your data and making billions of dollars off of people, right? Well, what about, they probably don't want people. Maybe they don't want people to know about Jasmy. So I thought that was kind of ironic, right? That I got totally different searches when I'm looking up Jasmy info. So anyway, when we jump into this, look at what's explained here, right? You got some actual visuals about data democracy. It says, build as Japan's Bitcoin. Jasmy is a tokenized platform that champions the democratization of data by combining blockchain and IoT technology to provide an infrastructure that allows anyone to use data safely and securely. Of course, looking for some of these big goals of, innovation to use blockchain technology, so on and so forth. But I'm going to jump down to some of the key areas here with visuals. So it's one thing to talk about how Jasmine works, but how about, get a visualization of just that. It says your lot of data is this visualization that you see here on this orange and black ball, right? It says merchant pays you in Jasmine coin to use your data. All right. It says fresh data generated by IoT devices is then stored securely, and basically by merchants, and they're required to pay for your access to your data. This is the monetization of what? Freaking data. So the Jasmine IoT platform, right, Internet of Things platform, says to achieve this, they have combined the blockchain and Internet of Things technology to provide the best platform for you across industries and around the world. Now look at this breakdown. It says IoT devices, IoT platform, mobile applications, strategy management support, secure data analysis. So again, the Internet of Things devices, right? Literally looking at like what you saw, for instance, with taking a cell phone and the Seigen Tosu fan token or NFTs, or going to the ballpark and tracking some of that data, but not releasing all the information. It's locking it up, in the private data locker, you name it, right? How about IoT platform? What's one of those platforms? We gave that example in the other deep dive. Mobile applications, some of their partnerships they have, and so on, right? Secure data analysis, right? Now, on the topic in regards to PDL, personal data locker, Jasmine allows you to store that information through the PDL. PDL identifies the individual by confirming the existence of the personal information. Now, how about this? The ecosystem. All right. So I want to show you guys this for just a brief moment, and we'll open this up in another tab before we jump this back here. I know this is like everything tonight is dominated by Jasmine. Not every night we do stuff like this. So, I want to definitely get into some of this stuff. All right. So here it is in regards to the ecosystem. And, some of you guys have already had this explained, but you haven't had this explained to you from the thought process of what? Visualizations. So I'm going to come out of the frame to put some emphasis on this. All right. And I just thought this was really cool. And, again, like you do a Google search, you don't really get Jasmine.global. You get the other ones. I just thought that was kind of weird, right? I'm not trying to be a conspiracy nut, but I just thought that was really strange. So here it is in regards to visualizations with the ecosystem. So take yourself, right? Let's use the example, Brittany, we're going to pick on you, okay? So here's Brittany, and she's just chilling, right? She's just consuming some data, and it's going to go from here to secure knowledge communicator. Here's the actual personal data locker. Again, these are really good visualizations. Look what happens from here. It goes from secure knowledge communicator down to where it says the merchant pays in Jasmine coin to use data. To do what? Use Brittany's data, right? Then from here, it goes over to the personal data locker, as you see in the representation, right? Then it goes over to says consumers receive Jasmine coin. Then at the end of the cycle, it says use Jasmine coin as digital currency. Now, when we get further into this, it says at the heart of Jasmine is just that, the PDL. With it, you can create an environment where users can attribute their data to themselves and decide for themselves what to do with it. And I really feel as though that as we get further into this whole concept of Web3, this is where we have big moments of, wow, man, things could really, really stand out for Jasmine. Let me take a brief moment to look at you in the camera in regards to this. So back in the days of Web 2, it was massive, right? What do we mean by that? Some people say, well, we're still in Web 2, Max. Just hear what I got to say here, all right? So MySpace, right? Depending on how old you are, for me, MySpace was like, that was the first of its kind. You could say that was like the pioneers of social media. All right. There was this guy, his name was Tom, And, you know, he was like, you became your first friend on that particular platform. Well, as time went on, you know, like you could have like your top 5 in regards to that. But in reality, it's like, you know, it's a lot different compared to like Facebook, right? Well, the key thing is this: we have jumped into certain stages in our life when it comes to the platforms that we go to. Will Jasmy become a platform eventually through some of their partnerships or some of the, you know, key, I guess you could say some of the key subsidiaries that they work with, where you will have that social media presence? Now, we covered this yesterday. My answer is yes, there will be, right? There's enough evidence to support that. Jasmy itself might not ever be the platform where they make a brand new, like, you know, the Japanese Facebook, if you will. But you better believe if we're entering into Web 3, if you understand data democratization, then you're going to understand, you know, other things like the concept of the Bitcoin white paper, right? The Bitcoin white paper is supposed to be, quote unquote, all about what? Decentralization. So data democratization equals data decentralization. Get what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, if we're going to have a whole brand new platform where data is monetized by giving that data back to the people, like literally like the opposite of a Facebook and so on, where the people can monetize their data, then what is the crucial aspect of all this? The crucial aspect of it all is you're entering into a period where, basically speaking, this is huge. Why is this so huge? Because this is the next era of what? Social media. It's a different form of social media. So you have literally an area of the world, let's just call it, you know, the Far East, right? Where they treat your data completely different compared to how we just willfully give it away like blindless sheep. I hate to say that. To companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, you name it, right? So if we're going to be entering into this period, could Jasmy very well get the job done with this particular company that's tied into social media and so on? Yes, the answer is definitely yes, because that in itself is a positive utility for these companies in that region to use some of their information, or I should say this technology, to get the job done. Perfect example is the smart cities that we basically got into, right? And with these smart cities, right, you were trying to, like, you know, me and Crypto Smith outlined last week, literally a week ago, last week, or was it last Wednesday? I can't remember. But anyway, where you have people who, you know, like the executives, you know, they board a, I don't know, let's say they're going to board a bullet train. Well, you can go on with Scheme, which is the last video that we did in regards to that. Go to their video section. I'll plug this, you know, there in a brief bit. But Scheme is part of the whole thing with WITS, and it's designed, specifically speaking, to allow you to be paired up. Excuse me. Allow you to be paired up with like-minded individuals who, I don't know, maybe they got the same type of education you got. Maybe they just don't like to talk. You know, remember Crypto Smith mentioned some of these things. Here's an example of that video. Let me show you this real quick. So we released this 2 days ago. Jasmy Scheme Explained. That's how you pronounce it, by the way. SXIM is Scheme. It's part of WITS, just like Tizwit's part of WITS. Mass is part of WITS, right? But again, the key thing is all these players that offer different utility through the underlying blanket of the parent company. In this example, the parent company would be WITS. So all I'm trying to say and show to you guys is I really feel as though, and I'm not trying to just be like, oh, Max, you know, this is hopium and stuff like that. It's not hopium. There's so much evidence to support this, as I would say, this thesis that I have in regards to this. I'm going to jump back to that screen real quick. Sorry about that. So let's jump back to this. And I just honestly think this is where it's at. So, I mean, if somebody wants to, I don't know, quote me for the record as saying this, I'm going to go ahead and state this. I don't care. I'm a content creator. I'm allowed to have freedom of thought. 10:34 p.m. on April 24, 2023. I think at some point in the future, doesn't necessarily mean, I don't know, by the end of this year or so on. I'm not a fortune teller. And some people are like, this is a fortune teller moment. This is not. But if we're connecting the dots and they're doing the whole thing with AI engine, and you've seen some of these big old, the players that they're working with and so on, to me, this simply makes sense. Some point, if this is where we're going, right? We're talking about so much of decentralization, the Bitcoin white paper. This is another massive moment for social media, right? Because it's privatizing that media, but still socializing and pairing people with like-minded individuals for entertainment, for business, you name it. We even have the proof from regards to that. You can literally watch me and Crypto Smith go over this last week. Let's jump back to what we have here. All right. And I did see a few more people join us tonight. So thank you for this extended coverage. Thank you for joining us for this extended coverage of CTN. And that basically is, and I see Beyond the Barbell. Thanks for being here, man. He says, I don't want to blow up your comments. LOL, keep up the good work, bro. Oh, well, thank you. Glad to have you here. We'll showcase your channel a little bit. But what I was going to state is, let's jump back into some of this, because I think it's some, this, we talk about things that are like the underlying factors that people don't talk about. Let's talk about some of this stuff. It's not so much of what if, and I'm not trying to hype people up too much, but I am connecting the dots. I've been paying more and more attention to this whole thing with Jasmine, and I'm like really on the cusp of like, maybe this is my top 5. Maybe this is like number 5 right now. I don't know. So learn more about the technology solutions of their white papers. Well, we did the whole thing about the Jasmine Secure PC, but again, I want to show you guys again a little bit more about this. So it says Jasmine was founded with the idea of data democracy. We believe in every person's right to a safer and more secure personal data. All right. Jasmine coin today, some of the particular prices, yada, yada, right? I mean, that just doesn't look all that great, right? Gives you blockchain stats, all this stuff. But the key takeaway here, guys, is what we showed you earlier. And I'm going to jump back to this particular screen. All right. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And this is this screen right here. This is such a great job of just, outlining, where this flows, right? We had other pictures, but I thought this one was one of the best ones out there, to basically get it done. All right. So this is actually where I wanted to go back to. Sorry about that. The key components of the ecosystem, right? And, this whole concept of users can own their own data like a wallet or a safety deposit box. In addition, with Jasmine's original blockchain technology, data cannot be tampered with or even stolen, and the process of data uses can be tracked. In addition, the use case with personal data loggers, call centers, do not need to keep excessive records, thus ensuring optimal information management and smoother, higher quality responses. Now, I also understand, I think it was last night we covered, was it Deso? And some of you guys felt as though, man, Deso is a good project, but one of the key things is, somebody like a big player could come and smash this. All right. I get that too. Also understand the different regions we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with the Far East. We're not dealing with necessarily the United States of America and some of these big players. So if their narrative on from the Far East is their data democratization, giving power back to the people, like the embracing of Web3, right? Literally a whole country, Japan, with the Web3 white paper and incentives for businesses to invest in these technologies. To me, you better believe at some point there will be a social media one, and they will team up with Jasmine. I'm just calling it right now. I'm going to call it right now. I don't know. Maybe at some point somebody comes back and be like, you know what, that Max guy, he basically did call it. I don't know. I don't have an ego, but my point is, it's some of these things that you see. So secure knowledge communicator, right? Not a lot of channels talk about this. I'll give a shout out if he's watching, Zippy and the rest of the team that do Sunday Twitter Spaces, they probably do cover some of this stuff. So shout out to them because they've been covering this whole thing with Jasmine doing the heavy lifting long before I showed up. The Secure Knowledge Communicator, SKC, is the platform's core service that allows us to achieve data democratization. So if you're wondering, well, Jasmine Secure PC and all this stuff, that's a great product, Max. But what's the actual, what is the brains behind it? How does data democratization actually happen? It happens through this SKC. This is going to allow for managing and tracing of our own personal data by ourselves. Oh, I don't know about that, Max. Check this out. I went through this whole thing last night, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know how much time I'm going to have. So this is WrestleMania, I guess you could say. Thank you so much, all of you guys who are still here with us. Again, like I said, I'm going to try to chop this up and make it more condensed for people that watch on the record. But we're getting into this, all right? So, yeah, I might have already said this. For companies and organizations, you can access personal data appropriately when necessary instead of keeping records in-house. The distributed user authentication system provides personal data lockers to, listen to this, the users who have completed the identification and registration procedures and created an ID. All right? Think about, for instance, Nexera. They have the whole thing of Nexera ID. Again, the common factor here is data. The data generated from the user's activity of each service will be securely stored in a personal data locker that she or he can control. In addition, when providing information to a company, the user will be able to control and track it, including the right of accepting or denying the use of it. In addition, the SKC of our core service application is equipped with a P2P, peer-to-peer protocols that build the basis of their application for, or should I say, two individuals, excuse me, I read that wrong, for individuals to use the data safely and securely. Now, in the past, we briefly talked about this whole thing of Smart Guardian. You may be wondering, well, are we ever going to talk about that again? We are talking about it again, hence why we're here. The Smart Guardian is another core service of the Jasmine platform that's going to allow easy and secure registration of the IoT devices, again, Internet of Things, on the distributed network, and at the same time to create an environment that can be only used by the owner of the devices. The SG is Jasmine's unique technology that links the ID information of the owner, using the SKC and the ID information of the device itself. Now, this has nothing to do with when I was on my outline, but I also want to throw this out. But maybe this is not popular to do this. And basically, it's like this. Just a second. Hold on. Oh, crap. My other muted thing. Sorry about that. My dad, he's 88 years old. And, he distracted me. So my point is this. Quant. Yeah, the whole thing with Quant. Okay. So you have literally Gilbert Verdian. You got the whole thing of that big announcement of that Japanese patent for Japan. I'm just saying, I mean, I think there could also be something with that. Some people are going to say speculative. I honestly think that there could be really something big for that. I mean, Jasmine gets to the point where they make their own blockchain, right? So currently speaking, as we know, this is ERC20 token built off of Ethereum and so on. But if they get to the point, like they mentioned, about creating their own blockchain, why wouldn't you want to get with the likes of, Gilbert Verdi and so on of Quant and make your blockchain interoperable, right? Because here's the thing, right? Just touch on the spaces. So you had Hara, he goes over to Hong Kong, he promotes Jasmine, goes to Amazon Web Services, who's also teamed up with Amazon Web Services, Quant, right? So my thing is, why not recognize some of this? So Quant goes over to Japan, and they got this whole patent thing going on. Why would they do that? For the same reason why so many people are realizing that Japan stands out. And for the same reason why all these blockchain related companies and so on want that clarity. Clarity really exists in Japan. So I'm just saying, I mean, it's a possibility. Yeah, some people say it's a stretch. Is it though? Is it too much of a stretch? Because to me, that would make sense. So at some point, you need to have the interoperability. You're really talking to some other Hong Kong-based projects and so on. And we know when it comes to, what is it, Conflux, right? Some people call that not Japanese, Chinese Matic, right? Think about the region that they're in China and so on. So there's that. All right, I'm going to jump back into what we have here. Hopefully I don't get interrupted too many more times. But let's see here. Yeah, the SG is Jasmine's unique technology that links the ID information of the user or the owner using SKC and the ID information of the device itself. All right, so as we scroll further down, I want to jump into this. It says, as the number of IoT devices increases, think about this, increases manufactured from a wide variety of industries, including home appliance, housing, energy suppliers, and telecommunication companies are accelerating their businesses to realize smart home services. I wish I could pull up the video. There is literally a video of Gilbert Verdian talking about how you have to have, the thing of, you want Internet of Things, which those all are, but you don't want, certain things to talk to each other, right? So Jasmine wants some of these things to talk to each other. Again, I mean, am I too far off? Just saying. I'll stop talking about the whole thing with Quant and Jasmine. That's a big dream. But look at this. Data generated from network-enabled domestic devices is customized by users according to their own lifestyle, including shopping, childcare, nursing. Remember how we talked about the whole thing of, the health industry with CARE? Remember that project, right? We covered that about a month ago. So it says, therefore, it is important to have rules and regulations in place for the protection of personal data on these networks. Yeah, no kidding. They envision to provide IoT solutions for manufacturers and home builders who are expected to enter smart home market with products such as smart interphones, security cameras, and even smart keys with low-cost advanced security functions supported by SG and IoT modules. So basically, in a nutshell, like, you ever had a Ring doorbell? Yeah, Jasmine wants to get involved in helping and make solutions for those particular things, because at the end of the day, there is private data that's exchanged, right? Maybe somebody from like UPS or FedEx or whatever, right, comes to the doorbell. You get my point. For the companies that are converting their products to IoT or accelerating the development of products for the smart home market, they will provide smart home market. Are you kidding? Like, even like I just mentioned, I'm not even intentionally mentioning some of these things, and then boom, I mentioned the whole thing of the Ring doorbell, like literally smart home market. I mean, that technically speaking, that's part of the equation. They will provide IoT modules that enable device registration on the distributed network, linking data with users and administrators. They will also support implementation of the models into existing devices. So I said I wouldn't mention the whole thing with Quant, but if you were implementing the modules into existing devices, I mean, maybe some people feels like, this is where Jasmine really stands out because they can just already do this. You won't need the likes of Quant and so on. I get that. But if they want full interoperability in the future, And this whole thing of, again, quant with the darn Japanese patent. Come on. That makes sense. To me, that makes perfect sense. Even if the existing devices have low processing power, companies can still quickly take advantage of the SG mechanism in the Jasmine platform. Besides providing solutions for companies participating in smart home businesses, they can also help local governments, and they have mentioned this, right? You saw, for instance, forgot the guy's name, but he was like a Japanese governor or something like that. He was talking about the whole thing of the tax incentive, right? So there is that connection. And Hara did quote that guy. So that's not just like, oh, that's just speculative. Why would he quote somebody like that if there was nothing there? That makes you think like maybe because of things called like NDAs, non-disclosure agreement. I'm just throwing stuff out there. All right. So it says governments to pursue the smart city, right? And that's a big thing for Jasmine concept by deploying the SGs, and SG plays a fundamental part in the digital infrastructure by enabling data analysis and sharing. They, of course, believe in this reward system. We're going to get into that in just a brief bit. Before I kick it back in the comments, I want to talk about this for just a brief moment. So Jasmine IoT platform times the reward system. Did you even know about a reward system when it comes to Jasmine? Maybe you didn't. So just as personal data has been concentrated with the centralized companies, and these companies that use it more and more dominating the world, they are now more aware than ever that personal data turns out to be the new, quote unquote, new oil of the digital age. So many times you guys are talking about that this is, it's just that this is digital oil, right? They believe that there should be a fair amount of economic environment in which companies that use this resource data pay each data producer a fair price reward on their platform. Companies have to clearly show the scope and purpose to individuals of how they will use personal data. The key thing here, guys, is they put so much emphasis on this whole thing of personal data. I'm telling you flat out, at some point, there's going to be a social media presence, a social media platform for the Far East that's going to put so much darn focus on just that, the opposite of what we got going on with Meta, aka Facebook, and so on, right? So it says, as rewards will with concrete value needs to be offered, individuals will learn and recognize the value of the data through these rewards. At the same time, will become increasingly motivated to share it with companies. And again, that's where people are going to get excited. I mean, are you kidding me? If there was a new social media platform and it was in the Far East, people get to get paid to share that information. Like, can you imagine if we had what kind of uproar that would cause if this if people had an uproar of like, hey, you know what, forget you, Meta, Facebook, whatever you want to call it, I want to monetize that data that you're stealing from me every day. They'll be like, well, that's what all the fine print was there for. That, as the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. That was the price you paid. It's just like even in government here in the United States, people are like, oh, well, sign up for this program. I mean, it ain't going to cost you nothing. Bullcrap. It costs somebody something. It costs who? It has a cost. The taxpayers pay for that. So the point is this: everything has a freaking cost, right? So people were like, yeah, I'm going to install Facebook on my phone or this particular social media platform, Instagram, which is owned by Facebook, or heck, even TikTok, right? All that stuff has a cost, and the cost is you giving up that data. All right, this last part, the idea that personal data will be used in a democratic way will give people awareness of the value in a broader context. As a consequence, companies will also become more conscious of this ecosystem while collecting data and try to make further use of it. Am I too far off with my theory of social media? I don't think I am. All right. Last but not least, let's talk about this whole concept of payment services, because people complain so much when it comes to Jasmine and payments. Man, this is like AOL. Why would I want to pay with ETH? Great statement. Let's jump into this for a brief bit. So President Sato, the guy showed way earlier in this deep dive, he believes that a user's personal data should have a wallet of its own, right? Like literally The opposite of Elizabeth Warren. Let's just be honest. Just like personal property, imagine a data wallet that allows users to safely store their own valuable data in the personal data locker and actively utilize the data. In addition, the payment service is not a mere deposit type system. However, contraire, but a unique reward system that uses the Jasmine personal data locker to provide sustainable added value to users. At the end of the day, if you don't have no value, why are people going to sign up to use the service, right? The goal is to create a payment service that allows users to convert their own activity history and other data into points. What are those points? Well, here's some examples. Coupons and such, which can be used the same way as cash. Ooh, probably didn't know about some of this stuff before. Yeah, I went on the internet. Again, not Google. Did something different. Right? Use a decentralized search engine. Get where I'm coming from with this? Kind of interesting how that works out. Through the introduction of such payment services, Jasmine will make the value of individual data more accessible to the public, create a future which people can engage in safe, secure, and highly convenient economic activities by realizing the democratization of data. But this particular line that says convenient economic activities, right? Think about those smart cities that are trying to get going on. Think about the pairing up of like-minded individuals. Oh, Max, what if you get a bunch of, there's good and bad and everything. Okay, well, I guess you could say you get a bunch of douchebags paired together too. I mean, it sounds weird, but there's going to be some jerks too, right? Let's pair up the jerks all in one section, for crying out loud. We talk about the lunch table that for kids at school. It's just like well, don't sit over there. That's where the cool kids are. Or sit over here. That's the cool kids table. Literally, you're having the data set up in which, whether you're the cool kids, or you're the nerds, whoever the heck you are, you're the quiet group executives, you're all going to be paired up together with other like-minded people for complete harmony, if you will. Right? That's the key thing. All right, we're gonna jump back in the comments for a brief bit. There's a little bit more that we have here. I found a whole slew of information by using a different search engine, a decentralized search engine, for crying out loud. All right, let's go further down. All right, Brittany says, now I really feel like I am in the classroom. That's funny. Stargazer, gotta get some shut eye, guys. Take it easy. Glad to have you here. Max, add me on MySpace. I don't even have a MySpace anymore, man. I was just, using that as an example. Blackwood says the difference between MySpace and Facebook is that MySpace was started by a human. That's a good point. All right. Damn, that's a funny one, Blackwood. Barbell, I didn't want to blow up your comments. All right, let me see. Blackwood. Beyond the Barbell. You're not Blackwood. Everything about that dude creeps me out. Can't explain. Huh. Oh, Mark Zuckerberg, yeah. Beyond the Barbell, let me know in the comments, are you still here? And if you are, we'll definitely give you a plug. All right, Crypto Channel, welcome. Glad to have you here, man. Someone Flood says, if Joe Biden is reelected, you can kiss the dollar goodbye. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill. Yeah. Wu-Tang Clan. That's towards Selma Fun. I don't know for sure, but I don't think he's getting a second term. I believe he sold out the country decades ago. A red or blue thing. He's passed. That's the way I look at it. I mean, I even have some, friends that, because I'm not the type of person that's like, some of my best friends from like my childhood and stuff are like Democrats. So I'm gonna stop being friends with them because they have a different point of view than me. No, I'm not like that. I know some people are. That's not me. So even them, some of them are like, man, like they're gonna have to figure something out. Like Democrats are gonna have to figure something out. And you heard that Biden's gonna run for a second term. If that's the case, you could pretty much, he's gonna be a one-term president because he is so unpopular at this point, even from his own base. And I don't want to get into politics and religion because it's such a divisive thing. But that's just a reality of it. I look at it like kind of like Elizabeth Warren. We're into crypto. Is it really like a red or blue thing? No. She's just really bad for crypto, period. The end of story. And it's just saying, and some people use this in the past, never put your party before your country. she's a perfect example. So never put a political party before, you know, your loyalties to that generational wealth through where crypto and blockchain and distributed ledger technology can get you. She's just bad in general for this, period. All right, so let's go further down. Henry Brown, welcome back. He says, I'm here. I made it. How is everyone? WCW Monday Night Nitro, AI, our robotics, and crypto will replace jobs and create a cyberpunk world. Let me see where we're at. You want XRP to go up in value, build me a self-sustaining fort. I had to read that right. I almost said fart. I think you already have a self-sustaining fart, but I don't even know why I mentioned that either. Sorry about that. Henry Brown, good to see you, man. All right. Let's go further down. What's up, Magic Power? What's the word? Proof David Copperfield. The Preppy Taxi. It's all about Jasmine, according to Magic Power. Man, you guys rock. Still here from the beginning. Jasmine, democratizing data. U.S. banning in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. See how it's just opposite. Magic Power, anything better than that stupid Trump, you said. Okay. Fair enough on that. Let's jump into a little bit more of what we got here. So let's see. Yeah, I'm just going to read this last part from this particular page. This is a little bit more from about the secure PC because we did cover a lot about that. So basically speaking, Jasmine Secure PC can provide enterprises with access control and security of access programs at a network boundary as enterprise remote office security escort. In regards to the secure PC, that's going to combine Jasmine's two services, like we talked about earlier, which is that secure knowledge communicator, which is SKC, and also the Smart Guard, right? Or some people call it Smart Guardian. After months of operational testing, it has been validated in terms of data security and operational performance enough to ensure that millions of remote workers have healthy, happy, and productive and decent jobs. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I mean, you know, is this the key towards the, you know, the path forward for a smart city? Could very well be, right? So enough about that. We went through all that from this particular site that a lot of people, let's face it, haven't seen. And if anything, I'm just going to go down to a little bit more. I don't think it's from this particular site. Yeah, I'm going to go to a different one. So I'm going to share this, and this is actually from Facebook. I'm not a fan of Facebook, so don't think that like, oh, Max, you use Facebook a lot. Apparently, I do not. I was just pulling up some links. So I'm going to jump to this. All right. And if anything, I'm going to full screen this because it might be a little bit hard for you guys to see it. So let me pull myself out of the frame. All right, so there's this. And, you know, some of you guys were talking about the tokenomics. Like, Max, could you give a breakdown of tokenomics? Well, it's not going to be like a super in-depth, you know, breakdown, like, you know, from the white paper. But I'll just give you the quick gist like you see right here. Here's some of the tokenomics. Obviously, the ticker symbol is Jasmine. It's an ERC20 token. You have a total supply of like what you see. The ecosystem says 48%, which is like it says right here, what is that? 24,369. Yeah, 24 billion. Says locked and will be distributed as the business grows. Funds and institutional investors. 27% says 13. Hold on, let me see where we're at. 13,500,000,000 locked and we distributed gradually. And of course, this happened in 2022 and even 2023. You got to keep in mind that, you know, I think it was something like 70%. I think we reported yesterday. So some of these figures have changed, right? But it says this triggered by the listing of the Japanese cryptocurrency exchange. Contributors and communities, 20% goes to that. And that's, of course, already locked at 10 billion of the Jasmine tokens. Incentive, 5%, right? 2.5 billion is locked and will be locked after a period of 2 years from the achievement of specific conditions. All right, overview. Jasmine is an IoT platform company on a mission to provide the infrastructure which allows anybody to use data safely and even securely, right? So that's cool stuff. Thought I'd share some of that, show some of centralized, you know, centralized exchanges, right? Some of you guys aren't big fans of that, but there's some of that. Some of the backers and partners, right? We understand some of that, right? You know, they had a slow missed audit, all that good stuff. Jump to this next particular one, not that right there. Let me close that out. All right, give me just a second. I'll show you this next thing, which is also from Facebook. I'm just, highlighting the key things I found from this guy named Jasmine League World, right? Some people from the team, because, some people said, Max, could you show more members of the team instead of just, Mr. Hara, and some of those other guys. So earlier I showed you guys some of that. So here's some of these people, and it's just a picture, so it doesn't really give you like all the backgrounds on all of them. But it says this cooperation, this is back in, way back January 14, 2022. It says this cooperation aims to use NFT and other technologies to achieve interoperability between the two blockchain ecosystems. I mean, you got to keep in mind, even some of these terms, interoperability. Again, I'm literally always going to think of quant. So again, am I too far off? I don't know. I think there could be something there in the future. Although this NFT bridge is still under construction, it will be launched to all users in the near future. This is great news for Jasmine, who's laying out the meta universe market. And again, we're going to get into some of those links that, what's his name? Mark showed us earlier. He's probably long gone by now. That's okay. It says it will accelerate Jasmine's entry to the meta universe market. We must know that the boundary between the virtual world and reality in the meta universe is becoming more and more blurred. The series of identities, cultures, and communities behind the NFT provide intangible social value. The encrypted assets of the NFT attribute will always be the meta universe long river. And if anything, I'm trying to blow this up just a tad bit more. I think that's the most I could do. Okay. On top it says metaverse can closely integrate the virtual world and the real world in the economic system. Think about what I mentioned here, guys. Metaverse can closely integrate the virtual world and the real world in the economic system, social system, and identity system. Keep in mind, Japan in itself has a culture system, an honor system. I said system a lot, but it's true. It allows each user to perform content production and world editing. NFT is an indispensable element. This is a challenge for Jasmine, and it is also a new breakthrough. In the future, Jasmine will shine in those areas of the metaverse market. We look forward to the answer from the EMA event. They already did that a while back, but I just thought I'd show you some of this. I'm going to jump to this next particular page. All right. Here's one. I'm sure you guys have done this at some particular point. So Coinbase has that function called Learn and Earn. I don't know if they still have it. You could see if they do. I doubt it, though. But at some point, they had Jasmine's Earn and Learn, where you can earn like $3 worth of Jasmine. You start a lesson. Was the token, right? You earn $1 worth of Jasmine, and so on, right? What's the future? So on and so forth. So there's that. I'm going to hop on to this next thing. People are always saying, Max, do you got any pictures about the, Jasmine, the office, and so on? Well, I don't have all that hot, juicy stuff, but here's some of that, right? Look at this, right? So they're located in the same building. Some big players like obviously Honda, right? So Honda, Kita, Aoyama office, and it shows Jasmine right there also listed, right? Let's jump into this next particular one. For those who haven't seen this, right? I just want to state this real quick. I'm going to enter full screen on this one. So on this particular one, if you look very, very closely, some people are like, oh, this is all Photoshopped, the flutters. Oh, it's all Photoshop. Keep in mind this is actually the real office, right? And if you can see right here, you see a reflection of the guy, and I believe it's the guy who tagged me on Twitter. He mentions specifically, sorry about the noise in the background, but you also got to keep in mind it's getting late and, people get hungry. So this guy literally, look at the two sneakers. He's taking a picture. That's a reflection. I mean, come on. Really? People want to say that's Photoshop? That's not Photoshopped. So here's a picture of the Jasmine office. I mean, keep in mind, some of these executives, if this guy doesn't have like a meeting that's booked, right? Time is money. I mean, some of these guys are not just going to meet with anybody. If any person that comes off the street be like, oh, hey, man, I want to get pictures with you or video, right? That's just not going to happen. All right, so I thought I'd share that with you as well. I think I have a little bit more. Maybe that's just about it. Let me see. Let me just double check. Excuse me. Oh yeah, there's this. Hold on a second. Let me share this real quick. So in closing, I want to show you just a tad bit more. All right, so there's this right here. And on my next, if you want what my next deep dive is going to be, and I think even 2-bit might have covered this. But I'll give my own 2 cents. So it says Jasmine conducts empirical experiment with Nippon Travel Agency, and I believe just off the surface from the thumbnail and maybe watching a couple minutes of it, I think 2-bit did an update in regards to this. So I had to look more into this. So I went on to find out more about this particular travel agency. It says marking the first major application of the blockchain technology in tourism. So that's cool stuff in itself as well. All right, I'm gonna double check some settings that I have. See how much more we have in regards to the coverage tonight. We have, I believe, 2 more areas. So let me see. We got one for tokenizer in regards to Casper. We have some Stellar. Give me a second. Oh, no, we don't. We have, of course, a little bit from the Jasmine. My bad. I didn't want to share this in regards to the whole thing with the metaverse. So let's jump into that for just a brief moment. Thank you for joining us for this extended coverage of Crypto Talk Now with all the deep dives for Jasmine tonight. Let's jump into some of what we have. Shout out to the guy from earlier, right? But before we jump into the next segment for Jasmine for the metaverse, we're going to welcome a few more people, and let's see where we're at. All right, let's see. Let me see where we're at. So some interesting comments from Henry Brown. What up, Magic Power? What's the word? Poof. David Copperfield. It's all about Jasmine. The preppy tag. I think I already read this. All right. So, you are here. 11:03. Okay. All right. How about this? One last time beyond the barbell. Are you here? Because if you are here, I definitely will share it. My bad on that. Crypto channel again. He's like Jasmine to the move. Thank you, Grade the God, for being here. He says he meant to the moon. Nah, how about Jasmine to Mars? Henry Brown, Max, you Filipino for real. Have you heard of athlete introduction legendary Bulo? I haven't heard about Bulo, but yes, I am. So my mom comes from the Philippines. She grew up in Misamis Oriental, in Cagayan de Oro City in Mindanao. My dad was a missionary back in late 1976. And they got married, I think, like a few months later. I mean, it wasn't even planned, but they fell in love with each other. And then they, came back to Portland, Oregon, right? In January 1977, and I was born in 81. But my mom, she spoke she must have spoke like 8 different languages. She spoke obviously English. She spoke Spanish. She spoke ASL, which is American Sign Language, fluently. She wasn't deaf or anything, but she just knew how to do that fluently. She spoke obviously Tagalog, so was that 4? Then dialects, she spoke Visaya, aka Cebuano, so that's technically 5. Ilocano, that's 6. There's a couple other dialects that she spoke. I forgot what they're called. And then so it was like a couple sounds like it, but basically like 8 different. If you include dialects, like about 8, pretty crazy. She should have tried to work out, go to work for like the UN or something. It's kind of crazy, but anyway, so her grandparents, they were killed by Imperial Japanese forces during the beginning of World War II. During the invasion of the northern Philippines, not on the famous Bataan Death March. So her grandmother was from mainland China, and she fell in love with a Filipino man from the Philippine Islands, and that's where I get the Chinese that's in me. So long story short, my nationality, I am half British American. I'm 1/4 Spanish, 1/8 Filipino, and 1/8 Chinese. So there you have it. So people call me the Filipino Ice Cube because of the hat, because it looks like similar to Ice Cube's hat, the Detroit Tigers hat. You know, the D looks similar. You know, anyway. I am not the Filipino Ice Cube. If people want to call me that, that's fine. I don't care. I mean, I don't look at it as a name calling or whatever, right? All right. Let's go further down into the comments. I think what's his name showed up, so he's here. That's cool stuff. All right. You're still here. Okay, so we're gonna give a plug. Let's do that because I don't expect you to wait all night for me to give you a plug. Guys, check out Beyond the Barbell. Here's his particular YouTube. Give me a second to pull that up. Beyond the Barbell. Why mention him? Well, why not mention him? He's a cool guy, and he's a member of the Jasmine community. So if you were to Google, or not Google, do a YouTube search for Beyond the Barbell, a whole bunch of stuff is going to come up at the top, right? You're going to see all this nastiness. All right, no offense. I'm just not really into like women weightlifters. I think it's kind of gross, but well, you know what, Max? You're kind of gross too in your chubby cheeks. I know, I've gotten that criticism too. So teaches them. All right, if you're into like women weightlifters, right, being all ripped and stuff, okay, teaches on, right? All right, so here's his Beyond the Barbell. Like I said, this guy is an absolute badass. I believe you're part of the 101st Airborne or something like that. And got my utmost respect. All right. Here's his channel. Let's help this brother get up to 100, which will be a milestone for him, right? Subscribers. He obviously shows workout videos. Here's the one on the far right, living his best life. Like I said, viral video. Hey, I got 1,500 views. That's cool. And he shows him jumping out of like a helicopter or plane with the 101st Airborne. But here's the key thing, and this is he tagged us, myself and Sean the Crypto Smith, like I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago, basically just saying, hey man, can you give me a follow, blah blah blah. And the way I look at it, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people are like, oh, don't do that, that's bad, that makes you look bad. Screw those people. You know what I mean? Like, how are you supposed to get like more exposure? Well, all his content should speak for itself. Hey, you know what? He's part of the Jasmine community. So guess what? I give him full embracement, right? Because you know what? He also talks passionately about some of this crypto, right? Jasmine. So look how often he's been killing it with the Jasmine, right? So 6 days ago, right? Jasmine, he's bullish on it. 5 days ago, talks a little bit about the charts. So kind of like Edward Vincent, he did some stuff in regards to the charts. But he has a new video 42 minutes ago, Jasmine Coin, global expansion. Check it out. I don't want to share it here because I want you guys to go over there and watch it, right? That doesn't help him if I share it here, right? So, go give him a follow. He knows what he's talking about. He speaks very passionately about crypto, especially Jasmine. He covers other tokens that we cover too, right? Like Volt, right? Give him a follow. Let's see if we can get him to tick up to, I don't know, how about we have him tick up to 90? Can he get 6 more followers? Give him a sub, for crying out loud. You love Jasmine, you support the community. That's one thing I love about Jasmine is, very embracing community, content creators coming together and helping each other out, not tribalism through content creator, like, oh, screw this guy and blah, blah. I hate that, man. It's like, what's wrong with people? It's like, grow up. We don't want people that are damaging to any project, Anyway, give him a follow. He's Beyond the Barbell, 3 different words, or you just do at myfitnessjourney572. All right, we're going to leave that up there. And let's kick it back into the comments. DCR135, welcome. He says, yo, Max and room. Yo, glad to have you here. I remember you with the knives. Henry Brown, you look like a Creole like me, through a Creole Indian from Louisiana. I could use some Creole. That sounds good. All right. Let me go further down. Me, myself, and I's back. Ooh, new custom avatar. Wait, you all are still up? Yes, we are. Talking a lot about Jasmine. She's a teacher. Yeah. Yep. She used to be. Then she got into the medical field. And unfortunately, she was stricken with cancer. Stage 4 breast cancer spread through her spine. She fought that battle hard for 6 years and 4 months. So she passed away in April 14th of 2019. Me, myself, and I changed his avatar again. It says, Max, is Jasmine and Quant all you need on the next bull market? I can't give you financial advice, but I mean, those are not too bad, you know. All right. Let's go. It says Beyond the Barbell. Let's get to that 90 subs. We're going to refresh it here in a bit. See how he's doing. It ticked up 1, I believe. Yeah. Come on, guys. Let's help him. 5 more subs. Help him get up to 90. Crypto Channel said, let's go Beyond the Barbell. I'm about to dub or sub. All right. You're very welcome. Well, he's thinking Crypto Channel, but you're welcome to. All right. Let me highlight that. And let's see what we got. All right. We're going to jump into a little bit more of this Jasmine for the metaverse. All right. Thank you to everybody who's joined us for this super WrestleMania segment of Crypto Talk Now. This is now the 3rd deep dive of the night for Jasmine. So I'm going to have a lot of videos to basically upload when I chop it all up. Let's jump into this and shout out to the guy earlier who basically was like, you know what? They have something going on with the metaverse thing. And I did hear about that a while back. So I'm glad he provided the links. You know who you are if you're still around. I think his name is Mark. And let's jump into this. So this is from prnewswire.com. It says, Une Meta, the NFT incubator trading and social fi platform, raises $5 million. So Singapore, right? Une Meta, an NFT incubator, trading, and social fi platform, recently announced the closing of a $5 million funding round. I should say recently. This is back in July 2022. But again, check out what's mentioned here. That was led by Jasmine Foundation, Japan's top Internet of Things IoT blockchain platform. Among the other participants were some of these other ones, right? But when we get into this, it says Jasmine is the world-leading IoT blockchain platform. It was founded, of course, in Tokyo, right? Back in 2016. We know about this stuff, right? But look what's mentioned here. It says Jasmine aims to develop, provide various services, as we know, through the Internet of Things. But what about this whole thing in regards to the metaverse? Well, here it is. So, you know, when we get into this, it says a little bit about Une Meta, right? But here is the part you're looking for, right? In the future, Une Meta will join hands with Jasmine and focus on the Asia Pacific market to seize the powerful opportunities behind high-quality IP assets. They will also explore business models that are suitable for Web3 with excellent IP. And that's worth mentioning because you understand, like we mentioned before, this whole thing of Japan with the Web3 white paper. So I wouldn't be surprised we get some more updates, right? And especially when it comes to this whole AI engine coming out here soon. Can't wait to see more when it comes to Jasmine here soon. They're going to explore models that are suitable, like I mentioned, for Web3 with excellent IP. They're going to formulate a win-win strategy to grow the community. Furthermore, the team will continue to unlock the commercial value of high-quality IP in physical and virtual space. In addition, they're planning to officially launch the world's first NFT serial with original audio tracks of the famous, listen to this, Japanese voice actress Hanazawa Kana in August. Right, so that was obviously last year, which is the representative project of this platform as it advances its Web3 process. So some people say, you know, why even mention this, man? This is old news. Why not mention it? So a lot of people don't know about it. And the reason why a lot of people don't know about it is because a lot of people just basically came into Jasmine. The reason why I want to mention it, and I'm glad that, what's his name, Mark mentioned this earlier, is because it really does stand out, and especially when it comes to, again, that Web3 white paper for the entire country of Japan. So with all this stuff being, coming to fruition, I understand that it's going to take time to implement some of this stuff, but I won't be surprised if we get some updates. I will read this. Unimeta is both an NFT marketplace and social space. Unimeta emphasizes community and always considers giving back to the community contributors the most important in Web3. With an action to earn philosophy, they will launch commission sharing and laurel point systems in Q3 2022. At that time, community-driven NFT platform with maximum cultural value will be presented. All right, here's a little bit about them. They provide premium NFT, them as in Unimeta, sorry. They provide premium NFT incubation services, transaction marketplace, and space for users to socially interact. With a variety of innovative gameplay, tremendous IP resources, and a strong community foundation, Unimeta can provide NFT holders with more security in transaction. Let me highlight that real quick. Transaction fees with higher quality NFT transactions and social fi experiences. That sounds interesting. Social fi experiences. So maybe I'm not too far off with what I said earlier when it came to social media. Could this be social fi? I mean, I'm literally thinking social media. I'm thinking of, social media finance or something, and Jasmy connection, right, through the decentralization or data democratization and so on. So, there's like a moth flying around. I don't know. Maybe I was really onto something. So it says, in the future, Unimeta will become a revolutionary, sustainable model for exploring and applying NFTs, metaverses, and blockchains. Like, for instance, Jasmy, right? Let's be honest here, which continue to improve customers' experience. Follow Unimeta on social media now. Learn about its project and development. So I want to go here for a brief moment. And again, I know this is like a really long show, but I want to jump to this for a second. Okay. All right. So it states CFXU exchange is officially launched. It has, of course, some of this stuff, but hold on a second. Let me drop it further down. I mean, you can really see, like, on the surface, a lot of this is clearly Japanese focused, right? Clearly Japanese focused. I mean, they have events, research report. I don't know. This is going to have to probably be something which I take a more deeper dive into on another particular day, because this has been a pretty long show. All right, I'm going to stop the share on that. And on this other one, I'm probably going to save both of these links real quick. So give me a second. I'm going to say this for my own research. Let's see what we got. See this other one from Being Crypto. All right. Let's save that. There we go. Close out these two. Okay. And all right. Let me see what we're doing in the comments real quick. Beyond the Bravo says, not going to lie, getting subs is such a long process. Got to stay focused, though. It is. All right. You just got to find your niche, and if you have just even one that does well, then just keep focusing on that, and people appreciate it. Jasmy Mania, me, myself, and I said that was me, LOL. Yeah. Dr. 13 DCR 135, sorry. Jasmy looks to me like a cooperative effort between Sony and the Japanese government. That's a good point. All right. I wanted to give you guys some stellar, but in reality, I mean, it's 5 hours and 13 minutes. And is anybody really going to be listening to it at this particular point? Maybe a handful of guys. In reality, most people are here right now. They're probably asleep, or they just, their phone. I don't know about their phone being on, but if they are watching on TV, then it's just on. You know what I mean? I'm just this guy that's like making noise. Some people are listening to this on their work shift. I realize that. Shout out to you guys. Part of the grind. We do need to start wrapping things up, because if anything, I mean, it's 11:28 at night. I haven't even had dinner, And I just got into all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, why do I do that? I don't know. I do it because I'm excited about all this stuff. I look at it from a perspective of I become more and more impressed with Jasmine, over and over. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I think there's really, really something solid here, obviously. And it might be one of the best risk to reward ratioed crypto projects out there. Just saying. I mean, maybe not necessarily the best. Like some people say, well, Max is definitely XRP. I get that. Maybe long term, right? But I mean, if the Jasmine team is right and they reach some of the goals by like 2026, 2027, right? That's not like waiting on like a lifetime, Some people maybe it is, but like I've always said before, if you bought into the concept of working at a corporation, the age like let's just say 20, not even 18, let's just say 20, round it out to 20, and you're like, yeah, man, I got my 401k and I'm going to retire and everything's going to be all sweet and beautiful by the time I'm 65 and old and crispy, Excuse me. So you bought into that concept for 45 years just to have some kind of a pension or retirement plan. You can't wait till like 2025, 2025, 6, 7. I'm just saying. So it's been a great show. I'm going to read the last bit of comments and we're going to wrap things up. Is it me, myself, and I you're looking for? Lionel Richie. Yes. I got the juices flowing a little bit, huh? You rock, Mr. Me, myself, and I. I just want you to know, always appreciate you coming to the show, my friend. All right. Magic Power says Maximus, Max Standards, deep dives with passion, slow jam tunes and body action. I'm just kidding. That's from a Method Man song. That where he says that he's just like, picture the passion, slow jam tunes and body action. You have to look up the song. It's called Sweet Love. Awesome song. Method Man featuring Capadonna, Street Life. I forgot who else is in the Suspected Deck. Yeah, it's a great song. Great beat. You'll love it. Anyway, Me, Myself, and I says it's 2:30 a.m. here in Jersey. Oh, yeah? Well, there's something we used to say back in the day. This doesn't apply to you. I used to do this voice, Oh, yeah? Well, go back to Jersey, you bum, Because out here in Brooklyn, we don't need to hear the freaking likes of Me, Myself, and I shilling that freaking Demontra. Or, he's the same type of guy who told us about Cypheria, is he not? Yeah, out here in Brooklyn. Let me tell you flat out, Mr. Me, Myself, and I. Go back to Jersey, you bum. Stop freaking shilling that Cypherium and all that darn nonsense. I'm just kidding. So, with that, hold on. I literally heard in the background, I'm going to get some breakfast, you little bastard. Anyway, good stuff. I think most of you guys are asleep by now, but we will definitely see you on the next one. Have a great night, everyone. And we'll be back here at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for more Crypto Talk Now. Have a good night.